The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 1101. Rejected. Max sent a brief message to the staff of Terminus that they would be leaving within the hour for a political summit with the anomaly representatives, and then started to double-check the gear that he had in his flat space storage. If things did go wrong, he didn't want to be caught unprepared, and unlike Nico, he couldn't go for a month or more without eating. The ship would have plenty of material for the replicators, but Max liked to at least have a week's worth of rations in his storage, just in case, along with his weapons, mobile suit, and a few changes of clothes. That was about all that would fit, and packing it all in there took some skill, but he was satisfied that he had enough to get through most situations that might come up during their trip back to Ray 5 this time. With that done, Max headed for the rear of the ship, where Nico should be getting things ready. She was in the hangar, where he expected her to be, but not preparing the yacht. She had started stocking the cutter for their excursion, on the hopes that they really would be able to pick up a load of new mecha on this trip, or that they were Titan class, which wouldn't fit easily in the smaller vessel. The old researcher could have just been teasing them with the pictures, and the chances that he had a significantly modified mecha in such a short time was fairly low, even if they did have a new power source, but it was better to be safe than sorry, and Nico was taking no chances when it came to the possibility of a new custom mecha. Terminus opened a portal for them to get halfway back, the extent of the portal array's range, and then Max set course for an uninhabited relay point within the Alliance, where they could open the final portal to Ray 5. It was an odd feeling, being so far out that they had to use multiple jumps to get where they were going, but the entire process only took a few minutes with the upgraded warp drives on the cutters, which could charge the portal generator much faster than the first generation. Ray 5 Moon Base. This is Nico Tereth of the Terminus Trading Company, requesting permission to dock a cutter-class vessel. Nico reported once they were back in the Ray 5 system. There was a short pause, and then the traffic controller's confused voice came back to them. Terminus Trading Company, the Moon Base reports no functional empty docks. Please remain in orbit over the planet or make your way to the world ship Absolution for docking. Max listened to the nearby workers' thoughts, looking for Uncle Lou among the crowd. There were definitely open docks, and they were both working and staffed, but it seemed that they had arrived early and Uncle Lou didn't want to let them in until their surprise was ready. Finding a single person among the crowd wasn't easy, but Ranarth's mind stood out like a beacon of mental fortitude, which let him pinpoint the Darkling right away, and then track down Uncle Lou by proximity. They were still 6 hours from completion of the first unit, and the second hadn't even begun production yet. There had been serious delays with the replicator systems, and a number of overloaded relays when they attempted to create the exotic materials for the project. Max pressed the transmit button to respond to the traffic controller. Understood, traffic control. We will return to Absolution and await clearance from the Moon Base. Nico gave him an annoyed look for that, as she had been intending on hacking the doors to obey to land, but Max's reassuring look settled her down. They're not ready, are they? She realized. Not for another 6 hours at best, and that's if nothing else goes wrong. I don't know all the details, but whatever they've made this project out of keeps killing the terraforming arrays and even the custom replicators that we designed for the Dyson Sphere. Max agreed. See, that just makes me want to go there even more. Nico reminded him, let them save some face, and get it right before we show up to look at it. They'll get it, we just need to wait a little bit. Max laughed as they approached the curved hull of the world ship. Waiting has always been the hardest part, but at least I'll be back with the research team for a few hours. I'm sure they can find some way to distract me. Nico complained. Tell them that we need a new drone configuration. That should keep you busy all day. Max suggested. A configuration to do what? Nico asked, curious where he was going with this line of thought. Automated point defense for the new custom mecha. They're clearly valuable and difficult to replace, so they are going to need wingmen even if we're out on a mission alone. That means a versatile multi-purpose drone configuration. Max replied with a smile. There was no possible configuration that could do everything at the same time, so they would be busy all day just trying to decide what aspects were the most important, while guessing what sorts of missions the new mecha would be on. Nico smiled at him. Excellent idea. I will get the coffee, and we will get right to work. Expect wonderful things by the time that we are finished. Max docked the ship while Nico sent messages to the design teams to get them started on the new project, with the understanding that it was a one-day creativity exercise, not a priority. If they didn't come up with something good, she would just have them swap out the drones between missions as they always had so that they had the right ones for the situation. Max went for a much more simple afternoon. He returned to the common area of the cutter, grabbed snacks from the replicator and settled into a reclining chair, where he put his feet up to watch a comedy. 3 hours down, no problem. Chapter 1102. Now they're ready. It wasn't until the next day at nearly noon that they finally got an official update from Uncle Lou. Due to some technical difficulties with the new material production process, we have been unavoidably delayed. Production of the second unit is expected to take at least one more day, though the first unit will soon be ready for its final testing. I knew the old man wasn't reliable. I should have barged in anyhow and made him work. Nico complained when she saw the message. The researcher beside her gave the angry cyborg a hug. There's nothing you could do, the problem is with the power system in the moon base, you see. Look here, we have been monitoring the energy fluctuations like you asked, and it looks like the material replicator systems keep going into thermal overload. That sends the cooling system to full capacity to bring them back online, and then the whole power grid fluctuates when they're both running at maximum capacity. It's a magnetic field interference issue that seems to have been caused by the upgrades to the material's replicators. Bah, unintended side effects are the bane of my existence. Nico muttered as she looked down at the drone that they had developed. It was a masterpiece of technology, equipped with 6 flexible dendrites from the Tech Adept harness, and both the new pattern variable disruptor and a 6-lens laser emitter. In addition, the arms were equipped with both grappling hands and a small gravity beam emitter to hold objects in place around them. Then, the body held a full mecha repair toolkit, as well equipped as any repair rack, and a small replicator. That way it could produce parts, bombs, or even spy drones if necessary. While it wasn't a master at any particular task, it would be capable enough at most of them to be sent out as a general-purpose support unit on its own. It only needed one final touch. How is the work to miniaturize the void shield generator coming along? Nico asked the workers of Team 3. Fairly well. We've cut the size in half and the shield remains at full efficiency. We're just starting another round of miniaturization now. Hopefully, the materials hold up to the power flow, but if they do, then this should fit the packaging requirement for the available space in the drone. The team leader responded. The full drone was only 3 meters long, so there wasn't a lot of room inside of it to begin with, even after the smallest available antimatter core was used to power it. That meant that the drones also lacked a warp drive, with the space sacrificed to more weaponry and the material storage for the bomb bay, but Nico was considering adding a dorsal fin to hold the warp nacelle. That actually gave her a great idea. She could repackage the drone to look like a shark, then she could have killer attack drones flying around her and biting the enemy before blasting them apart with the disruptor. It would stop the enemy from running away, and it would free up the prehensile dendrites to be used as tentacles. Yes, the killer shark drone with 6 tentacles was the perfect drone. Once she added the warp nacelle to the top of the hull and began to place the dendrites where the front fins would normally be located, Nico became more sure that she had the perfect design. Even if she needed to sacrifice some of its compact size to make the lines flow a bit better, it should be fine. If we're going for sea creatures, why not a crab? The dendrites could be the legs, and you could add a pair of crushing claws up front. One of the researchers suggested. Nico paused for a moment. Crabs weren't scary, but they were well suited to the task of working on Mecha, with their wide bodies to help them hold large parts. A large dome top would also give them more room for a void shield emitter. That's a wonderful idea. Let me finish this addition to the shark, and then we can start working on a crab drone. Nico agreed with great pleasure. The researchers further back in the room sighed. She had been bored all day, and she had just gotten bad news, so they knew that nobody was going to bed until lead researcher Nico had her crab drone on the table in front of her. The first, and most obvious thing to do was to study various crab species, to see what one they wanted their drones to look like. The clear divide was ornamental and aggressive crabs versus food species. Because being attacked and torn apart by a food species just seemed so much funnier that a large portion of the crew was unwilling to let the idea go. Finally, they decided on the Dumont Emperor crab. It was glistening red on top, with a pale bottom the color of dead coral, or a white sand beach, which matched well with the usual color scheme for Terminus Trading Company Mecha, other than the ones which now had adaptive camouflage paint on them. But its claws and lower legs were glimmering gold, a shiny counterpart that made them look like an emperor walking with their red cloak billowing behind them. The shape was close to the usual oval of most crab species, so it was fairly simple to package the necessary parts inside, and the extra shell space allowed them to mount a split warp nacelle down the outer ridges of their top armor. The actual species was only the size of a man's hand, but the drones were 3 meters across, and the legs could extend out to 5 meters from the single meter of their retracted position. The drones could also be conveniently stacked, and made ready for transport. Overall, Nico was very proud of their support drones, and was looking forward to seeing the look on Max's face when he actually saw them for the first time. Chapter 1103. VIP Service. Max stood in the middle of the research lab, surrounded by the new drones, with an amused look on his face. So, this is your plan? To overrun the enemy with crabs? I would have expected sharks, to be honest. He commented in a dry tone that didn't match the amused look on his face. The researcher on his right burst into laughter at his comment. That was Nico's first idea, but the crabs are much more versatile, and the body shape makes them better as repair bots for the mecha. They're quite versatile, and we did our best to equip them for everything we could think of. They began ordering the drones to bring out the various tools that they had equipped them with, and showing off their various assets. It was impressive, and Max saw a lot of potential for the killer crustaceans in the future. They can be useful in other ways as well. They're warp capable, so they can be used as recovery drones for disabled units, and they've got a void shield, the newly developed defensive technology from the Ray 5 labs. They just wrap their legs around the disabled mecha like this, and then they can carry them to safety. The researcher explained as one of the drones moved to wrap itself around the chest of a mecha-shaped dummy along the wall. Impressive. But the mecha doesn't need to be disabled for that. If you have them move to that defensive position and sync their systems with the mecha, they can serve as a supplemental defense for a crippled but offensively capable unit. He noted. The researchers all lit up with excitement, and they ran off to their stations to program that capability into the drones, as it had been overlooked in their list of things that a drone might be needed for. Normally, a unit like that was treated as disabled, and removed from the front lines to save the pilot's life. But if they could just put up a whole new shield and use the drone as an armor plate to protect the cockpit, there really was no reason the mecha couldn't keep fighting as long as its weapons were still online. The code only took a few minutes to update, but they still almost missed the incoming message from the moon base. A cargo shuttle was coming their way with a transfer, and the code said it was requesting to dock at their bay, and not the usual commercial docks. That must be the gift from Uncle Lou that they had been waiting on, and the excitement in the room was intense, with so many fully caffeinated workers in one spot. Then a private message from Uncle Lou arrived. I will be sending you a courier with private documents for your perusal. Please inform me of your decision on the matters discussed within. It was a simple and straightforward message, unlikely to cause any suspicion if it was intercepted, but in context, it was highly unusual for Uncle Lou to be so secretive when he knew that Nico was monitoring the channel and would both secure the communication and delete all traces of its existence once it was read. The cargo shuttle docked a few minutes later, landing in the empty bay next to the research lab, and Max led Nico and the team over to greet the new arrival. An android stepped out of the shuttle. Commanders, welcome, we have a delivery for you. Max nodded politely, and the android activated the cargo transport system, slowly ejecting a crate that completely filled the cargo. Hold, before closing the cargo bay door and bowing formally to them. The delivery is complete, please sign the delivery sheet and I shall be on my way. The android informed them. Max signed the form with a thumbprint and the android returned to the shuttle, then immediately requested clearance to return to the moon base. It was all very mundane for a standard cargo delivery, even though it had been delivered to a reserved bay, but nobody outside Absolution would realize that, as the bay directly below it was one of the regularly used cargo bays. Once the shuttle was gone, Nico cheerfully poked the encrypted lock's keypad with one finger on each hand and the crate hissed with the release of inert nitrogen gas, the standard packing process for most shipments, as it would prevent oxidization of the cargo. Inside were 2 shiny red and bone-colored mecha on repair racks, waiting to be turned upright so that they could be fully inspected. Oh, that was kind of him. He even included the repair racks so we didn't have to make our own. That makes my life so much easier. Nico noted as she shrugged into a tech adept harness and floated up to take a good look at the units. Max activated the room's crane to latch to the hoist points on the repair racks and stand the mecha up one at a time, letting them sit along the wall, but with enough room behind them to inspect the backs before they were moved to the other bay. They barely fit inside the 50-meter tall bay, and if the shoulder weapons were deployed and not tucked behind their backs, they would not fit at all without crouching. None of the usual mecha transport ships were equipped for a unit this tall, and although it was sparsely equipped by most standards, Max could tell that this was a truly formidable unit. Oh, look at this. The power systems are all independent, but redundantly linked. The warp drive can be used for shields or weapons, but both are independently powered by their own Dyson sphere. The layer shift function operates off the shield array, so the weapon won't ever have to share power output. I like it. Taking these units offline will not be easy. Nico commented. With the new armor made from the compressed monomolecular plating, taking them offline would be nearly impossible by most standards. That material was impervious to the weapons of 90% of the species they had met. I think that these will do just fine. Max agreed. Chapter 1104. Messenger. The new mecha were spectacular in every way that could be hoped for. Even the interior of the units was designed for pure luxury, allowing the pilot to live in comfort indefinitely while operating in every known environment. The only thing that was bothering Max was the lack of additional weaponry. When the unit was swarmed in close combat, it would have limited options for self-defense, and we had gotten quite used to working a dozen or more weapons at a time. Plus, if the main weapon was damaged, the unit would be in a horrible position. But as he examined the mecha, and the maximum power output it was capable of, Max realized that it had more available capacity than the terraforming array did. If the main weapon was damaged, he could use it for materials and rebuild it in seconds with the available power from the weapon's power source. It was an entirely different way of thinking about mecha maintenance. Instead of simply being able to patch its own armor, the unit could completely and constantly rebuild itself out of the surrounding materials. If he were fighting on a planet, the enemy would have to destroy the unit in under 30 seconds, or it would be at full capacity again. In a lower damage situation, it would appear as if the unit were alive and constantly healing, as impact craters and gouges inflicted in combat would rapidly close themselves and return to pristine condition. Max could only imagine how freaky that would be for their opponents, but in a way the greater energy beings were the same. They also healed rapidly from damage done to them, as their bodies were incorporeal, and they only had to absorb suitable energy, like the lesser energy beings that they always had in their forces, to replenish their own lives. It was a bad time to be a member of the cathedral ship's force. Not only would their leader be consuming their allies if it was wounded, their new enemies would be consuming their corpses as materials to regenerate. It was a battle of the gluttonous, and Max hoped that they could track down the greater energy beings before they managed to finish whatever plot they had that was keeping the cathedral ships off the battlefield. As Max thought about the convoluted plans of the gods and their energy beings, he sensed another mind on the same train of thought nearby. Ranarth was also pondering what the great enemy was up to, but he seemed to know more than Max did. The Darkling was too far away for him to dig deeper, and he was quickly distracted by what appeared to be the mutilation of a wuxia corpse. No, that wasn't right. The man was still alive as Ranarth cut him apart and reconstructed all his bones. If the wuxia had been aware of all of this, he would surely have been mentally broken, and the only assistants who had the stomach for the process were androids, so Ranarth was the only conscious mind in the room. He had a clear plan in mind, to rebuild the man into a healthy adult man, and undo the degeneration that had been caused by a developmental disorder in his childhood. The old man would have been happier if the subject had been awakened without anesthesia, but he knew that Uncle Lou would have never approved of such a thing, so he was making do with what he could, to prove that he had the skills to create their own super soldiers to combat the cathedral fleet. As disturbing as his thought process was, Ranarth was actually being helpful, so Max left him to his work without notifying anyone, and finished his examination of the mecha. "Commander, there is an alien man here to see you. He says he is a messenger sent from the moon base, but he just appeared out of nowhere." The guard outside the research department notified Max, stopping his work. "Send him in. I was expecting a messenger." Max agreed, and went to meet their messenger. If Uncle Lou didn't feel safe putting it in a digital message, it must be an important topic and not something that should be put off by even a few minutes. The door slid open, revealing a young darkling woman in battle armor with her helmet off, showing her angular features, and the pale skin of her people, which looked more like marble than flesh. "Greetings, Commander. I have a message from the one known as Ranarth for you." She informed him in a tone that said she would rather be anywhere but here. Her thoughts said it was just a personal distaste for Ranarth as a person, so Max didn't take it personally, but he could tell that Nico was wondering what the woman's problem was. This was recovered from our ancient records, and Ranarth added a personal message to it. "I assume you are capable of translating?" she asked, as she produced a Darkling-made data tablet and handed it over to Max. "I am, both from ancient human languages and the various collector dialects." Max agreed, and the woman's gruff attitude turned a bit more friendly. "There are events happening all over the universe that we have been tracking, but these ones should relate to you directly. But I have work to do, so I will bid you farewell," she announced, and then tapped a command into her armor and vanished. Nico smirked at the spot where the messenger had disappeared and then sighed. "That's such a cool trick." She activated a personal cloaking field at the same moment as a portal generator, so that the two energy signatures would scramble each other and our sensors wouldn't be able to tell where she went. "I'm actually pretty jealous of that one. I know exactly what she did, and I have no idea how she did it. Neither of those technologies are among our repertoire, even though we have ones that can create similar effects," she explained. "You can wonder about that later. We've got enough things to do today without trying to redesign personal cloaking field technology based on a messenger." Max reminded her with a gentle hug from behind. "You're right, let's see what this message says before I get off track." Chapter 11:05. Bad news. Max opened the message and went straight to the personal message from Ranarth. The information from the ancient records that he had dug up could wait until the urgent part of the communication was over. "Commanders, I have located the missing cathedral ship fleets. Or at least some of them. They have gathered outside the Alliance territory, using the fact that the other layers are dead in this region as a way to hide from detection by my people. We can't sneak up on them through the sub-layers here, so they have gathered in the vast expanse, a region where there are no stars, much less any inhabited worlds, to stage for what I can only assume is an attack. How they got there is not yet clear, and with their limited warp speed capability, it will take nearly a week for them to get to the Alliance once they start moving. They are not in the same direction as your exploration vessel. Rest assured they should be safe for the moment, but the Alliance and the Humans galaxy will be hit very nearly the same time. I have put a map in this communication, as well as the details of how we learned of the great enemy's presence. Additionally, I have included a large amount of new information that was sent to me on ancient human manufacturing techniques. I have shared this with the man known as Uncle Lou as well, but it should prove essential to your efforts to expand your fleet using new technologies. Best of luck." Max shared a concerned look with Nico, and opened the attached file, detailing the great enemy's presence outside the anomaly region, and noticed the headline. Data gathered after analysis of suspicious signal from within Alliance territory. The thought that there might have been embedded moles within the Alliance, despite the fact that they hadn't been anywhere near the fighting during the last rounds of battle, was deeply concerning, and the information that they had only identified the source of the signal down to a star system with 3 inhabited planets and a few asteroid mining colonies that turned out cheap goods for trade. The system was an independent colony within the Alliance, it didn't belong to any particular species or their empires, and the governing body was locally voted upon. There wasn't a large group that immediately stood out to Max as the likely culprits, but that also meant it could have been an implanted cultist. If some of the enemy ships had escaped through the anomaly the hunters were guarding before it had been closed. In fact, it was possible that this whole fleet had been waiting the whole time, and they had only just now detected them, thanks to an intercepted signal. It was a nightmare in the making, and the Alliance wasn't prepared to take on any sort of invasion fleet, much less the cathedral ships. But the most important question was how they had gotten there. Was there an anomaly out there somewhere? Had they come from the other side of the expanse? If the anomaly region was actually on the other side of that, outside the range of their sensors or blocked from view, it was possible that they had actually gone as far as they could in the other layers and then came out where they were now to wait. Nico had already forwarded the message through a direct transfer to the communications devices of the envoys here aboard Absolution so that they could get up to speed on the threat to the Alliance before any attacks occurred, but they would need time to verify it with their own sensors, so Max turned his attention to the other data. What he found was a museum-worthy treasure trove of information on ancient humanity. Though, considering the source, it could very well have come from a museum, where it was long since forgotten and tucked into a disused file server. It was mostly mundane things, random bits of technology that the researcher had found interesting about human culture, as well as some common items that were used daily. Max got the feeling that this collection was supposed to be something of a day in the life sort of exhibit, but it was proving to be quite enlightening to see how they had solved various engineering issues in the past, even if their technology was very different to what he was used to in this life. The more he saw of it, the more hidden memories from his past life it triggered, which helped him understand the ancient technologies that he recognized, but he also quickly realized that the Darklings had no sense of time. Some of these items that they had lumped together were tens of thousands of years apart in development and use. They had virtually nothing at all in common, not even the power supply that fed them was compatible. The humans simply evolved and adapted too quickly for the Darklings' record-keeping to sort out. But it was the thought that counted, and once they finished with the more pressing issues, Max would be sure to get back to this massive trove of data to try to adapt more goodies from it to their current lineup. "Did you find anything good?" Max called over to Nico once he decided that the data could wait for later. "A few things, but nothing all that revolutionary. There's too much to really go through it all at once, and it's not sorted in any sort of logical order. They numbered it by the order that it arrived at their facility, when the previous facility was decommissioned." The researchers looked like they might cry at that news. They took record-keeping very seriously, and the mere thought of just organizing random data by the order that the data packets arrived was something close to blasphemy in their eyes. "Don't worry, we will let you fix the records when you have some spare time. Just pick an organizational method before you start," Max assured them. "Thanks. I mean, yes, we really don't want the data to stay that way, but can we volunteer someone else to do it?" One of the Innu replied. "Yeah, like one of the giants." Another agreed. Max chuckled and smiled at them. "If you can con one into doing it, feel free." Chapter 1106. Taking it well, it didn't take long for all the Alliance's top government officials to get updated on the situation once their border sensors determined that it was not a ruse, a prank or a false signal. There really was a massive army amassed outside their borders, and the only two groups that they could possibly be gathering to attack were the humans and the Alliance. Both of them were lousy options, as the humans' galaxy was too close to the Alliance to ensure their safety if there was an issue. The Cathedral ship's fleet was massive, and they weren't sure that even the mighty armies of the humans could actually defend against something like that. The thought had the Alliance leadership in a panic, just as much as the idea that they might also be a target. If the humans fell first, then they wouldn't have them to call on as backup if they were attacked afterwards, but their agreement didn't mandate that they would get involved in a situation between the two groups. It was clear that the humans hadn't attacked first, so no part of the agreement had been breached, but their mutual defense agreements only extended as far as including their own members. The only issue with that was that while they weren't obligated to help the humans weren't obligated to help them either. As a much larger political faction, encompassing more galaxies than the humans had factions within their single galactic empire, the Alliance should theoretically be the much stronger force. But they had been at peace for so long that they had virtually no standing army, and certainly not enough to defend hundreds or thousands of planets from full-scale invasions at the same time. Max did his best not to laugh as he listened to the envoys' conversations through their thoughts. The politicians were adamant that they didn't want to have to ask for help, but they were also adamant that they wouldn't draft or mandate any of their planets to raise additional military forces. "Then what exactly are you proposing, Minister?" the giant envoy was asking in frustration. "Can't we make them go away? We haven't had any interactions with them in the past, there is no reason for them to be hostile." The minister replied. Max shook his head in dismay at the idiocy of a politician too comfortable in their own luxury to make any sort of hard decision. "They are not going to go away, Minister. They hold a somewhat religious belief that they need to eliminate all other life in the universe to please their gods. They will not be dissuaded from that goal, and their allies are currently waging war on hundreds of other planets." The Valkyria envoy reminded the person on the other end of the call. The other end of the call seemed to withdraw from the microphones for a moment, as the envoys couldn't understand what they were saying, and then they returned with a proposal. "As this is a universal threat, perhaps we could ask for a cooperative effort. We will offer 1 unit for every 10 they field to defend their own nation, if they will do the same for us," one of the ministers suggested. It was a laughable suggestion, and that was precisely the response that they got from the envoys. The very thought that they would field 1/10 of the Alliance's military might to defend 100 or more galaxies when they had only one of their own was likely to get them thrown out of whatever office they presented the idea from. "Ministers, you have to give us something to work with here. The humans already know that we're lacking in military forces, and they're going to expect that we put in at least some effort to save ourselves if we plan to ask them to sacrifice millions on our behalf. The Valkyria envoy demanded as he lost patience with the politicians. What would you have us do? Implement the draft, militarize police forces. The Alliance is not a colonialist empire, envoy. You, of all people, should know that. The politician replied, this isn't colonialism, it is survival. Look at the data from the last round of attacks, less than a year ago. Trillions dead in under a month. Do you think that you can escape the responsibility if such a thing happens in the Alliance? Forget your career, you would be lucky to have a family and home world to return to by the time the hearings were done. The Valkyria was definitely mad now, and the conversation went quiet for a moment before a new voice joined the call. I agree with the envoy, we cannot simply ignore the need to increase security measures in a time of crisis. We are being threatened with extinction, and the enemy has the ability to enforce it. The relevant regulations and amendments are in every Alliance planet's agreements. We must start increasing our military force. The question is, if we have the technology to defeat them without taking unacceptable numbers of casualties that will cause widespread rebellion among the planets. The new voice suggested. The Innu envoy was the next to speak. We have some technologies that are suitable, but the losses will still be past the standardized threshold. The voice on the other side sighed. All right, what do you suggest, as the envoy for the Innu, who are the primary developers of our military technology? The voice didn't seem to like the Innu as a group, and the reference to the species carried a heavy dose of disdain, but the envoy was used to it. I suggest that we outsource. There hasn't been an approved proposal to update our military technology in nearly a millennia, so there are many designs both in the private sector and outside the Alliance that exceed what our current military suppliers can provide. All right, we will open requisitions, and judge them by the standard cost to effectiveness ratio. The suppliers will need to understand the scale of the project, and have some solution to provide us with enough units to sustain combat capability. Thank you for your time, envoys. With that, the call ended, and Max waited patiently for the envoys to finish organizing their notes and send him a formal notification. All that was left was to talk to Nico and Mary and see what they had in mind to steal away these military contracts. Chapter 1107. Naturally, the message from the envoys was short and to the point. Commander, a delicate matter has come up, and we require your insight at your urgent convenience. The message that received from Mary Tereth only seconds after that was a bit less subtle. Max, we are in the process of a hostile takeover of 60 different intergalactic military suppliers. Stall the envoys for 1 hour and it will be a done deal. That shouldn't be too difficult to do, as they were likely to have a lot to talk about, and he could get them lost in the details for a while before anything significant came up. I will do my best. They have already requested an urgent meeting, and getting that arranged should burn the first 30 minutes. Send me the list as you have them finalized. Will do. I expect great things. Max did a quick search and found that the 60 companies that Mary was talking about were likely to be the 60 publicly traded companies whose stock prices had all tanked over the last few decades, as military demand stagnated, and they had too many competitors for the demand. Most of them had resorted to also making other products, but the ones that Max could pick out of the list should give Mary and her business partners production facilities in nearly 2,000 new star systems. That would definitely be enough to put them on the map as a major military supplier, and they would have reasonable coverage all through the Alliance, including on the front lines of the upcoming conflict. If the enemy couldn't disappear into the other layers, they could be intercepted with relative ease, as long as the defenders had enough firepower to deal with the groups they picked. Max sent the location of one of the private office buildings in the political district on the otherwise unused upper level, and arranged to meet them there in 30 minutes. Even for an urgent matter, that was a reasonable delay, and gave him time to shower and change then get to the location, while those on the far side of the ship would only just be able to get there on time. The envoy's mood was somber as they checked in. Through security to get into the offices, and Max activated the white noise audio in the public areas before closing the soundproof doors and marking the whole wing of the office building as being in use. I suspect that there are many things that we need to discuss today, but let's start with the simple ones. How have things been here on Absolution? I know you've been flooded with work related to all the new developments from the Ray 5 moon base, and the issues in the anomaly region, but was there anything that you are lacking, or something that you would like changed to make your lives easier? Max asked. I would appreciate it if we were actively kept in the loop. The giant muttered, and Max gave him a curious look, sensing only annoyance in his thoughts. The Innu envoy smiled at her huge coworker. We got the announcement that the Reavers had actively started to buy up military suppliers 5 minutes before we got the memo that there was a massive force of ships gathered outside our borders, with the Alliance as the only obvious target other than the lone galaxy of the humans. Max smiled at her and raised his hands in surrender. They were the ones that found the threat. I suppose that it's understandable that they started to make their own preparations before they let everyone else know. The Innu nodded in understanding. Of course, you should make sure that your own house was secure before you went around telling everyone else to secure theirs. That was just common sense to her. The giant still looked a bit annoyed, though. And now that they are the largest single military equipment supplier in the known universe, how are we supposed to explain the threat to the populace and still maintain our credibility? Easy, you let them look at the markets tomorrow and realize what happened for themselves. If you hadn't already been keeping an eye on their transactions, would the purchases have raised any alarms with you? Max asked. The giant nodded. Actually, it would have. The first message that we got was a notification from the Monopoly Prevention Monitor, who monitors large changes within an industry sector for attempts to buy out large numbers of competitors. That makes sense. Did Mary run afoul of the regulations? She's usually pretty cautious about such things. Max asked. No, as of this moment, her group controls 47% of the total market, as the Reaver Council Holdings Company. Until they bypass 50%, they are free to continue their acquisitions without restrictions. Max made a note of his comment and pulled up the relevant regulations from the Alliance legal guide. Alright, so it looks like these will be the last of the weapons manufacturers that the Reavers will be able to buy, as the regulations count all the Reaver companies as one overarching entity for the purposes of competition. The Valkyria smiled. Don't you think that they might be able to find one or two more that are in tough spots? Max chuckled and shook his head. By tomorrow, the rebound in stock prices will throw the industry into chaos and the regulators will be reassessing the production potential of our purchases, based on the standards of the other Reaver-owned businesses. I can almost guarantee that will push us past half, and we will be fettered by the anti-monopoly legislation. The assistants with the giant began to run numbers while everyone waited patiently for them to finish. They handed over a single data tablet to the giant envoy, whose eyes opened wide in shock as he stared at them. Those numbers should be right. If the existing businesses converted to Reaver weapon patents, the resultant decrease in the current backlog would increase their total sales by 14.38% for the month, and with no increase in order volume, would put them at 54% total market share. If they were to get the new weapons contracts, or even a portion of them, that would increase, and the likely panic buying by non-governmental forces could drive that number much higher. The assistant explained. Feth. The giant mumbled, borrowing a human phrase. The Innu nodded in agreement. I suppose that this is the wrong point to mention that they would naturally begin an ad campaign to promote their expanded capacity, and all the non-military manufacturing capacity that they have amassed. The giant rubbed his temples. Alright, I get it. They cherry-picked the best value and stopped when they thought they had enough to crush the competition. Now, should we move on with the actual reason we are here? Max checked the clock. They were getting close to the hour that Mary had asked for, but the envoys had already seen through her power play before they even arrived, so it didn't seem like a big deal to get started on the actual negotiations now. Alright, let's get to work. Chapter 1108. Rudely interrupted. They were just starting to get ready for the serious negotiations when everyone's communicators started to go insane with a flood of urgent messages. The cathedral ships that they had been watching had suddenly disappeared from their sensors, going to warp and too far away for their movements to be tracked, though there were projections based on the initial forming of the warp fields that had been detected. How long do we have? Max asked Nico, whose mind he could hear calculating the next steps in their strategy. If my analysis of their movements during the previous battles is correct, then we should have approximately 7 days before they arrive. Their warp drives aren't as fast as what the Alliance uses, as they usually travel through the other layers of space, where they can move much faster and without being detected. She replies an instant later. Alright, then 6 days to prepare for battle and get everyone mobilized. Do we have any indication of where they're going to strike? Nico's thoughts filled with annoyance. Nothing yet. Their course will take them off into the middle of nowhere, along the very borders of Alliance space, and closer to where Terminus is working than to any populated worlds. She replied. Could they know where the humans went after the last portion of the Eternal War, and they're headed there first, and then planning to make their way across to us? If they still view the ancient humans as their true enemies, and us as new threats, then it would make sense. Max replied, that is a possibility. It seems unlikely, unless they don't have the sensor resolution to see that the whole region is uninhabited. Max had a sudden flash of insight as he recalled the many cloaking technologies of his past life. Or if they think that the life that is, there has simply been cloaked from their sensors. Remember the distortion fields, he informed her. Oh, yeah, they could hide whole planets full of people from your sensors. That trick never got old. If they know about those, then it would make sense that they are going to search areas that look like they're empty. Nico didn't send a direct reply. Instead she started adjusting the sensors on Terminus, which was the only vessel anywhere near the region, to detect hidden vessels, and to pick up on the subtle signs that would let them know if there were planets hidden by the old cloaking technologies. Modern sensors could already see through most of them, but if there were some that had been overlooked, Max wanted to know about them before an invasion arrived. It would be a tragedy to overlook a potential ally with knowledge about fighting this enemy, if there were still some of them present in this part of the universe. Going by the histories that human planets had, and the group of identical star systems that they had discovered on the north side of their own galaxy, it was possible that the humans had long since been here and gone again, but there was some hope that they would have a surviving colony or two. Do we have any further official information from the government? Max asked the envoys, who were frantically sending messages to various groups. The envoys all shook their head. There has been too much happening for them to make any preparations. They're running on autopilot at the moment, and relying on the preset procedures to get them through the next few hours until they can come up with an official response. Alright, we can wait to make plans until they've got things well enough in order that they're not going to freak out the moment that we take action. I know that the Reaver Council is going to want to start retrofitting the facilities that they purchased as soon as possible, and that will mean plenty of Reaver ships arriving in the Alliance. Large ones, to transport enough equipment to retrofit entire operations in a day, and we all know that means they'll be heavily armed. No large Reaver ship isn't, by Alliance standards. Max added with a chuckle. The Valkia and Inu envoys shared an amused glance, while the giant looked incredibly frustrated by the fact. They were sure to get hundreds of complaints about a human war fleet appearing all over the Alliance over the next few days, and there was nothing that they could do to prevent the concerns from citizens who had been sheltered by generations and suddenly came face to face with the immense military might of the Reavers as they worked to renovate the local construction business. The Inu was the fastest to recover, and after taking a sip of her coffee, she smiled at Max. I'm sure that it will be fine. They must have seen a planetary defense ship before. They patrol everywhere that doesn't have one of their own, so the novelty will wear off eventually. Plus, they're likely going to be one of the biggest employers in the system after they arrive, so it will be difficult for people to see them as an enemy for long. Max relayed the information to Mary, who was surely waiting to hear if he had been successful in his delaying action, and then moved over to the wall to get a fresh pot of coffee and some sandwiches. I think that we are all going to need these in a few minutes. The deals to purchase the weapons makers are almost done, and the news of the Cathedral ship fleet headed this way should be public in the next 30 minutes. Max reminded them. What do you mean? One of the assistants blurted out, then covered her mouth as she realized that she had spoken out of turn. Max shrugged, and the Inu envoy reached out to pat her head. The entire government knows now. How long do you think that their staff is going to wait before someone goes to the media in an attempt to get a payday out of the breaking news? We never expect a secret to last more than an hour, and that is why none of you have outside communication privileges. She explained. 1 hour, isn't that a bit too jaded? The assistant asked, and the envoy gave her an indulgent smile. Only the first one to spread the news gets paid, so they have to act quickly if they're going to get anything. The news agencies are pretty good about keeping the source secret most of the time, so there isn't much of a risk, unless they embarrass someone that they shouldn't have. She explained. The assistant made a note and then faded back into the anonymity of the crowd, hoping that everyone would forget that she made a spectacle of herself during an important meeting about a grave threat to the Alliance. Mary sent back a message as the conversation finished. We have the purchases completed, and we're starting to field the hate mail already from the companies that had the same idea we did, but an hour too late. It looks like everything will be fine, and we are already preparing to send out the renovation crews to the new factories. Mary informed Max and Nico at the same time. All right, I will let the envoys know that the ships are coming, so that nobody panics and thinks that every unfamiliar vessel is an enemy. The news should have been leaked by now, and we're just waiting for it to go public. Max replied, "All right, I will ask them to hurry, so that as many as possible are in place before the announcement, so their arrival only causes rampant speculation." Chapter 1109. Chaos reigns. It all happened just as Max had predicted. The news went public and every single Alliance data stream went insane, with people either looking to be somewhere safe, hire security, buy weapons, or place the blame on someone else for the predicament that the Alliance as a whole was in. They had seen the release of the numbers of the Cathedral ship's fleet, and it was enough to attack dozens or even 100 fully defended star systems at a time. If they attacked the weakly defended planets of the Alliance, the resistance wouldn't even last long enough to hold out until reinforcements could get there without using a portal. It was no secret that the government would be slow to act, paralyzed by bureaucracy and layers of agreements on the movement of troops, so they didn't expect the cavalry to arrive in anything less than a whole day, and one after another, the star systems were realizing that they weren't going to be able to hold out that long. The only ones that seemed to be relatively sure that they could manage it were the wuxia, who were fairly militant to begin with, the Inu, who were already submitting financing requests for the right to make huge fleets of android-led mechanized forces, on payment terms of course, and strangely, the dryads. Max looked them up to see if they were just accepting of their fate, and found that the peaceful culture of plant lovers actually had some pretty impressive firepower in their arsenal. At some point, they must have been working on a peace through strength basis. That was a good sign that there might be a few more star systems that could dig old gear out of storage and press it back into service if things got ugly in the next week. From what Max could see in the reports and intercepted signals, that was just about guaranteed. How did we do? Did we get the forces in place in time? All the newly acquired factories now have a delegation at them. Some are just a cutter or a runabout, but they all have someone from the Reavers there. Mary asked, just as the panic really began to set in. They made it before anyone started to suspect all newcomers. Currently, they're still panicking and trying to decide what to do. If we craft a proper press release, we can swing things in our favor with promises of immediately ramped up production and state-of-the-art military equipment going to government forces all over the Alliance, or directly to them if we don't get the contract. Make it clear that we're producing the gear either way, and I'm certain that we can either shame or strong-arm the government into giving us the contract, just so that we aren't sending an army into the hands of civilians. Max replied, "Good job. Have I told you that you're my favorite son-in-law? Mary, I'm your only son-in-law." Max could sense her laughing at his response, despite the distance between them, and then she faded away again, using her system talents to block him out of her thoughts once more. The PR campaign that she launched was immediate, overwhelming, and brutally effective, assuring the citizenry that they had the capability to make thousands of destroyer-class ships and hundreds of thousands of exoskeletal military armor units, as the Alliance officially classified the Mecha. There was no mention of androids, but those generally weren't for sale to outsiders. The Inu were buying up a lot of them, but they had a special relationship with the Reavers, and if someone had tried to block them, the tech nomads would likely have purchased the licenses on their behalf and then had the Inu worlds build and staff their purchase, which was the same result, with a different name on the finance sheet. The reports from the factories weren't any less insane. The Reavers had shown up with loads of terraforming arrays and had immediately begun refurbishing the facilities to create either mecha or warships, sometimes both, depending on the facility itself. Every Reaver dry dock was currently working at full capacity, with non-essential orders bumped down the list in favor of more heavily armed vessels. Even Absolution was preparing to move to an abandoned Clem world for more raw materials once this next round of cruisers was completed. The vessels would be mostly bare, but fully armed, and they had the equipment to finish out their own armament once they had a crew, so there was no need to waste resources giving them the finishing touches before delivery. The ships were going to be mostly empty for a while. There simply weren't any more Reavers to put on them, but there was talk of recruiting in the Alliance to fill spaces. Even if they hired gamers to run the drone programs, it would help them avoid having the AI breached or countered by the Cathedral ships. They were insane, but not stupid, the inheritors of Nico's personal brand of insanity from her past life. The more that Max thought about that, the more that he realized he knew how to fight them. They emulated the combat styles that Nico and him had used back then, though at a lower level, and that meant he already knew most of their tricks. The relevant information had already been taught to the drone programs and the androids, so during the first wave of battles, they should have the advantage, and then it would be a matter of adaptation, which side was faster to adjust and counter the other with new strategies. It was going to be strange to be sending so many mechanized units out without any humans at all in them, but for the Reavers, there really wasn't a choice. They needed the firepower, and there was only one way to get it in the next week. As night fell, Max and the envoys were slumped in their chairs, exhausted in a way that not even coffee could cure. Let's get some rest and I will see you all in the morning. There are suites across the hall set up for this exact scenario. He offered. Chapter 11:10. Windfall. Most of the envoys got up to stagger to bed, but the Inu envoy only held out her arms to be picked up, which made the giant chuckle. I'm not carrying you, I can barely carry me today. The giant told her. Fine, be like that. I can sleep in the chair. She pouted. Max laughed and picked her up to carry her across the hall. We don't need you getting sore from sleeping funny. There is still most of a week of insanity ahead of us, and you aren't going to get out of it that easily. He explained to the scheming pink-skinned envoy. Their sleep didn't last long. At 6 in the morning, barely 4 hours after they called it a night, their communicators were going insane again. The government had made a decision, and they were requesting a finance deal to get the equipment in time for the imminent battles. Tell them that we will make it happen and sort out the money later. How many units do they need, and how many soldiers should we prepare for? Max informed the giant as the two of them met in the hallway on their way to the meeting room. I was hoping that you would say that. They have some strange requests by human standards. They don't want a fully mechanized force but something like the mixed armies of your war videos. Can your people supply armor suits for humans as well? The giant asked. Max considered it for a few seconds as he searched the minds of everyone on Absolution for a good answer to the question. Then it came to him. There were Inu everywhere, and they all technically belonged to the Inu Confederacy, the governing body for their species. Everyone wanted them as technicians and researchers, so they were everywhere. If he used them and their resources, he could turn out an absolutely phenomenal number of augmentic armor suits. They already had permission to make the enhanced environmental suits, which were the same basic design except their current patterns were a few generations old and without the armor. I think we can. The ships we provide can make hundreds of thousands of them each, and I think that we have a way to get new augmentic armor distributed to nearly every planetary defense force in the Alliance, starting today. Max agreed. He started to draft a plan to authorize it, using his authority as commander of the Reaver company that held the patent, to waive the fees for licensing until the end of the conflict. Here, look this over before I send it out. We have a working agreement with the Inu, and if they all have permission to make them at will, that will allow nearly every planetary defense force to make basic armor and laser rifles for their troops. Max informed the giant envoy. And you wouldn't expect anything in return? The giant asked suspiciously. Nico walked into the office with a tray of coffee. You are too short-sighted, my girthy friend. What are they going to do after the war, when they have an entire generation of soldiers trained on our equipment, and thousands of extra units in storage after they have drawn down their troop numbers? We will become the standard equipment of infantry forces and planetary police all over the Alliance, and the replacement law enforcement units that they make after the war will no longer be free of charge. The Valkyria laughed as he walked into the room, with the Inu envoy and the assistants shuffling along behind him. I knew that it would be something like that. Feed us the first dose for free, and then get us hooked on their gear. Let me guess, it comes with a detailed combat training simulation in the user manuals as well. The Valkyria asked. It does now. Nico agreed. Now you're the one giving them ideas. The giant sighed while the Inu envoy scurried over to the tray of breakfast foods, with a holographic list projected in front of her. Watching your calories, Max asked as she used the hologram to pick out her breakfast choices. Even better. We did a study on breakfast foods to determine the optimal combinations for mental focus, without jitters or excessive distractibility, and I've optimized my early meal that way. It's genius, and it keeps me alert with a minimal amount of caffeine. Everyone settled into their morning backlog of messages, and tried to sort out what was old chaos and what was new chaos, while Nico informed Mary of their new plan, and the arrangements that had been made, so that someone with more time on their hands could crunch the numbers and see what sort of loss they would be taking on the deal to let every Inu in the universe make augmentic armor at will for the duration of this conflict. It wasn't like they had to make the units themselves, so there was no loss of manpower or materials. Just the royalties. The consensus among the Reaver Council was that it was a suitable goodwill gesture, and that with the number of warships and mecha they were making for the Alliance, it was not a big deal. The calculations came back quickly. If the Alliance made units comparable to Kepler mixed regiments, with 250,000 soldiers to 5,000 mecha, and new warships to move them all. The interest charge on the loan would pay for the infantry armor, as long as the alliance took 10 or more years to pay in full. They weren't averse to making it an interest-only loan, which would be paid for generations until someone got up the political will to pay it in full. But that would be up to the alliance government, as they weren't going to mandate terms of payment, just the price per unit. Mary forwarded the information to the envoys, and Max saw their expressions change as they realized exactly how much this would change the alliance economy. War was good for business, and every factory that could be retooled to make military gear was already being converted to fill the panic orders, but only a small handful had the knowledge and resources to turn out what the government needed. They were going to be indebted to the Reavers for the rest of their natural lives, even if they won this war. Chapter 11:11. Bad news. Working out the final details was going to take quite a bit of time, possibly all day, but Max had no shortage of other messages and information to sort through, courtesy of both the Reavers and the Alliance's sensors. They had managed to gather a bit of sensor data that indicated a split in the trajectories of the cathedral ships. With that, they had enough to track them somewhat accurately, and now they were closing in on an exact match to their most probable destinations. According to the data, a full half of the fleet was going for the home galaxy of the humans, while the rest had fanned out to attack the Alliance. The news confused the government and then enraged them. They had 1,000 times the numbers that the humans did, so how dare the enemy not take them seriously? Max made sure that everyone with a military force of any sort in the galaxy had the information, as the cathedral ships had sent enough of the fleet to them to threaten hundreds of planets at a time. The arrival time seemed to be on schedule, with just over 4 days remaining, but that was the closest that they could get to saying that they had good news today. They did have a lot of new ships in production, but getting them done and staffed in 4 days was a real rush, and they didn't know which star systems would be targeted first. If they concentrated on the wrong areas, there was a chance that the enemy would set up another of those barriers that blocked portals, and then they would be left slowly racing to the rescue of the beleaguered colonies. Absolution was getting ready to move to gather more resources, and the envoys were hoping that they could get approval before then so that they could have everyone together in person to finalize the deal. Max and Nico were enough for a minimum. Still, it would make the politicians happier if they had more of the Reaver leadership available, and none of them were going to be willing to be away from their crews for a signing ceremony at this point. Absolution is opening a portal to the resource gathering site now, Felicity announced throughout the ship, warning everyone that they would be moving and not to plan to head out anytime soon. If anyone was away from the ship right now, it was their tough luck. They had days worth of warning that this was an emergency scenario and sudden movement would be inevitable. But the AI had been keeping track, and everyone that was likely to want to be back on the ship was already here, and that was her cue to start the transfer process. A massive portal opened in the Ray 5 system, and the envoys breathed a sigh of relief. Hundreds of other vessels were headed to the same place to strip it of a portion of its asteroid field in the name of building new war machines. With that many people around, they could at least show the Alliance government that the Reavers were all on board with the plan. That would make for a good photo shoot as well, with the Reavers all doing their best to produce equipment for the defensive effort all over an uninhabited star system. Absolution had the sensor capability to project a full holographic scene for the viewers in the Alliance, and there were enough artists on board that they wouldn't have any trouble getting it edited to make everything look good for the more nervous citizens. Felicity waited until everyone who needed materials had already moved, including a handful of space stations that would put any colony ship to shame with their size. It was a full-scale industrial colonization, and the number of mecha and vessels that they would be able to turn out in the region would make for an excellent propaganda video. She had determined that was one of the most important parts of being able to maintain morale during a crisis, and Felicity wouldn't let such a good chance slip through her hands. Felicity wasn't the only one with that idea. All over what used to be Kepler space and the recently expanded Cygnus territories, the news was already spreading. The cathedral ships dare to attack our galaxy. Did they seriously think that any species in this universe is better at war than we are? War is in our blood. War is our culture and our heritage. We have perfected the arts and sciences of killing while they hid away in their protected layer of space like cowards. The Cygnus news was telling their citizens. Most of them laughed at the thought. They had met the people of the Alliance and seen the videos of the battles in Koleska space. Indeed, they had never seen a force that could take the humans one-on-one. These were unlikely to be fair fights, but the propaganda videos did their jobs, and the morale of the citizens was high. The retired soldiers made sure their information was in the system so that they could be called on for planetary defense, and the more heavily armed planets started passing out equipment in advance in case the enemy made it past their defensive lines. While the thought of troops in the streets frightened those in the Alliance, it reassured those in Cygnus. Those were their neighbors, their friends and family. Give them more guns and keep the Mecha on standby. They would show these aliens that they had messed with the wrong species. Felicity considered doing the same thing, but the residents of Absolution were already in high spirits with their efforts to build more equipment, so she decided to hold off until it became an urgent matter. Attention crew and residents of Absolution, we have arrived at our destination, and the ship docks will be assembled over the next few hours. Please limit power usage during this time to increase the available capacity for urgent projects. That was enough to get everyone in the right frame of mind, and Felicity got to work running the ship's construction arrays to build the first batch of 10 destroyer-sized dry docks. They were the most impressive looking, and the Alliance should be messaging soon with their agreement, expecting to see the humans doing their best. Chapter 11-12. Propaganda. The scene when the first cameras began to stream footage back to the Alliance government was flawless, just as Felicity had planned. Hundreds of dry docks were built, and the first ships were beginning to be assembled, just the bare frames to show the Alliance viewers that work was already underway. That was all that they really needed, and the ships would be completed in the next 2 days so that a new batch could be started. Max had considered ordering more dry docks to be made, but the logistics of operating and quality controlling that many build projects at once was simply impossible. Even as they were stretching their numbers of qualified professionals very thin, and there were likely to be a number of minor flaws in all the ships that an overworked staffer simply overlooked. But they would be fully armed and fully functional. For the next few weeks, the small things could be overlooked. After that, they would either become quirks of the vessel or they would get fixed by the new crews. That assumed that they survived the engagement, and that was far from a given. Even the most optimistic of estimates were expecting 30% or higher casualties on their side before the enemy could be eliminated or driven back, and that assumed that nearly everything went right for them. No plan survived first contact with the enemy, and Max was cautiously optimistic that they could keep losses to a lower number than their replacement rate, which would give them the long-term win, no matter how many of the Cathedral ships came his way. But with the new weapons equipped on the Mecha for him and Nico, as well as adapted for use on the main guns of the destroyers, which had the power to take down the enemy's void shields to make them effective, there was some hope that the optimists might be close. Max knew the moment that the agreement came in, positive confirmation that the readers had won the military contract for as much as they could provide, with smaller contracts going to other military equipment suppliers. There was no shortage of demand at the moment, and with the Reavers making identical equipment for everyone, the footage of the construction zone could be reused everywhere that they were expected to be fighting. Propaganda films were very close to being the specialty of Felicity, who was originally programmed as an AI to control and modify the behavior of sentient beings. It would be difficult to find anyone with more experience than she had, and as far as capabilities, they were unquestionably astonishing. Most of the viewers were far outside the range of Max's system skills, but he got the readings from the minds of the news crew that first broadcast it, and that was enough to tell him that the site was going to make a lasting impression on everyone whose feed it came up in. I need a representative from every Reaver company that is in the area for an afternoon. They need a photo shoot for the signing ceremony that will give us the distribution rights to supply all of their military needs that we can handle. It's a big thing to the Alliance, so send someone who either looks good and knows when to shut up, or who can actually talk well. Max informed the other Reaver leaders in this star system. Some of them were annoyed, but Max knew that they would all send him someone decent if the leader couldn't come him or herself. Nobody wanted to look bad on a billion viewers' screens, so they would do their very best to use this brief moment in the spotlight to make themselves look as good as possible. Especially the smaller companies, who had the biggest dreams of expansion. Are we going to be able to set up something for the audience? The giant envoy asked as Max was finalizing the transport details with the other commanders. We will. I've got a bunch on their way over here now to look impressive and give the audience a sense of grandeur while we put the official signatures on the deal. Is there anything else that you can think of that would be good to have done right away? Maybe set up a fancy room. The public understands at some level that all of these deals are actually done in a boring and nondescript office somewhere, but when they see them in action, they want it to look like a festival could break out at any moment. A lively atmosphere, with all the grandeur that they would expect from people of our standing. The Valkyria suggested. People of our standing, Max joked, as if the envoy had actually called people peasants or something just as demeaning. In case you've forgotten, everyone in this room is insanely wealthy and powerful. The general citizens of the Alliance view this level of elite existence as something untouchable, to be looked up to. Showing them a plain bunker of a room where we can talk in private isn't going to impress them. The Valkyria replied with a shrug. Are you saying that we're not snobbish enough to live up to everyone's expectations? Max laughed. That's exactly it. Reality doesn't live up to the images in their minds. We need to ham it up a bit more than usual so that they know that we're not fakes. Also, try to wear something recognizable, but in an outfit nobody has seen before. That way they know it's not a body double, and they don't start some inane thread about how the production is so cheap that they used hand-me-down clothing. The giant added with a sigh. Clearly he had done this before, and he wasn't particularly fond of it. All right, they will be here in 5 minutes, and I will have Nico adjust their outfits to make sure they're up to the standard. She's got a theatrical side to her that many people overlook. Max informed them in an earnest voice. It wasn't technically a lie. Nico did get a bit dramatic. But actual theatrics, that was a rare sight, unless she got bored. Chapter 11:13. Satisfaction after a long day of meetings and filming, some of which took a dozen takes because nobody could be serious while others were pretending to be serious. They had finally managed to make a proper video for the signing ceremony, and the Reavers were relaxing with the envoys to celebrate a job well done. But they were not just relaxing, everyone was waiting for the response from the Alliance citizens to the videos that they had spent all day making, with the guidance of both Felicity and the envoy's personal videographer. The success of the project was vitally important to the future of both factions, as neither could afford their people panicking nor thinking that they didn't have a chance in this fight. The humans would fight anyhow, and some other species would as well, but a loss of morale was devastating to their chances of success. The news networks were loving today's developments. The viewership was higher than it had ever been, and trillions of reaction streams had been made, spreading through social media like wildfire. It seemed like a silly way to spread news to Max, but they were the niche micro-celebrities that people were watching, according to the experts, and waiting until their data was in would give a much more clear idea of the overall response. Nico was drinking with one of the other female commanders, as well as the leaders of her research team, who had gone into overdrive tweaking the designs for the ships they were making so that they would have as much of the most current technology as possible without a full redesign. Not all of them had completely overhauled weapons, as the idea was to prevent the enemy from adapting by throwing every conceivable form of firepower at them, while reserving the more specialized weapons for moments when they were facing particular enemies, like the greater demons. So far, there hadn't been any sign of them on either side of the battle. The fighting in the Kaleska region on the other side of the anomaly was fierce, but the enemy still hadn't shown their leaders, perhaps out of fear after the combined efforts of the mortal races had so quickly killed one last time. That level of fear was good for the defenders, and with the reinforcements arriving in the form of that android fleets, they were rapidly managing to stabilize the situation. There had been some strange reports, though. The androids occasionally went haywire, and began following their own orders. They hadn't turned on their controllers or allies yet, but they seemed to be following outside intelligence that was concerning the species of the Kaleska region. That was the hallmark of the Arisen, and the reason that autonomous units had been prohibited in the area for millennia. But with the Arisen army's expertise and their intelligence, it was actually more effective to let a small number of them interfere and manage an attacking fleet of androids than to let the inexperienced volunteers and the ship's ice systems do it alone. The Arisen had lost their original forms, and now preferred to live in constructs, so if they wanted to live in the androids, Max honestly wasn't all that concerned. They were individually less deadly than the war walkers, and they blended into society with ease. The only reason that anyone had even noticed was that the possessed ones would lead the others contrary to orders in combat that they felt were a tactical blunder, and then the possessing Arisen spirits would leave again after the battle to go fight elsewhere. It was actually a pretty good system, and Max wondered if he would be able to make a deal with them to work as the AI on a new series of ships. All he would have to do was set up an automated construction facility somewhere, and have the Arisen take the ships over as they were created. Nobody would know where they came from, or where they went, just like the original Arisen fleets, but faster to recover. The Arisen were incredibly powerful, but once their units were destroyed, they took time to recover and reconstruct them. They couldn't keep up the sort of casualties that the other species routinely suffered. There was a half-formed memory from his past life, and Max couldn't quite recall the details, but he was fairly sure that the reason had to do with the construction of the war walkers being tied to their mental energy. It exhausted them to repair the bodies that they used, and there was no way to speed that up, even if they were able to live nearly indefinitely in their forms as artificial energy beings. The only real issue was that he had no way of directly contacting them to set up the plan. He could ask Ranarth, as the two groups had an uneasy understanding. The Arisen believed that they had been preparing the other species for this invasion, while the Darklings had been preserving species that the friendly gods thought should continue to exist. It had led to a lot of battle between the two factions, but they should have some way of contacting each other. That could wait until he had a surefire way to get them the fleets that they wanted. It shouldn't be difficult. There were dozens of Terminus Trading Company vessels in the region if you counted the android fleets, so he could build the facility somewhere that the others would be unlikely to notice. Then it hit him, he didn't need to contact them if they were contacting him. Max sent out an order to all the androids running the operating system that Nico had created, instructing them to inform any possessed units that Max wanted to set up somewhere to build more fleets to be run by the Arisen. If they agreed, a single fully android manned vessel could be commandeered, and it would create the facility in a location of their choice. It might not be as cool as a whole army of war walkers, but the Arisen seemed to have no problems commanding large numbers of androids, and when they were in Mecha, they were still just as deadly. With the order sent out, all that he had to do was wait for something to happen and hope that they suddenly got a massive free army out of the deal. Chapter 11:14. Outgoing that evening, the first of the smaller ships that were being made in the remote factory system were ready to ship out, loaded with androids, mecha and the basics for their purchasers' requests. Even those that were going to the Alliance and would be crewed by the local military were still equipped with a basic maintenance and piloting crew of androids, who would make the delivery on behalf of the trading company that produced them, and then remain on board as maintenance staff to make sure that everything kept running as intended. It was like having a mobile mechanic and warranty service member on board at all times, to keep their purchase in good shape, and it didn't even cost them extra. Max was hoping that the service would catch on, and they would be able to include it with their civilian ships in the future. The android serving staff never messed up an order, and they were never late for work or hungover. They also wouldn't spill the owner's secrets or become a security risk after quitting. That alone would be a huge selling point. There were portals open all over the region, sending a whole wave of ships off to their new owners, while Absolution filled the area with the orbital equivalent of fireworks, lighting up the star system for the cameras as they sent away the first batch of ships and made another promotional video. This one wouldn't be for the propaganda department, it would be for future sales videos, reminding customers that the Reavers could and would deliver on their promises, even when the demand was overwhelming. It wasn't a service that anyone else offered, and finding technicians was always difficult, especially for a new product. Of course, many would prefer a more personal touch, in which case they would gladly train the employees who needed the technical knowledge, as well as providing a service manual for in-house repairs, though those would not be warrantied. It would inevitably bring even more of the Innu to their training sessions aboard Absolution, as they made up almost all the repair staff already, and while they were with the Reavers, they could be taught about a number of other fun Reaver inventions, like the gravity slides and raspberry lattes. It might seem cruel to corrupt such an innocent species as the Innu, but the payoff in loyalty would be worth the trade. Plus, it was good for tourism. Not all of them were being shipped out unmanned, though. Many customers had expressed the desire to come pick them up in person, for the same reason that Max was filming them leaving now. They wanted to show their planet's shuttle arriving through the portal and then live stream them getting their new ship and bringing it back. They would avoid showing anything classified in the walkthrough, but for the basic parts, like the exterior and some of the main corridors, there was no harm in showing them to everyone. The military was still tracking the incoming vessels, as their change in direction had alerted everyone to their current location, but Max and many others were growing more concerned that the mistake was a trap, or a form of decoy to pull their attention away from the other attacks that the enemy had planned for the region. If there was another group traveling at a slightly higher speed, and going straight for the border nations, then they could be there as soon as that night, and not in 2 more days, as the official estimates had anticipated. Most of the first round of vessels would be going to those nations so that they would have something to defend themselves with if the sensors had missed some of the fleet, but the longer that things remained calm, the lower the chances that it had happened. Nico had high hopes that the enemy was secretly hyper-vigilant in their scouting and that their attempts to set up a secret military equipment manufacturing facility would be detected and counteracted in advance, preferably with the entirety of the fleet headed to the galaxy, but that was just Nico being Nico, and she didn't care how likely their chances of winning such a battle were, only that it would happen where she was so that there was no chance she could possibly miss out on it. "How are the destroyers coming along?" the giant envoy asked as another of the cruiser-class vessels was flagged as completed and waiting on pickup. "The first batch of them is close to 80% complete. They're a completed hull at this point, and the weapon systems are being linked to the power sources as we speak. It should be an interesting sight to see them move under their own power for the first time, so don't worry, we will give you plenty of notice," Max replied. The giant shook his head. "No, what I mean is that I'm getting the feeling that we missed something important, and we're going to need those ships very soon." "Do humans ever get that feeling?" Max nodded. "All the time. I've been thinking that we might have missed part of the fleet, and if they were 20% faster, and on a direct course, not the decoy course that the other fleet took, then they should be here in the next few hours. The destroyers might not be ready on time, but the cutters and cruisers will have a full wave out and staffed by then. Assuming that the crews picking them up all arrive on time. I have noticed the lag in portal requests, so some of them must be running behind." The Valkyria frowned. "Is this a form of prescience? Or is it more of an educated guess based on experience and subconscious calculation?" The Inu envoy smirked at his confusion. "It's the second one. The giants love to come up with worst-case scenarios in their heads and plan for them, so when we're in situations like this, they can't help but think that they've missed something and ways to prepare for the unknown." Then the Inu looked toward the door that led to the research areas, where Nico and her team were making sure that the new ships matched the specifications which were requested by their purchasers. And then there are others who are just looking for a fight and hoping that the enemy shows up faster than predicted so they don't have to compete for kills. Chapter 11:15. Incoming. Just as Nico had hoped, and the giants had feared, the first reports of attacks came in during the early morning hours, absolution ship time, the next morning. 2 planets in the Death Wind territories have reported attacks by an unknown force that matches the description of the Cathedral ships, and the Alliance is reporting contact lost with 2 colonies near our galaxy. We are waiting on reports from the independent species in the area, to see if any of them have been attacked, but that could take some time, as many of them would not want to let it be public knowledge that they were in a crisis or a weakened state. The message from Ray 5 informed Max the moment that his eyes opened for the day. He turned to Nico with a smile. "Well, it looks like you got your wish, or at least half of it. The first attacks are in the Death Wind territories. They're still fighting, of course, so we can send some additional troops on top of what was already sent to relieve them." Nico shook her head. "It's better if we don't overreact. If we treat probing attacks like a full-scale invasion, we will look panicked, and they will see too much of our strength. The Death Wind territories don't have much to lose, and they don't have a high population. The great enemy miscalculated when they attacked there. Each planet rarely has more than 1 mercenary company on it, and they all have defenses and a way to defend themselves from a siege. They have the advantage, and if they can stall long enough, the battle could end with very minimal casualties. What I'm more interested in learning is what tactics the enemy is using, and what species they belong to. If they're the genetically altered ones who love fighting, it will be a different matter than if they're one of the groups that's favored by one of the particular gods. That sort of attack could mean that greater energy beings are making a move in the near future, and that will take more preparations than just repelling an attacking force." Max nodded in understanding. "Well, we can offer them replacement ships at the very least. If the Death Wind territories continue to take the brunt of the first wave, they're going to have to rebuild, and they don't have much to begin with." Nico nodded and began to work on a plan for them. The mercenaries were good allies, and most of them were actually minor reaver companies now, entitled to all the benefits that went along with it. A few extra considerations for being the punching bag while the rest of the reavers learned about the enemy would help put many minds at ease. "We have additional information on the attacks. Each attacking fleet was 5 cruiser-class vessels, all of which were accompanied by light attack craft and a large army of infantry. The infantry is supported by armored vehicles, and appears to be mutated in nature. Identification of their original species has proven to be impossible, but there is a possibility that the appearance is not a form of mutation, but a lineage that we are unfamiliar with. Scans from the early conflict are attached." The next message from Ray 5 added. Max and Nico shared an incredulous look as they looked at the soldiers in the image. They wore filthy golden armor, with scarred and tattooed faces on the bodies whose helmets had been removed for examination. The armor styles didn't match, either due to a change in manufacturer, or differing origins, but the appearance was shocking to them both. Aren't those the Golden Legionaries? I swear they are, but filthy and corrupted. Allow me a minute to check the rest of the data, but I swear I remember killing those guys. Nico muttered. Max remembered as well. Nico and her army had wiped that planet from existence, along with all of their troops. But that was in their past lives, and if the information that Ranarth and the Arisen had provided about the ancient humans resetting the timeline during the last Great War, that had never happened in this timeline. So, the species should have survived, unless they were wiped out again by something other than Nico. But more importantly than that, Max knew where they came from. He knew the exact location of their home world, and if his guess was correct, that spot really didn't exist anymore. They had never found any of the worlds that had existed in their past lives, and the reason for that appeared to be that the whole region had been annihilated, and now existed as the newly formed stars and planets of the anomaly region. Which meant that these cathedral fleets might be the corrupted survivors of the last phase of the Great War, or more likely their descendants many hundreds of generations removed. The other possibility was that the gods had pulled them into another layer when the final battles against the gods, and these were warriors born and bred to fight against their own kind by the malevolent gods before their defeat. That was a much more disturbing thought. The amount of knowledge that such an enemy would have about the Darklings and Arisen would be immense, as their technology hadn't changed much over the eons. But humanity was adaptable, and their technology was on a rapid climb toward a whole new level of destructiveness. For an instant, something in Max's memory tried to warn him about a great danger, but before he could isolate that thought, it was gone as if it never existed, leaving him confused and wondering what he had been trying to focus on. Let's start mapping the attacks and the strategies of the enemy, so we can compare them against the last time we saw this species. If my theory is right, our last lives were before the reset of time, and the death of the god of time, so the development of the Golden Legionaries should be similar but more advanced than the last time we faced them. But if they've been guided by an outside force, they might be fighting using the same bastardized version of our tactics that the other cathedral ship fleets have been using. Max suggested. And what do we hope to prove by that? Nico asked. I want to know if they're independently evolved, or if whatever force gathered them all and stuck them in these ships to attack has wiped out their natural combat styles. The better we know them. Max paused there to let Nico finish the thought. The better we can kill them. She agreed with a smile. Max realized that he had just created all sorts of new work for himself, but it was work that someone should be doing, as it would help the defenders adapt to and predict enemy movements and combat techniques in the future. If it were possible, he would have delegated the task to someone else when he realized what he had done, but he was the only one who had his memories of their styles, unless you counted Nico, whose thoughts said she had only engaged them once, and that was on the day that she eliminated their species from existence. That was a solid memory batch, as it gave plenty of information about what worked against them the last time she faced them, but her armies had hit them so hard that the combat tactics weren't going to be all that reliable. They had simply fallen too fast. Chapter 11:16. What are allies for? While Max and Nico began to organize the data they were getting from the first few attacks, hoping that they could get some sort of useful analysis of the enemy's capabilities from the footage that was being streamed back to the Alliance, the envoys were doing the same, but with a very different approach. They were rating them by the output and area damage capabilities of their weapons, instead of the effectiveness and style of their tactics. Both were important, but the Alliance didn't view their army as a fully customizable force. They had used standardized equipment for so long that it was more logical for them to assess enemy capabilities and determine what their casualties would be, instead of calculating the effectiveness of enemy tactics first, and then building a force to counter them second. The cathedral ships had some ability to adapt, but it seemed to be based on what they had on board, and not an infinitely flexible list of weapons programmed into a drone replicator. That was what Max was counting on to keep their casualties down, the ability to always have the right tool for the job when he determined what the best counter to the enemy's strength would be. The envoys were actually making rapid headway on the process of calculating the enemy's strength, and Nico already had the data ready for the equipment that was being shipped to them, so they could use that to determine the likely rate of losses for a mixed force, as they were fielding them, and make any necessary adjustments. Most of the Alliance commanders and planetary governors were open to using drones to soften the enemy forces before sending manned vehicles against them, but some had a deep-seated mistrust of the constructs, after so many years dealing with the Arisen. Those would be the ones that suffered the most, but there wasn't anything that Max could say which would change their minds. If anything, his explanation might make things worse, as he knew that the Arisen could take over the drones or the androids, and he simply didn't care. The frowns on the envoys' faces kept getting deeper and deeper as they assessed the enemy capabilities compared to their previous generation of military equipment, but once they started entering the numbers that Nico was providing, they began to relax a little bit. Then they realized just how little of that equipment they had, and it was back to frowning. "Can you all calm down? Your mood swings are giving me whiplash," Max asked just before lunch, as the group began to analyze the data coming in from the newest attack, announced only minutes earlier. There is no off switch for emotions, only caffeine, which turns up the processing speed. The Inu envoy reminded him in what Max knew she thought was a pompous tone. "Can you at least hold out some hope for them, then? We've got ships on the way, an entire android fleet, and it outnumbers the cathedral ships in that system nearly 2-to-1. This is just a probing attack, measuring our response times and capability. There is no need to worry so much, the planets won't fall." The giant turned his disturbed frown at Max. "Easy for you to say, you don't have anyone from your faction there." Max shrugged. "That's not entirely true. There are 5 of my people in that fleet, 1 per destroyer. But I have already calculated the likely outcomes, so there is no reason to panic. Just watch as our response fleet tests their capabilities." The giant was far from satisfied with that answer, but he understood that he wasn't going to get a better one. So, he resigned himself to settling for what he could get and continuing his work. It was the Inu envoy that had the real answer to set the giant's mind at ease. "You are thinking about this all wrong. You are treating it as a prevention, like when we stop a rebellion or a terrorist attack. But it's not. From the moment that those ships arrived, this has been a rescue operation to disperse the hostile forces and save as many of the survivors as possible," she explained. The giant went back to work in a distracted state, trying to determine if he really was thinking about the situation the wrong way, or if the Inu envoy had just been corrupted by the humans so much that she was thinking about it from their point of view. It was impossible to say that she hadn't been influenced at all. She smelled like human body wash and coffee. But her logic was still fairly solid, and she did have a point about how the situation was more of a rescue, as they didn't get the location of the attacks until after the battle was underway. Max had seen the big man frustrated on many occasions, but today he seemed especially close to his breaking point. So, he decided to relieve a bit of the envoy's stress and send him some new data to analyze. "That's the information on the new destroyers. If you want to punch that into your calculations, you can determine what sort of impact the change is going to have on the battlefield," Max offered when he sensed that the giant was close to an existential crisis. "Of course, thank you, Commander. I will get on that and get the data sent off to the central government so that they can work out a logistics plan for the limited number of these new vessels that we have available," he replied instinctively, but he started work on it right after, so the giant had been successfully distracted, and his mind was no longer stuck in a loop of self-doubt and confusion. Max's mission had been successful, and he didn't miss the appreciative smile that the wuxia gave him for saving them all the trouble of talking down a melancholy giant who had a hard time accepting that his way might not always be the right way. They had more than enough experience with that to last a lifetime. It was nearly as common as the wuxia envoy being 3 minutes late for a meeting because he stopped outside somewhere to smooth his feathers. Chapter 11:17. News from the Arisen humans. "We have received your request, and we will discuss it until the first battles are over. In the meantime, we have an attached location that is showing signs of an imminent appearance by a greater energy being. You have 7 hours to get within range." Max stared at the message from the Arisen army, and the coordinates that they had attached. The message made it obvious that their allies knew that the humans had made new weapons to deal with the energy beings, and that they needed some practical testing, but there was no mention of anything coming to back them up should the tests fail. With that in mind, he was going to need to organize some sort of backup plan that would have the firepower to take out the energy being no matter what. The android fleet from the anomaly region would do the job, as they had already proven that they had the capability to freeze the energy being in place for a short time while the heavy weapons dealt with the threat. That might be their best bet, but only if they could get free of the engagement where they were currently occupied without leaving a planet to suffer. The location that he had been given was in the anomaly region, and quite a distance from the main battle lines, so there weren't any other forces around to back them up in a fight, but that also meant that there weren't any populated planets around to suffer the brunt of a failure. Just as they had done near the Alliance, it looked like they were planning to stage for a larger offensive, and didn't trust that they could safely exit the other layer in an emergency. Or perhaps they were worried about the sort of weapons that Max had turned on them last time, using antimatter and nuclear explosions to destabilize the other layer and cause mass casualties far beyond what the same weapons would cause in this layer of space. Max didn't have any way to send a message back, as the Arisen had contacted him through one of the android ships, so he started on the plans to intercept the incoming greater energy being. He couldn't scoop up the destroyers here, as they were already earmarked for customers who were expecting them by the end of the day, so he would make plans to put the android fleet on standby to cover for him if they weren't finished fighting by the time that the portal opened. "Hey Nico, are you ready to go on an adventure?" he asked, unsure if she had read the message yet. "Am I ever not ready for an adventure? I've got the cutter making some extra mecha for our offensive mission. They're not as fancy as the ones that Uncle Lou made for us, but they've got upgraded armor plates and a new setting on the disruptors to match our attacks." Max patted her on the shoulder and turned to the room full of envoys. "We have been requested to deal with a greater energy being in the anomaly region. It hopefully won't take too long, and we will be going with one cutter, but reinforced by the armies that we have already in the area." The envoys sighed, and looked at the huge stack of paperwork sitting in front of them. "I guess we can pass this on to the board of directors then. It's all just formalities at this point anyhow, and the directors can do the transfer ceremonies. The customers will understand if the commanders aren't there to meet them. Nobody expects the CEO of a corporation to be there for their purchase delivery, even if they are a major customer. That's not their job, and they've got too many other duties." The Valkyria agreed. "Thank you for your understanding. Now, let's get to the ship and be on our way. It will be a real pain if they have time to get the portal open and get set up for our arrival." The Arisen might have said that they had 7 hours, but Max wasn't going to take any chances on cutting it too close, and there was no telling what sort of interference they might run into along the way. There were battles everywhere on the other side of the anomaly, and the location that the greater energy being was slated to arrive at was still within the region where no portals could be safely opened. That might be the only reason that they got so much warning, but it would also make it much more difficult to get their troops in position. The restriction was a double-edged blade. Both sides had more time to prepare, but that only made the battles larger, and the conflicts more intense, as both sides knew that they had a set amount of time before more forces could arrive to sway the tides of the battle. Max made his way to the cutter, where the research team was unloading the previous team of mecha and preparing to move the new ones into position. The ship wasn't large enough to take an entire team of super heavy mecha, or at least not one as large as Max would have wanted. But with 20 of them, plus the 2 Titan-class custom units, and 300 Corvette-class units packed into racks along the walls, there was no space wasted, and they had as much firepower as humanly possible along for the ride with them. The androids were already in their mecha, ready to be deployed at a moment's notice, and the racks full of Corvette-class units could be ejected while loaded, to allow for faster deployment. Hopefully, that would be enough, but with the enemy still in another layer that they couldn't easily access, they wouldn't be able to tell until the fight actually started. In only 10 minutes, they had the units swapped out, and the same team of androids back on the ship, taking advantage of their existing combat experience. All that was left was the game of rock paper scissors to determine how many of the researchers got to go on the mission with them. Chapter 11:18. They see you. Max waited patiently as the research team picked their 5-member team to go on the mission, both for development and backup purposes, in case the enemy had something that could affect their computers. If there was any species well suited to stopping a cyber attack, it was the Inu, and along with the 2 humans in the group who both had hacking-related system skills, they would be a formidable team of experts if the enemy tried to gain control of their androids. Nico was the last one into the ship after she verified that everything was taken care of in her absence, and they were off to the anomaly, leaving through a portal opened immediately outside the cargo bay of Absolution. Under a minute later, they were through the anomaly, with the blessings of the defenders, and the warp speed journey to the location where the Arisen found signs of the greater energy being was underway. They still had hours to go before they would arrive, but the signs were obvious to their sensors even from the anomaly. The layers were unstable, and the enemy was forcing them to part, but having a difficult time of it. Why they had chosen that spot, despite the difficulties associated with it, was a mystery, as was the reason that they hadn't stopped when they realized what had happened. There had to be more to the situation than he was understanding, because from his point of view, it made no sense for them to try attacking here. It wasn't a strategic location, They had already alerted the defenders, and there were numerous other similar regions without the same issues if they just traveled a while. But perhaps that was an issue with the layer they were in. They might not be able to travel large distances, so they might have been forced to exit at this particular spot simply because that was the equivalent to where they were. That thought sent Max on a tangent, and he sent a warning to all the android-operated ships to keep searching for similar events elsewhere in the region. If the layer that they were in didn't allow for fast movement, or could only exit at certain points, it was possible that the great enemy would start appearing where they were not expected to be, and where it made no sense for them to be. Most of the defensive plans centered around them attacking the most logical of targets, as the myceloids had done, but if not all the enemy forces were operating the same way or from the same layer of space, then the whole strategy might be a mistake. The androids were excellent at calculations, and they would be able to work out a proper distribution of troops very quickly after another attempt to enter this layer was detected, but the other species would take more time. The faster that someone came up with a response plan and acted on it, the faster the bureaucrats would decide. Some of the species had already turned their military responses over to the military commanders to accelerate the process, but most of them felt that would give them too much power over society. It wasn't easy to change a whole culture in a month, so Max knew they would just have to take what they could get. The signs of instability were getting stronger as they approached the marked coordinates, and Nico brought the ship to a halt. When the portal opened, they could be there in 10 minutes or less. That was close enough for a proper response, while still being far enough away that they wouldn't have to worry about being caught up in the instability. The last thing they needed was to miscalculate and end up with the greater energy being appearing right on top of them before they could respond. Let's get into the mecha. The calculations say we've got 2 hours left, but I don't want to be caught off guard. Max informed Nico, who was currently mixing various samples of cyborg nutrient drinks to create a new flavor of cocktail. I can finish this in the mecha. Nico agreed as she packed up the bottles she had been mixing and rose to her feet. Be safe out there. We will be here waiting, and in battle positions, until you return. The head of the hastily assembled research team agreed, while the others giggled at her enthusiasm. The leader of an expedition of researchers was the one whose idea it was, or if they were recruited from a larger group, the first one picked was the leader. But because they picked with a game, the first one to win a spot was the leader, and that was completely up to luck, unless they cheated somehow. Their method of picking a leader frustrated most species to no end, but it never made for a boring trip. They managed to sit in the mecha for 3 whole minutes before Nico was bored and mixing drinks again, and 15 minutes before there was any change in the surrounding situation. Commander, we have signs of the beginnings of a portal. The head of the team informed them. Perfect, just wait here, and we will make our move the moment that the enemy begins to move between layers. Max replied, a familiar sense of being watched, but not with the same cunning and brutal feeling of the myceloid's god, entered Max's mind as the first flickering micro-portals began to form as the destabilization reached a critical point. We're being observed. The enemy knows we're here, so stay sharp. We have no way of knowing how much they can tell about our technology. Max informed the others. Oh, good point. Let's get more gear. If they can bring lesser energy beings here, they might appear in the ship, like what happened to that species in Sector 1874C. The team leader announced, and Max chuckled quietly to himself as the researchers equipped themselves with mobile suits and heavy weapons, and activated the automated defenses inside the ship. Not much would get by that. Chapter 11:19. Sneak attack. As the micro-portals began to stabilize and merge into slightly larger ones, each a few centimeters apart and lasting for more than a fraction of a second, the researchers began to work on a plan. While the mecha would take a few minutes to get in position after a larger portal stabilized, they could launch a full-out attack and bombard the enemy to keep them from organizing before the mecha team was ready. It would be a glorious first strike, and the first time that any of them had actually used a weapon on a living target. Of course, that suggestion led them to a discussion on whether the energy beings could truly be considered alive, and not just a sentient existence, like the androids. But even with the ongoing discussions, they kept to the plan and prepared their weapons for the commander's orders. The process was painfully slow when they watched it from this close up, and even after 15 minutes, nothing was coming through the handful of small portals that were beginning to stabilize, lasting for entire minutes at a time now. Soon, I can feel it, Nico muttered over the radio as she impatiently waited for the right moment. Max could feel the scheming, and the apprehension from the greater energy being on the other side. It was becoming convinced that it had been set up, as there was only one ship here to intercept it. No ships at all in the region could be written off as an unprepared defense. A whole fleet meant that they were ready for a fight. But one single ship meant that the defenders likely had some sort of weapon that they didn't want their own people exposed to, and that didn't bode well for the incoming armies. So, it held the troops back while the portal formed and waited for Max to make the first move. Another hour passed, and Max got the message that the android fleet was on its way, after finishing their battle in a nearby system. They would be another 2 hours, but they were relatively close. All that was left was to wait and see who won this staring contest. The portal stabilized when the android fleet was an hour out, creating a massive shimmering energy barrier over 100 kilometers across. Nico laughed as she saw how large the portal had become. Now we're talking. This is the sort of entry that a proper villain is supposed to make, she declared as she looked through the portal at the other side. All that they could see were puffy white clouds, so the portal must have opened in an atmosphere, but well above ground level. That was a bit unusual, but the other layers didn't always work the same as their own, and it might be something like that floating piece of landmass that they had landed on the first time they had entered another layer. Ready when you are, the research team reminded Max as he did his best to scan the other side. There's something off about that portal. It's massive, but I don't see a single supporting lesser energy being. The sensors aren't picking up anything due to the interference, which I suspect is the intent of the greater energy being. I think that it might have evacuated its forces. Max replied. The great enemy had always been aggressive, so this empty portal was unnatural and out of character for them. As much as Max was setting a trap to ambush the energy being when it tried to move, the energy being was setting a trap for him. Hey Nico, can we shut that portal? I want to see what it does when we try. If it doesn't respond, then we know that we've called its bluff, and it is going to try again elsewhere. Max requested. I'm on it, she agreed, then started to reconfigure the cutter's weapons array. One shot from a specially modified antimatter torpedo should do the trick, or so she hoped. If it wasn't enough, she would fire a whole array of them at the edge of the portal to destabilize it and cause the enemy to have to start all over if they wanted to fight here today. Nico prepared the weapon for launching, and the research team prepared the sensors to make sure that they didn't miss any of the data from the resulting explosion. In theory, the weapon would work perfectly, but the difference between theory and reality could be a massive gap. Alright, we're set, we're ready when you are, the lead researcher informed them, while Nico began to charge the weapons array. The portal began to shift and change as the weapon charged, and Max was about to order the team to hold off until it was stabilized again when both the weapon and the portal flared with energy and the world around them turned bright white as the sensors were overloaded, and it became impossible to tell what was going around them. The whole staff went on standby, and carefully watched the shield outputs to make sure that nothing was attacking them when the sensors were down. There weren't any signs of incoming damage, and the internal sensors were working fine, with no indication that they had been breached or boarded by lesser energy beings. It was a strange situation, and Max couldn't help but wonder if it was accidental, and not a deliberate attack by the energy being on the other side of the portal. As the sensors began to clear, Max took in their surroundings in confusion. They were no longer in space, at least not as far as he could tell. They appeared to be on the surface of a planet, and there were golden armored enemies in the distance, but no sign of the greater energy being or any other energy beings for that matter. If Max had to guess, they might have been pulled through the layers and onto a planet's surface. That could be a serious problem, depending on what sort of twisted natural laws this layer had, and what sort of creatures lived in it. Find out where we are and get us a situation report, Max ordered. On it, boss. Chapter 11:20. Clever girl. After a few seconds, the sensor logs and error reports from the ship began to flow in, giving a full picture of the situation, and Nico cursed, then laughed. I still don't know where we are, but I know what happened. She informed the rest of the room. The researchers all turned to look at her, and Nico gave them a frustrated grimace. We're in the layer that the portals opened from. Antimatter cannot exist on this layer, and either our torpedo or our ship set off a chain reaction that opened a massive portal and dragged us through. That portal is now closed, and it looks like there is little possibility that the locals will be opening it in the near future. The sensors are showing massive destruction in the area, and there appears to be a freshly leveled city about 50 kilometers from our location. First up, none of our warp crystal drives will function here, so we need to renovate our super heavy mecha ASAP. The ship's primary power is offline, but this ship is fitted with a Dyson sphere. Backup power generator, so we do have limited shields and some mobility until we can get everything back online. The crew sprung into action, and Nico started forwarding files to them. Replace the super heavy units' power plants with these units. They will be a bit slow to replicate, because of the materials, but the power output will be comparable enough to bring them up to combat effectiveness. Then start working on the ship. We have shields, but not even as much of a shield as the 2 custom mecha have, and that's not acceptable. I will work on a power relay station to bring us up to somewhat functional while you work on getting the mecha ready to go. Who wants to volunteer to keep an eye on the Golden Legion? She asked. Max patted her on the head and smiled. I will watch the Golden Legion, and if they approach, I will go out and deal with them, accompanied by whatever mecha we have online. He assured her. Perfect. Everything but the super heavy units are online, since they're the only ones in our team that used a warp crystal primary drive. The Corvette-class racks are piloted and good to go on a moment's notice, and the ship still has enough power to deploy them without issues. We can also move around at suborbital speeds, but we won't be able to withstand much incoming fire, so try to keep them from getting close enough to shoot at us. Don't worry, I'll be right on top of it if anything threatens the ship. I don't want to go outside and draw attention yet, as the enemy likely thinks that our ship is disabled at the moment, and they are still recovering from the blast that closed the portal. The real issue is determining where the greater energy being is. If it is in here somewhere, we could have issues. If it transferred to the other side and left us stuck here, it will be a much larger issue. From what Max recalled of the Golden Legion and its legionaries, they were not patient, and if they thought that Max had been the one that had destroyed their city, they would be on the attack within minutes, leaving the recovery and rescue work to the other survivors while the military went on the attack. So, the longer that they could remain undetected, the more of their equipment that they could get back online before the inevitable fight began. But while he waited, he could learn quite a bit about this world with the powerful sensors of a cutter-class ship, and the ability to borrow Nico's innate talent to hack the local computers. Or so he had assumed until he began to try and found that there were no operational electronic devices anywhere within the communications range of the ship. The transmitter seemed to be working just fine, and there was no indication that he was being jammed, but there was simply nothing there to find. That shouldn't be right, unless they had some new technology that he couldn't detect. There was also a slim chance that they had been using a central power and communication system, or the explosion had taken everything out at once. An EMP effect on this side of the portal might have disabled everything that they had for electronics, and they might be running around electronically blind. For any advanced species, that was a nightmare. But for an advanced species military, it was a killing blow that could nearly send them back to the Stone Age. There was no good way to block a powerful EMP, so what the humans did was accommodate for it and create circuitry that could rapidly recover without lasting damage if it was hit. Standard procedure for energy weapons was to have them funnel the energy into their capacitors, so an EMP that caused the mecha to reboot would actually charge the main guns and allow them to be combat ready as fast as possible once they were back online. It had relegated the tactic to the equivalent of sand in their eyes, just a momentary distraction that could be used as a sneak attack, and most human forces didn't even bother anymore. The digital search didn't pan out, but as Max searched through the minds of the creatures in the area, he managed to find what he was looking for. The greater energy being was still here, and heavily wounded by the blast. The thoughts were feminine, and it seemed like this being was an assistant to the god of the Golden Legion, which had sided with the faction intending to wipe out the mortals and start over. She had gone into hiding, allowing her corporeal body to disperse into the surface beneath them, while she healed from her injuries. But that fragmentation meant that there would be countless lesser energy beings spread out all over the planet. They should be on the side of the Golden Legion, but in the shock that followed the damage to their former host, they would be disoriented and somewhat ineffective. The thought was concerning the greater energy being in her hiding spot, as she didn't understand what had happened, or why everything around the portal had suddenly exploded. All that was left was to get their mecha online, and they could go deal with the Golden Legion and start working on either a way home or a way to deal with the greater energy being, who was now seriously reconsidering the orders they had been given. But what being wouldn't be? They hadn't even seen the enemy yet, and their general was nearly killed, their city was leveled, and an unknown number of their troops were lost before they ever saw combat. It was a tragedy, and the god that had taken a liking to the species would definitely understand the effort to avoid having the entire population here eliminated for no gain. At least, that was what was going through the greater energy being's mind at that moment. Perhaps the situation that Max was in wasn't as dire as he had feared. If the leader of the Golden Legion force chose to take them away, he would be left here in peace to repair their cutter and return to their home lair. Chapter 11:21. Not normal. Max searched the sensor data for signs that the lesser energy beings were becoming more organized while the others worked on repairing and adjusting the ship and its defenses to their current situation, and slowly he began to realize that something wasn't right with this layer. The sensor scans extended to their maximum range, with garbled but somewhat reliable data, which was incredibly useful, but also not generally possible. The curvature of the planet should have limited them to much less range than this, and unless the data was skewed, this planet had to be the size of a large red star, or completely flat. The gravity didn't match either of those scenarios, so there was a chance that it was artificially managed, and if they had actually killed the greater energy being, it might have either dissipated or gone into wild fluctuations that would have killed every unprotected life form on the surface. But that was only half of the strangeness that was present in this layer of space. There didn't seem to be an up here either. The atmosphere extended up for about 50 kilometers, and then it just stopped, with no other readings from their sensors. Either the region above them was completely empty, or it simply didn't exist. How that was possible or what it meant was a problem that Max could work out later, but his working theory was that this portion of the layer had been segmented off somehow, possibly to protect the Golden Legion. Max realized that he didn't really know much about the abilities of the greater energy beings, or the so-called gods that backed them up. They were supposed to have some sort of power over the layers of space, but nobody had ever been able to analyze it, so it was all theoretical. If he could do it now, they might learn more about what these creatures were capable of, and with that, they might be able to more effectively keep them out of his home lair. Preventing them from entering in the first place would make the battles much easier than fighting them after they arrived. He wasn't going to get much time to wonder about the being that made this strange place. There were already signs that the lesser energy beings were organizing and heading toward the cutter, and the Golden Legion was beginning to get their armies in order. "Nico, we've got about 10 minutes before I expect the artillery to start. How are we doing back there?" Max called out to where the team on board were working with the androids to get the mecha operational. "We can have most of the mecha operational by then, and the ship's shields will be up to full capacity in the next minute. We're just linking multiple secondary power sources to get the total shield output up to the standard it was at with the warp drive online." "How are things looking out there?" she replied. "Like we're not flying away to anywhere in the near future, and we're in for a fight. I don't know how the Golden Legion is going to react to our presence, but if they're really part of the Cathedral ship's fleet, the answer is pretty obvious. I'm not sensing rampant hostility or blind rage from the greater energy being, though, and it has retreated to recover from the wounds it took when the portal imploded. If they are being mind-controlled for hostility, there is a chance that we can get out of this without killing everything that we see, but that sounds pretty optimistic to say out loud." The rest of the team laughed at Max's realization, but didn't slow their work. They were determined to have the mecha online and ready when things turned ugly. In the worst-case scenario, they could use the power from the mecha to reinforce the ship's shields, and only send out a few units to fight. That would at least keep their method of return to their home lair intact, and the ship was still capable of moving about, just not of leaving the planet until they had all the systems altered. Not that there was anything resembling, in orbit, in this layer of space, or at least not in the portion that they were occupying. As they gathered, Max realized that the lesser energy beings weren't gathering for an attack, they were gathering for safety in numbers. There were vicious wild animals here, and they were able to tear apart the solidified bodies of the demons, scattering the energy of their bodies to the winds. It looked like they were going to be reforming within a matter of hours, as the energy cloud remained cohesive, but that was still enough that the wildlife was a serious threat. Whatever this place was, it was not a paradise environment created for safety and an easy life. It was more of an extreme challenge, preparing the residents for survival. That alone would be enough to tell Max that the Golden Legion hadn't changed much, but the real question was if they were going to remember what Nico did to them the last time around. If they had learned from that experience, despite the reset in time to a point when they had never met, then this could get very difficult. But if they hadn't, then Max already knew the weaknesses in their tactical knowledge that Nico had exploited to overrun their entire civilization faster than a response fleet could arrive. But they weren't alone this time, there was a greater energy being here. A wounded one, but still a greater energy being, and it might not be the only one. It wasn't often that thoughts about one's own species' status went through their conscious thoughts, so even if there was Another, as long as their power didn't make them overwhelming, like the being that was watching over the myceloids, then it would be nearly impossible for Max to find them. The energy beings had nearly all formed into groups already, and the ones that had fallen to the wildlife had congregated around the others, but in incorporeal form. That was attracting the Golden Legion, which didn't seem to know that they were nominally on the same team. Or, perhaps they weren't until they were forced into battle. There was so much confusion after the blast that had destroyed the city that no clear answer could be found, and the stalemate was giving Nico and the team much more time to work than he had expected. Just a few more minutes and they would have the ship completely online. Chapter 11:22. Whose line is it anyhow? Max, we've got the ship up and running, or at least the shields are up. Give us another few minutes, and we will be finished with all the mecha. What is the situation outside? Nico requested. The residents seem to have no idea what is going on. They don't know who or what we are, or even what species we're from. The energy beings are fighting off attacks by the wildlife, that are enraged at the intrusion into their territory, and the Golden Legion are viewing everything as a possible threat until they understand what happened to their city. Casualties aren't as high as I had expected. It appears that a large part of their city was fortified against attacks, and the non-combatants were put in the most secure buildings. That has cut down the number of warriors, but the core of the city appears to be mostly alive. Nico returned her focus to swapping the power sources on the super heavy mecha, and Max fine-tuned the input systems on his new custom unit using Optimize while he waited for something to happen. Then, the sky filled with white light again, further in the distance, and well away from the city, but the sensors were filled with the same noise that blinded everything, and when it faded, there were thousands more soldiers, all from an unknown species, and another gravely wounded greater energy being. But this one had nowhere to flee to. The one which was already here attacked at the moment that it appeared, dispersing it into lesser energy beings without a cohesive will behind them to tell friend from foe. They were everywhere, scattered all through sensor range, as the first group had been, and also throughout the ruined city of the Golden Legion. Halt, or we will fire on you. Do not move or you will be fired upon. Advance, and we will treat you as an enemy. By the great golden god, state your intentions. Every faction in the region all broadcast at nearly the same time, trying to determine the status of everyone else around them, and protect the spot where they happen to appear in this world. The influx of demands only confused things even more, as none of them except the Golden Legion knew who was here before them, so they were all treating the situation as if they had been abducted by a hostile force. The two greater energy beings were fighting in the atmosphere, and their thoughts told Max that while the first one belonged here, and had been trying to open a portal, the second one had been somewhere else, and had no intentions of opening a portal at all until the explosion threw them through the layers and wounded them too severely to go back. But the feminine thought pattern wasn't accepting any sort of apologies for the intrusion, and was intent to make sure that her counterpart would not be able to regenerate. What's going on out there? All our systems went offline for a few seconds. Nico demanded. I have no idea. There was another explosion, and then there were more people here from some other layer of space. None of the factions knows what's going on, and the newcomers weren't even trying to go anywhere. They think that they've been abducted. What a fething mess. Is there anything close enough to pose a danger to us? Only a few lesser energy beings, but they're less of a danger than the wildlife. Seriously, don't let those things catch a Corvette-class unit off guard, they might actually win the fight. Max replied. That sounds like this will be one giant mess. How long do you think it's going to be until they realize that they're allies? Nico replied. That's just it, I have no idea. For all I know, they will go feral on each other, and we will be caught in the middle. The new arrivals might have come from a different layer of space, and I don't know what happened to cause the explosion that brought them here because we don't have communication with anyone outside. In that case, there are 3 minutes on the mecha, and we will be ready to defend the ship. Nico's excitement was growing with every message that they exchanged, but she wasn't getting sloppy with her work. Everything had to be perfect before she sent it outside to fight. The first battles were beginning in the distance, where a group of lesser energy beings had appeared inside the defensive perimeter of another group, and the hostilities were spreading through the wilderness at a steady pace, as the two groups decided that the others couldn't be trusted. That was drawing in the aliens, who were spread between the groups, and the wave of hostilities would soon reach the Golden Legion city, which was currently in a tense standoff with the new arrivals. How are the mecha looking? The fight is getting close, and it's time that we sent out some defensive forces before someone decides that we're a weak target with a safe bunker. Max asked. 30 seconds to completion. We can start sending out the Corvette-class units now. Max powered up his mecha and prepared to move. I will lead the group outside. Corvette-class units fall in around me and spread to protect the cutter. He ordered. The staff ejected the racks of Corvette-class mecha whole, to allow them to disembark once they were outside, and Max rushed through the door to put his Titan-class mecha between the ongoing fighting in their ship. Max looked down at the nameplate on the mecha and smiled. Warning, this is the command Mecha Godslayer. Any hostile actions toward my force will be met with your annihilation. He announced as a group of alien vehicles began to move their way. He silently thanked Nico for giving his new mecha a cool name, and waited for the enemy to respond. They had gotten the message, but for the first few seconds, they hadn't detected the giant mecha standing in front of the cutter. Max knew the instant they did, as the whole line of vehicles came to a screeching halt, and panic spread all through their ranks. That was precisely the response he had been hoping for. Chapter 11:23. Option 1. The momentary pause as the enemy took in the presence of the giant mecha in front of the cutter-class ship that they didn't recognize was enough for Nico to finish her work and get the unit of super heavy mecha online and operational. She kept them inside the cutter for the moment, ready to charge out the instant that something happened, but hidden from sight so that the enemy's plans would be to deal with one Titan-class mecha and a group of Corvette-class units, not two Titan-class units with a large number of artillery-patterned super heavy mecha and a Corvette-class vanguard. The aliens didn't hesitate long. Their orders had been given, and they were to take this position from Max and secure the alien vessel as their own so they could get off this planet. They didn't know where they were either, and they had much less information about the world than Max had been able to compile, so it was perfectly reasonable to expect that a ship parked on the surface would have the capability to leave the planet. Incoming in 5 seconds, Max informed Nico in her unit. Waiting on your order, she agreed, while dancing in her seat, anticipating a good fight. Right on schedule, the enemy commander gave the order to charge, and the laser arrays mounted to the top of their transport vehicles flashed with blinding lights as the onslaught was absorbed by the void shields of the cutter. Fire at will, Max ordered the corvettes, and an invisible wave of energy raced back toward the aliens as dozens of disruptors fired at once. The enemy vehicles rolled to a stop as their shielding held against the long-range assault, but the radiation boiled the occupants alive. Oh, that's messy. I forgot that happened when the disruptor couldn't break down a vehicle that wasn't properly radiation shielded. Nico laughed as the enemy advance faltered. The blockage wasn't complete, and they were making their way around the disabled vehicles, unaware of the horrors that were awaiting them inside. They even sent out rescue teams to pop open the hatches, under the assumption that the mecha had hit them with something like an EMP and disabled the vehicles, not the occupants. That was when Max opened fire, picking targets with low-powered beams and creating small nuclear fission reactions which blasted massive craters in the battlefield, and threw flaming hunks of metal for hundreds of meters. Turn the heavy weapons on them, we need that vessel intact. The enemy commander ordered, while Max picked targets in the enemy line for maximum shock effect and chaos. Nico's voice came over the radio as the last of the vehicles was blasted into rubble. We have more incoming, both the aliens and the Golden Legion. The Legion is sending their walking sarcophagus units to us. She laughed. The walking sarcophagus, as Nico called it, was a form of line mecha, with very little armor, and no shielding whatsoever. Even the first-generation line mecha that Max had trained on were dozens of times safer than these thinly covered units. But they were heavily armed, and they would be in the back rows of the assault, providing cover fire for the frontal assault. The problem was that they were assaulting super heavy mecha, which were currently rushing out to surround the cutter. The thunder guns were rotating into position and firing as the units moved to block the cutter from attack, firing directly into the attacking aliens, but bombarding a line 50 meters in front of the Golden Legion units, where it would do no damage, but send a clear warning not to advance. Whether they would listen was another matter entirely, but the short-term effect was to turn the Golden Legion force toward the other alien force, instead of having them charge directly at the cutter. That caused the aliens to start firing on the Golden Legion. As a result, Nico ordered her units to move their fire further back, which both avoided hitting the new force, and drove the aliens toward them in an effort to escape the bombardment. With the noise of the artillery, they weren't doing well at getting orders out, and the mecha were causing massive casualties to their force. It only took them a single minute to realize that this attack was never going to work, but by then, it was too late, and they couldn't escape the two-sided attack. Hold your fire and wait to see what the Golden Legion does once the aliens are gone. Max ordered. The Golden Legion in their past life hadn't been known for their forgiving nature, and Max had practically dropped a starship on their front lawn, so he didn't have high hopes for the situation. However, once they cleared out the last of the aliens, and Max's team didn't start to shoot at them, they turned away and began attacking groups of newly arrived lesser energy beings, and rescuing ones that had split from the first greater energy being. What is this option? Sit here while everyone else has fun? Nico asked. It's better than taking on a whole city at once with only one battalion of Mecha. Not that we would likely lose, but I would rather not risk them breaking our ship before we even had a chance to find out what in the universe is going on around here. I doubt that they were planning on an attack when they started opening the portals. Or perhaps the portals didn't originate from this layer, and they were just bystanders in the wrong place at the wrong time. Nico was silent for a moment as she considered Max's opinion, and the facts that they had seen so far. The additional portals were the deciding factor for her. If they had been the ones initiating the attack, they should have been prepared to move out, and there should have been some sort of organized structure that was creating the portals. But there wasn't. The greater energy being here was gravely wounded, there was no technological device active that would have created more portals, and the timing was roughly correct for the pattern that they had been seeing in their home lair. In conclusion, Nico was reasonably sure that they were not currently in the right spot. Their attacker was either still at large or recently disembodied by the resident energy being, and there was a good chance that the attempt to create a breach was still ongoing. What's your suggestion? She asked once her analysis was finished. Option 1 is that we kill everything that doesn't belong here, and then we look for a way to get to the source of the invaders. Nico cut in, stopping him there. Option 1 is good, let's just kill everything that isn't friendly. Max laughed at her enthusiasm. Alright then, option 1 it is. We need another defensive team for the cutter if we're going to move out and start clearing away the hostiles though. I am already on it. 4 super heavy mecha, and 20 Corvette-class units to supplement the cutter's defensive weapons should do the job, and all the staff are in mobile suits and fully armed, in case something does get past the defensive lines. All the staff was only 5 people, but it was better than nothing. Alright, let's go. Chapter 11:24. The full clear. As the Golden Legion started to move out, the lesser energy beings that were from their patron all began to gather and head toward the main group. They lacked radios or any other form of communication equipment, so the message was slow in passing between them, but Max saw an opportunity in that. If he moved the mecha force along that line where the message was passing and shouted it occasionally through the loudspeakers, he could get them all moving in the right direction and leave only the actual enemies in their way. It would cut the number of targets that they had to fight nearly in half, and it would allow the Golden Legion's minimal scouting force to deal with larger threats, while the main force was engaged in the city. There were other cities in the distance, according to the sensors, and there was a chance that they were pushing toward one of them, or a hidden military base to gather more troops, but the blast seemed to have destroyed their electronics. They weren't using any vehicles, only armored infantry and some of their crude mecha, which Max recalled should operate entirely on hydraulics, with no central computer at all. If the rest of their army was like that, it should be mobile soon, but it was likely stuck in the city. And now surrounded by enemies who had appeared at random all over the region. Timer. Nico called out, startling Max. Another portal appeared in the far distance, and this time, Max saw the shimmering of stars as it stabilized for a moment and a destroyer-sized cathedral ship began to pass through, before a massive explosion detonated the vessel, causing a ripple effect to take out the portal and throw both flaming fragments of the ship and survivors everywhere. Feth, I know what's happening. The android army has arrived, and they're on our side of the portal. They must have learned from our experience, and they're staying out of range of the blasts, but they're destroying the portals as they open. The cathedral ships are passing through this layer on their way between where they're hiding and our layer of space, which is why they're having such a hard time stabilizing the portals. They're not a direct route, either because it's not possible, or because they're trying to disguise their intentions and origin. She explained. Great, that's just what we needed. Player 4 is here now. New orders, target the survivors of the cathedral ships and keep telling the Golden Legion's energy being allies where they should go to assemble with the rest of their team. If they're not working together, the Golden Legion might be allies for the moment, and we will have one safe flank. And after that, Nico asked hopefully, then we do what we came here to do. Destroy the cathedral ship fleet. We can't leave them running around the place. Max teased. I was hoping that you were going to say something like that. I've already got a plan ready, and it's ingenious. What I'm thinking is that we keep building Mecha, with androids piloting them, and send out teams to hunt the survivors of the cathedral ships. One super heavy with 10 corvettes. We can fan out in an arc, and cover as much of the region as possible, and help the Golden Legion reform their army in the area while we wait to see if the great enemy is going to get a clue and stop with the portals, or if the androids will keep blasting them into oblivion. It won't be long before they've used so much antimatter that the surrounding region will become unstable, and it wouldn't be possible to open a portal at all, even without their interference. The only problem with that is once the layer is destabilized, we can't return directly there, as we won't be able to open a portal home either, unless we find a way off this giant planet. Nico had a point. If things kept going at this rate, it wouldn't be long before nobody could move between their home layer and other layers in this region, themselves included. That would mean finding a way off this strange planet, or moving in reverse, to the layer where the cathedral ships were coming from so that they could move to a new spot and transfer from there. That plan had an ominous vibe to him, and Max made sure not to voice it to Nico, who would likely start working on the plan the very instant she heard that there was the slightest chance she would get to solo the entire cathedral ship fleet. He knew her entirely too well, and while the plan did sound like it would be of great benefit to every species in the known universe, it also sounded more than a little bit suicidal. If they had a whole fleet with them, he might consider taking the fight directly to the enemy, but alone, with one cutter, it just didn't have the same heroic vibe to it. Alright, get on it. Do what you need to do to keep the ship protected as well. We don't want to lose our way home, or put our team in danger. You have a point. Getting stuck in some random disjointed layer of space on a planet that doesn't seem to have proper gravity would definitely put a damper on my plans to dominate the universe. Nico agreed. That offhand remark resonated in Max's mind. Not about Nico wanting to rule the universe, that wasn't new information. But the gravity in this place. Every layer had something strange about it, and from what the sensors had detected, Max suspected that this layer had only one constant gravity. That was why the planet could be so huge and still habitable. Or possibly flat, and still have gravity. How the nearby star overhead remained intact was a mystery if that was the case, but it was possible that the greater energy beings or the god that had chosen this place had the ability to influence gravity, much like the now deceased god of time had manipulated that fundamental law to their own advantage. Chapter 11:25. Well-trained androids incoming artillery buggy at 4 o'clock. One of the androids reported as it turned to engage the new enemy. Max and Nico had begun to lead their team away from the ship 2 hours ago, and they had only made it 3 kilometers in the constant swarm of enemies that they were facing. It was as if everything that they met instantly recognized them as the apex predator of the region, and they were all teaming up to try to stop them before the Mecha squad had a chance to run amok among the rest of the military forces. Their sensors had detected another spatial explosion in the distance, the same as the first two, and it was roughly centered on another Golden Legion city. They had enough of a signal that it was certain this time that the android fleet was actively bombing them with antimatter munitions, and that space was becoming very unstable after the third portal in such a short period of time had been collapsed with the volatile munitions. Within the hour, leaving from here to go straight home was no longer going to be an option, but so far, the team on board the cutter had not found any hints as to how they might accomplish the task within the limitations of this space. Incoming bloody warriors, Nico happily announced, with an accompanying ping on the map to point them out. They didn't quite have units comparable to Mecha, but the warriors from this drop had some giant arachnid-styled war walkers that were piloted by 2 soldiers, and they were brutally capable in melee, while lacking in the ranged combat department. That was a common theme with the blood-soaked warriors. They favored melee above all else, and they had dozens of ways to get there, but their ranged heavy weaponry was nearly non-existent. Eyes forward everyone. The buggies can be dealt with by the rear guard, let's take out the heavy equipment first. Max ordered. The warriors began to charge, under covering fire from the plasma cannons that were mounted to the arachnid walkers that were quickly overtaking them. The fact that they were the unit's only fire support didn't appear to matter to them at all, as the constructs raced forward to engage the Mecha. All that ever seemed to matter to these warriors was combat. Max set his disintegrator to minimal output and let it auto-calibrate to the armor of the warriors he would be targeting, then began to fire. The resulting miniature nuclear explosions rocked the ground, throwing some of the weaker fighters to the ground, and filled the air with mushroom clouds. That would naturally bring even more warriors to them, but the whole point of this expedition was to kill anything stupid or hostile enough to be a threat. Only once there was nothing left to shoot at would they be safe to start modifying the cutter so they could get out of here, but the risk of causing a chain reaction that would ripple through this strange world or make the atmosphere toxic was still a concern. They weren't trying to turn the whole world against them. That would waste far too much time, and Max couldn't help but worry that the continued efforts to break through in that remote part of space was actually a diversion from something more important. What that could be, he didn't know. But both the Arisen and the Darklings had been fairly adamant that he should be the one taking care of the issues here, so there was a good chance that they knew more about what was going on than he did. If it was just that they knew this greater energy being wasn't openly hostile to the humans and wanted to see Max's reaction, that was a wholly different issue than if they knew something about the force that was coming through the portals. Even after fighting them for hours, Max knew very little about them, other than that they seemed to follow the same traditions as the others that kept their armor covered in the blood of their enemies. That was about all they had in common, though. The warriors in this group were larger, the machines supporting them were ones that he hadn't seen before, and they also seemed to be more intelligent than the last lot. Max used the mass driver to snipe a warrior who had almost sneaked up to their position. Definitely smarter. There was a small rocky field in front of them, where Max decided they could make a stand for the moment. Corvettes, move behind the rocks and take cover. Minimize your profile from outside the field. I want a full circle of coverage, and I will take the center with Nico at my back. He ordered. The mecha moved into position, and Max turned his disintegrator toward the ground. A short burst dug a hole that was waist deep on the Titan-class mecha, which should make them shorter than the surrounding tree line, so Max hopped in and let Nico follow him, which put the two giant mecha back to back. The warriors weren't stupid, they would either surround their position or focus a charge on a weak point. The circular formation didn't have any obvious weak points, unless the enemy failed to notice one of the poorly hidden Corvette-class mecha. The new adaptive paint was excellent at blending into the surroundings, but not good enough that it would fool sensors at this short of a range. Max watched as the bloody warriors surrounded their position, keeping a distance of 500 meters, then listened to Nico's laughter as they ushered forward a large unit of alien armored vehicles to go before them and begin the bombardment of the field. Those poor idiots don't know what is about to happen to them. Their sensor systems are terrible, and they think it's only the two of us in the field. He informed Nico and the rest of the unit. The androids replied in unison. Understood, Commander. We will wait to fire until it is obvious that we have been discovered. Chapter 11:26. Tag team. The shells from the alien armored vehicles began to rain down from the sky, mostly hitting the two Titan-class mecha, but some were flying wide, or falling short of the target. Do you think they're here accidentally? No invading army could possibly have weapons systems so bad that they can't even accurately hit a target at a slow roll. Nico wondered out loud. It's possible, but they seem to be on the same side as the bloody warriors, so it would seem that they were preparing for war. Perhaps this species is in the training stages. Max replied as he calculated the strength of their weapons based on the impacts that his void shield was absorbing. He smiled in satisfaction as the computer informed him that even if the whole armored battalion managed to hit him at the same time, there was no chance that they would be able to take his shields down. Their maximum damage output was less than the power output of his mecha's shield generator. It was fairly pathetic, and this earnestly attacking species was doomed to be obliterated in the very first battle they ever faced, but that was the way of war. If you went in unprepared, you ceased to exist. But their allies weren't just leaving them to their fate. They had used them as bait to try to draw a response from Max and his unit, who still weren't shooting back. He could sense the frustration of the enemy commanders, who wanted to know which unit could trigger those massive explosions so that they could focus their attacks on it. The enemy had realized that the time for scouting out the mecha's abilities had come and gone, and in a blur of fast-moving red armor, they joined the advance. This time, they left their arachnid walkers a bit behind, keeping them from becoming the primary targets during the first wave, with the hope that they could finish what the infantry started. 84 kilometers an hour. These are definitely augmented armor suits, or superhuman warriors. Nico noted. Hold until the enemy makes it to the 50-meter mark, and then use the fusion flamers. Max ordered the Corvette-class units on the outer ring. Then he began to bombard the region with the thunder guns, using high explosives, but keeping the nuclear blasts from the disintegrator for later. The enemy was in contact with other units, and he didn't want to give them too much information right now, when they still had so many more soldiers to send his way. Roaring white flames lit up the ground around them as the fusion flamers marked the arrival of the enemy, and the light mass drivers on the Corvette-class units shredded through vehicles and armored suits as the enemy advance faltered under the fury of the mecha's counterattack. Forward, push a breach and get the walkers to the giants. The enemy commander was shouting. You heard the man. Forward, create a breach as you go, so I can kill those walkers. Nico agreed. The androids jumped to their feet and filled the air with fusion fire as they advanced with their blades raised. The warriors shouted in satisfaction as the mecha moved toward close combat, and pushed themselves to their limits to be the first to engage the defenders, blade on blade. The mecha parted in front of Nico, and gave her a clear shot toward the arachnid walkers. The rhythmic thump of the thunder guns shook the ground around them as a quick burst of shells hit the lead vehicle, whose shielding briefly flared with bright light before collapsing and allowing the next two shells to make direct impacts on the hull, shattering the walker into shrapnel that rained down over the battlefield. The aliens squealed and took cover as the molten metal bounced off their vehicles and burned through the uniforms of the soldiers who were exposed to the open air. That was enough to break the last of their resolve, and the aliens turned to flee, only to find that their supposed allies would not allow any such cowardice in battle. Those who turned to run were cut down by the warriors, and those who did not were roasted by the fusion flamers as the mecha advanced. The shields on these walkers are better than the ones on the last batch. Nico noted as she detonated another with a barrage of fire. They are resistant to the disintegrator as well. Max agreed, then leapt out of the hole to charge the targets. The thunder guns were too slow for his liking, and the energy blade would do a much quicker job of eliminating the walkers. More enemy infantry are coming in from the direction of the most recent portal attempt. The team leader in the cutter informed them. They're so good to me. Let's get this wave cleaned up so that they don't have to wait their turn to fight us. Nico cheered as she received the good news. Max spun to his right and knocked aside the sharpened legs of an arachnid walker, before bringing his blade down on its shiny black carapace. The void shield on the walker shattered under the physical impact, unable to effectively dissipate the energy through the layers when the blade was still being forced forward, and the massive mechanical body split apart in a flood of spilled hydraulic fluid and capacitor gel. The gel was an ancient battery technology, similar to the living energy storage technologies that Max was familiar with, and it powered all the functions of the walkers, which didn't have a power core of their own. That meant that they weren't intended for long-term operations, but to be a front-line offensive unit, expected to take high casualties, and not needed for more than a few days at the start of the battle. Max made a mental note of that as he blocked the attack of the remaining two walkers near him. A twitch of his thumb turned the light mass drivers on the one to his left as he sliced the forelimbs off the other, sending it flying backwards from the impact. The damaged walker didn't hesitate to return to battle, and fired a plasma cannon round into Max's shields as it advanced again, but turned slightly to the side to attack with the remaining three limbs on its right side, which were shorter than the two forelimbs had been, but still ending in a sharpened alloy spike. The attempt was futile, as Max's blade was faster, and the pilots were cleaved in two with a flick of his wrist. More infantry coming your way. Origin unknown, but from the same general direction as the first incoming group. The cutter crew announced. Nico, let's split up to save time. I'll take the right, you take the left. Max ordered, as his kill-happy subcommander adapted her battle plans. I'll race you to the finish and meet you back here afterwards. Max laughed. That's the spirit. I just hope that you're not too disappointed when you lose. The androids didn't really understand the concept of a friendly rivalry. They viewed it as more of a proof of efficiency test, which they were happy to help their leaders accomplish as they split the team in half to accompany the two humans into battle. Chapter 11:27. Keep stepping. Max pushed his unit forward toward the enemy as he unleashed the disintegrator on a wide dispersion pattern. Now that he knew the vehicles weren't properly radiation shielded, there was no reason to put all his power reserves into attacking. The pilots would die either way and disable the vehicles. The aliens cursed the mecha squad as it advanced, and the vehicles died an instant before the bombardment started, leaving them confused and trapped within the destruction. None of them seemed to understand that the weapon Max was using was not visible to their eyes, or to most sensors, and for the first few seconds, confusion reigned. Then the officers managed to get things back under control, and the survivors took positions either under the disabled vehicles or in craters to begin returning fire. The void shields over the mecha flickered with the incoming barrage, making it clear that this group were not a bunch of pushovers like the first one had been, and prompting the androids to do their best to take out the more dangerous weapons first. The concept of heavy weapons didn't seem to apply to these aliens, as all the rifles were about the same size, but the type and power of the output varied wildly from one to another. It was impossible to tell if they had just picked up different generations of weapons, or if this was deliberately done as a form of camouflage so that their enemies wouldn't be able to tell in advance what sort of capability they would be facing. If that was the case, it was actually an ingenious solution to having their more important units targeted at the start of the battle. 2. Many times, Max had been able to cripple the enemy simply by observing them for a few seconds, and with a mecha army even a half-blind fool could tell which were the units with the power. But with Mecha, the largest were also the hardest to damage, and the smaller units were much faster, and quickly became a close combat threat. Or at least they did the way that Max used them, and they were about to again. While the thunder guns rolled their bombardment back through the lines of the enemy soldiers, the Corvette-class units charged. Max waited a few seconds as they engaged the front ranks of alien survivors, and then activated the thrusters to put himself between the light mecha and the charging arachnid walkers. They were larger than the Corvette-class units, and with multiple limbs, they were deadly in close combat. The light mecha were much better suited to digging out hiding infantry than the Titan-class unit was, and Godslayer towered over the battlefield as Max chopped downward into his first target. The sound of rending metal filled the air as Max pulled the blade free and turned his disintegrator on the next walker, which tried to barrel roll across the ground to get out of his range. Unfortunately, it didn't know that Max was still firing in a wide cone pattern, and the walker seemed to roll over onto its back and die when the beam obliterated the pilots inside. The others spread out to encircle the gigantic mecha, and the void shield flashed with energy as the plasma cannons blasted. He leisurely turned to engage the enemy, letting them panic as his unconcerned movement. His shields were very nearly keeping up with the bombardment, and even if he stood still, it would take them hours to get through and damage his actual armor. Then, in a flurry of action, Max crouched and swung his leg out, kicking one of the walkers off into the distance before impaling another with his blade and using the sword as a pole to rotate over to knee-drop another of the walkers. The brutal impact crushed the metallic body, and a small chunk of the impaled walker followed his blade through the next attack, only flying free as the sword slammed into another target and cut a deep furrow in the ground. The warriors weren't going to stand for that, and they charged forward, creating a firing line to take down Max's shields so that the remaining walkers would have a chance to take him down. The remaining aliens' despair was so intense that Max could almost feel it on his skin, and it filled his mind as the light mass drivers turned on the warriors. Explosions threw dirt and body parts into the air as the rapid-fire mass drivers sprayed munitions in an arc across the battlefield, narrowly missing a few of the warriors who were fast enough to trick his targeting systems. A strange rocket hit Max's shield, and passed right through to detonate on his armor, shocking him enough that he nearly missed his parry against the incoming forelimbs of the other arachnid walkers. The weapon had to have been made by the cathedral ships to fight against each other. There was no other force that Max knew of that used that shield technology. But now that they had used it, they knew what worked against him, and the warriors crowed in victory, even as a mass driver round turned the rocketeer into a fine red mist. Max sensed the warriors closest to their supply vehicle rushing to replace their weapons with ones that would work better against the mecha, but that was a mistake that they couldn't have known they were making. The action told him exactly where the supply was located, and Max lobbed a trio of nuclear thunder gun rounds into the location, wiping the betraying mines from existence, and hopefully taking the munitions supply with them. There was no way that the enemy could have anticipated that, and their frustration told Max that they thought it had been a lucky shot, a blind fire artillery shell that had gone off target while the mecha were targeting the next wave of infantry. The super heavy mecha were currently bombarding an area near there, where the sensors had picked up more incoming infantry, but the enemy was learning quickly, and were hiding among the trees and rubble, doing their best to obscure their advance and not draw fire before they could return it. Chapter 11:28. Oh no you don't. Max updated his targeting scans and plotted a path forward. Nico had swung wide left, and was coming back across the line toward his artillery. The enemy seemed to be coming from a single point and spreading out, not from the multiple cities and portals, as Max had suspected at first. That meant that these aliens and warriors must have come through together, and that the other portal sites were going to have mixed targets as well. It would explain the sudden change in alien species, as well as the uniformity of targets once they got started. However, letting Nico get in front of him would stop his artillery bombardment, and mess up his advancement plan. He was going to have to push forward more quickly instead of sweeping them up in a wide net and then closing it on them, as he had been intending. He could just expand the net and sweep Nico's force forward with it. She would remain in combat, but he knew that he would have days of complaints about kill-stealing afterwards. Mecha, clear the aliens and push forwards. The warriors are coming from a single location, and I want to get there ASAP. Max ordered. Understood, Commander. The line of super-heavy mecha began to stomp forward, while the corvettes darted about among the trees, looking for targets that had been hiding from their sensors. Max's system skill, Unified Force, allowed them all to link sensors smoothly and without the usual processing lag, so the 3D map of the battlefield was quite detailed, but the warriors were getting much better at hiding from detection than anything that they had shown before. That wasn't going to save them from the attacks of a very dedicated Nico and the rest of the mecha force, though. They were methodically digging out the hiding spots of the warriors, who were already beginning to retreat and find a better spot to fight the mecha. The trees let them hide to fight, but it also stopped them from detecting the mecha in time to take them out before they were detected. The durability of the Corvette-class mecha was throwing a wrench into the carefully practiced training that they had all undergone. They hadn't practiced for what to do when they ran into an enemy that wouldn't die if you ambushed them. It defied military logic, as taught by their superiors, and they were working on a solution as they fought. Listening to their thoughts as they adapted helped Max to both understand how they were trained and adjust his own force's technique to counter them. It was driving their leadership insane, and they couldn't decide if they had a traitor, a communications leak, or if they were fighting an enemy that knew their training better than even their unit commanders did. The last would be the hardest to deal with, as nothing they did would be able to defeat such an enemy easily. The problem was that not only did Max and Nico know their combat styles better than they did, they also knew many more combat styles, and Max was reading their minds, while Nico read their communications. They had started using runners to send out some of the orders as an attempt to solve the issues of traitors and intercepted communications, but that was only partially effective, as the mecha were still picking up almost all of their movements. Once they confirmed where the main force was gathered, there wouldn't be much that the warriors could do to escape the two mecha forces, but for the moment, that location was still hidden, and the infantry was in full retreat to multiple locations where they thought that they might be able to stage a defense against the mecha. This sort of offensive battle without time for the defenders to prepare was where the mecha really excelled though, as they could overrun a makeshift perimeter with relative ease, especially with thrusters on the corvettes, and the warriors didn't have any bunkers to protect them from the artillery. Many forces throughout human history had tried to abandon the mecha for various fighting forces, but the versatility of the humanoid design had proven to be as versatile as the average infantry soldier, but so much more deadly that they never fully faded from most forces. With gravity plating, wheeled and tracked vehicles had lost their edge, and while hover vehicles had become popular among some planets, and were widely used among the alien species, they just didn't seem to really catch on with human militaries. For some reason, these warriors had chosen neither route, and had gone with an animalistic version of the robotic vehicles. If the technology wasn't lacking, they should actually be a match for the humanoid mecha, and Max knew that Nico was already thinking of making some arachnid pattern drones for shock and awe efforts. So many species found giant spiders terrifying that it would be a waste not to. Their crab drones would terrify a lot, but a nice fuzzy 2 meters tall spider would send quite a few forces running in terror. The drones were a good idea, Max decided. The cutter could make a few hundred of them in minutes, and he could deploy them all through the area around the ship so that nothing got too close, plus they were small enough to chase humanoids into many more hiding spots than a mecha could. Commander, your order is ready. Where should we deploy them to? The researcher in charge of the cutter requested. Spread them out around the cutter and search for everything but the Golden Legion. They haven't been hostile so far, and I would like to keep it that way. If we can work with them, their cities will make natural obstacles to divert enemy forces. Max explained. Should we send some small ones to help them out then? Their city is still having an alien infestation problem. The researcher asked. Max smiled, and his thoughts went to the arachnid walkers. Yes, but little ones. No more than a meter across with a single primary weapon and basic shielding is fine. That way they can enter ruins to rescue survivors as well as using the flexible dendrites to dig out hiding enemies. Saving lives is as important to goodwill as killing the enemy. This will be so much fun. Cute baby crabs everywhere. Chapter 1129. Baby crab. The team on board the cutter got to work as soon as Max gave them the orders. They already had the plans for the new crab drones ready for use, just in case they had a chance to make a whole batch of them, but they weren't expecting to be making them for this purpose. The larger crabs were deadly attack drones, and could operate in nearly any environment, against the deadliest of enemies, but today they were going to be deployed to fight against enemy infantry that was being decimated by a single unit of Corvette-class mecha, even before the bombardment by the super-heavy mecha began. It seemed like overkill to them, but the little drones that they had been asked to make seemed much more fair to the enemy. Sure, they would be a nightmare to actually hit, and even more difficult to kill, but at least it would be possible for the infantry soldiers to take them out. Sending out units of drones that were individually overkill felt too much like bullying the weak, and the Innu had often been the ones being bullied, so the small drones were perfect in their mind. Individually not very impressive, but in a group, they would be incredible. They didn't need much, but there were 3 essential qualities that the designers insisted on. First, they had to look like the big crab drones so that everyone understood that they were on the same team. Second, they needed to be able to clear rubble, so that meant they would need something that would work as a torch, as well as the ability to move rubble. Third, they had to be cute. They wouldn't accept ugly crabs when they could make cute ones. The first and third aspects were simple. They just designed a crab shell half a meter across, and gave it extendable legs so that it could move normally, and still have the ability to grab and drag larger objects and people. Then they put variable pattern laser rifles in both eye lenses. Those would be the primary weapon, as well as the cutting torch if they needed to free someone from rubble. With a small gravity manipulation generator added, they were ready to go. They didn't even add shield generators, to limit the power necessary. They just made it out of the high-density monomolecular alloy, with the knowledge that very little could shoot through it to begin with. That let them make 50 at a time, and complete the process in under 2 minutes after the testing was finished. It was a bit hasty, and done in the same 10-minute period that the larger crab drones were being produced, but it would have to do. These might be the simplest drones that the Terminus Trading Company had ever made, but once they had 200 of them all lined up outside the cutter alongside the larger drones, there was no dissatisfaction with the final result. They tasked 4 of the larger drones to lead the small ones 50 at a time into the city, while the rest of the large drones spread out around the cutter to keep them from being attacked. The small crabs were sent out just in time for Max to send the team back to their battle stations so they could check the sensors and tell him if there were any more signs that the enemy forces were coming from multiple locations. The warriors that they were facing had fallen back to multiple defensive formations once they realized that they couldn't outrun the mecha teams, and they were rapidly being eliminated, but more kept showing up, and Max couldn't seem to find the origin on his sensors. There are no signs of the origin, Commander. They're appearing all over the region, but there are no signs of how. Our working hypothesis is that they have some sort of short-range teleportation device, and they're actually set up somewhere further away. The team informed him as Max hunted down a small group of infantry. There weren't any more large targets in the area left to find, and now it was down to the last few groups, to try to keep Nico's total kill count down when their contest ended. She already had the win, as she had lucked out with the enemy movement as they were driven away from Max's artillery strategy, but he could still keep the margin as narrow as possible. "We're running out of infantry, are you ready to accept defeat yet?" Nico called over the radio. "There are still a few more pockets, I think that we might be able to swing the final result." Max laughed as he hunted down another group to obliterate while the light mecha searched further out into the forest. "We will see," Nico agreed, as she chased down a group of warriors who believed that they could escape from her wrath. But soon, there were no more enemies to be found, and no sign of where they had been coming from, which left Max and Nico both annoyed with the outcome. They couldn't have all been dropped right here, they had to have come from somewhere, but they were unable to find the source, only the location where they had been appearing. "How are things going with the drones? We didn't find a source for the enemy forces, and I need some good news." Max asked the crew on the cutter. "They're having a lot of fun. They're in the city, along with 4 of the larger crab drones as commanders, and they're doing a wonderful job of digging out hidden alien forces. They're much faster than bipeds over rough terrain, and the enemy thought that they were local wildlife at first." "Well, right until the laser beam eyes," the team leader replied. He would have to watch that video later, assuming that they had remembered to give the drones a proper video recording function. With this team, that wasn't a given. They might have only given it basic optical sensors without a built-in recording function when he didn't give them any details to work with. Chapter 11:30. Regroup and search. With nothing left to fight, Max led the team back to the cutter, and had the android mecha join the guard detail. Then he messaged Nico to join him to make new plans. Bring the mecha inside where they won't attract as much attention. The super heavy units will be enough of a deterrent, and they can spread out now that we have both teams on ship defense. We might not have a solid lead on where the enemy was teleporting in from, but I think that with a bit of work, we can manage it. He informed her. So, what is the final count? Did I win? She replied, more interested in the important things. By 19 kills. Max informed her. Nico silently celebrated in her mecha, knowing that Max could hear her thoughts as she got the unit parked in its repair rack. Neither of them had taken any hull damage, but if they had time, they would still double-check it to make sure that there were no stress fractures, loose connections or other possible faults. The new Titan-class units didn't have a lot of testing, and they had even less live combat time, so there was no telling where they might find an issue hidden within the design. With the mecha parked, the duo changed into mobile suits and climbed out to meet with the rest of the team to see how the data gathering by the drones was going. The small ones were all in the nearby cities now, but the rest of the larger drones had spread out through the woods, looking for enemies to hunt. There was very little chance that they had scared away or killed everything in the region already, so Max had some hope that the drones might stumble across data that would tell them where all these warriors had arrived on the planet. What's the good news? Max asked as he walked onto the bridge of the cutter. Not much so far, except that the programming for the smaller drones has an interesting glitch that might not be a glitch. We told it to prioritize the safety of intelligent and sentient species so that it would maximize the number of civilians rescued. But it keeps saving cats from the rubble before it goes for the Golden Legion civilians. The team leader replied. Nico snickered at that, and pulled up some of the footage, including a crab drone lifting a piece of rubble off a trapped kitten before going back for the resident of the home. It even made sure to move the injured feline to a safe spot before going to the next rescue. But the drones seemed to entirely ignore dogs. It was a strange situation, and Nico's first thought was that the cats here might have more intelligence than the ones that she was familiar with. That would make them even more entertaining, and she quickly sent orders to bring a few of the more docile kittens back to them so they could test them properly with the advanced equipment aboard the cutter. Capturing one of the creatures was a simple task. They were intrigued by the drones, and happy to play with them, so when they were picked up, they rarely protested. The small drones picked out a pair of cats that weren't heavily injured and didn't attack the drones too violently. There was normally some level of attack during the play, but the drones were reasonably certain that these ones were not hostile. The first attempt had to be aborted, as a Golden Legion security guard took exception to having his cat stolen, and was about to crush the crab when it relented and put the purring black feline back on the steps of the ruined house. Did you see that? That guard was mad when he realized the drone was taking his cat. They must be excellent pets. I hope that nobody misses the one that we've got on the way back. One of the researchers noted. The chances of that seem pretty low, as there were no survivors in the building where it was found, but we can return it after studying it. We don't need to dissect it to scan it, so the cat won't be harmed. Nico reminded her. The drone has a follower. Max noted as the small crab exited the city and headed for the cutter. Should we order evasive actions, or is the follower a friendly? The team leader asked. I think it's a friendly. An adult male, from the Golden Legion. Unarmed and unarmored. The video feed looks like he's just curious as to where the drone is taking the cat. Max replied. In that case, lure him here too, and we can talk to him about the planet and any strange things that might seem normal in this layer. The more we can learn about them, the better. Nico suggested. This is an adult male, correct? I don't know much about the species, and I would like to know that we're not abducting both a child and a pet from a neutral species. One of the team members asked. They examined the scene for a few minutes and compared it to other members of the species in the city. Yes, it is definitely a male well past adulthood. Unusually pale, which would indicate excessive time spent in environmental armor, if not for the pudgy build and the generally terrible level of physical fitness. If his condition continues to deteriorate, we might need to send a drone to pick him up. Nico decided. Well, from what I know of the Golden Legion, they won't be mad if we keep the shut-in. Max chuckled. The Golden Legion was normally very proud, both of their skills and their physique, so seeing an out-of-shape member that wasn't injured was a rarity. Perhaps they weren't the same as Max's past life, but there was a chance that they just found some random guy who didn't fit the stereotype. You know what? Send a large drone for him. This is taking too long. He's sitting down to catch his breath again. Nico finally complained. On it, boss. Chapter 1131. Self-preservation. The pudgy young man from the Golden Legion city happily climbed onto the larger crab drone when it arrived to pick him up, and quickly set about trying to interface with it from an electronic device in his pocket. Oh, he's their version of a tech nerd. That makes sense, he wouldn't need physical fitness for that job. But isn't he too out of shape? Does their species actually have a very low metabolism? One of the Innu asked as they watched the hacking attempt in amusement. They should have a pretty good metabolism. Perhaps he has some sort of condition. I have the data from the other survivors found in the city here, and his build is a rarity among the locals. Almost all are heavily muscled, even the women appear to have done regular strength training. Nico informed them. Interesting. Alright, has everyone prepared a question for our guest? When he arrives, Max asked. Wait, we need to talk to him. Does he speak our language? Can't we just spend time in the lab with the kitten? One of the human team members asked. All fair questions, and you will get to spend time with the kitten. But we do need to find out more about the locals, and you will need that information in real time to adjust the drone programming, so you can't wait until someone else compiles the data for you. Max replied. The team all groaned in frustration at not being allowed unfettered access to the kitten, but Max had already started to study the data they had, and that was no ordinary house cat. The drones probably hadn't been wrong that the creatures were smarter than half of the people in the rubble, and the local dogs were certainly not on par with either species. It was still intrigued by the drone though, and not protesting its relocation at all, despite now being many kilometers from home. Max briefly wondered if the animal actually understood that they were bringing it to them to study and not to harm, and that was why it wasn't protesting, but there wasn't any way to tell what the creature was thinking until he could get a lock on its thoughts. It should have some. The scans said that its brain was formed to have the capability, so all he had to do was pick it out. Fortunately, they had moved quite a distance from the city, and without the interference it was becoming much easier. Adventure. Going on an adventure with the crab. Max finally found the feline's thoughts. It was not at all afraid, and it was quite enjoying its time with the crab. No, move right, that berry is a tasty one. It was thinking, so Max ordered the crab to move over to the bush where it had spotted the food. Did it understand me? Yes, I have a pet crab now. Eat that, golden dunce. No, why are we moving again? I wanted more berries. Max laughed as the cat rambled on and on in its own mind, complaining about not getting more berries, celebrating seeing new things, and trying to get the crab to understand it again so that it could use the drone as a mount. Armor crab with laser beam eyes. I definitely need one of these for myself. Maybe the ones who brought me here will let me have one. If they can train it to come find me, surely they can train it to be a proper battle mount. I could be the first of my kind to take out an enemy vehicle. Its thoughts showed the many times that it knew of its kind slaying other creatures, from mice and birds to alien warriors foolish enough to not have a helmet. They weren't large, but their claws were sharp, just not sharp enough to cut through armor. That's a new kind of house. I've never seen one like that before. Did the strangeness bring a whole house here? It must be full of crabs. Yes, that's it, the crab is bringing me to meet its people. The cat decided. Max did his best not to laugh at the cat's wild ideas and plans for city dominance with a battle crab, which supposedly would grant it full rights over the fish market. The two guests were almost at the ship now, and the man from the Golden Legion was starting to panic as he saw the obviously alien ship, despite not having any concerns about riding the attack drone all the way here. Max stepped outside to greet him and stop the panic attack. Relax, young man, if we wanted to kill you, we would have had the attack drone you're riding do it, instead of bringing you all the way back here. We just have some questions for you about your people and your city so that we know if they're worth allying with during this insane situation. Max greeted him. The strange man wants to ally with the idiots. Oh, he's in for so much disappointment. If only I could tell them that they wear that silly armor to keep their stupidity. Anonymous. The cat was thinking. Max looked down at the small cat. We will speak with you as well, but I can do that afterwards. The others here would desperately like to brush your fur. Brush my fur. Like grooming with a tool. That sounds good. Hey, does this guy understand me, or is he one of the weirdos that talks to animals? Max laughed. Maybe a bit of both. But the others can't hear you. The kitten leapt off the small drone and landed on Max's pant leg, then climbed up his coat to look him in the face. Say that again, do you really understand? Of course I do. I just answered you a few seconds ago. But I need to speak to this one first, since his people are the larger military force. Max explained. All right then, led me to this thing you call a brush. Chapter 1132. Wrong person. All right, how about we start with something easy? I am Commander Karis Max, of the Terminus Trading Company. What is your name? Max asked. I am James. My name is James. The pudgy young man replied. Do your people not use family or guild names, James? The man started visibly sweating as he tried to come up with a good lie. How about I save you the trouble? Your name is Gerald Jeremiah Gregor. You grew up in the city, never employed, with a fondness for video games and robotics. Max continued. How did you learn that? Gerald demanded. You tried to hack our drone. Did you think that we wouldn't at least hack your cell phone in return? I must say, that is some interesting adult content you peruse. Is that common in your world, or unique to a small niche? Max asked. Gerald went pale and fell to his knees. Please don't tell my mom I've been using her net to look that up. It's a serious crime here, and she's never done anything wrong. Max took a split second to look up the young man's mother in the system, to see if she had been located. To his surprise, she was one of the frontline soldiers, out in the city, clearing the attacking forces. Her tracker was still active, and she was moving, so she should be alright. But Max sent a few drones her way to help out anyhow. It would be best if they were able to return their volunteer to an intact family, such as it was, but Max could tell that this guy didn't actually know much, or really understand the social norms of his people. In comparison to everyone around him, he wasn't that bright, and he definitely lacked social skills, but at least Max could probe his mind for more answers as they talked. Trying to actually interrogate him wasn't working. He would panic and freeze at every question, and Max would have to read it from his mind anyhow, so instead, he started a conversation with him. How about we have a bite of lunch, and a conversation? The hard questions can wait until one of the soldiers shows up. Max suggested. The Glorious Golden Legion. The young man automatically corrected him. Yes, the Glorious Golden Legion. They should send someone here eventually to talk to us. They'll understand fairly soon that our crab drones are not a threat, and then they should stop avoiding us. The young man nodded slowly. Yeah, I think that sounds right. They taught us something about that in school, how we came here in the time of the ancestors to wait for the moment when our glorious Golden Legion would be needed. He really didn't remember much of it, even Max couldn't pull much from his mind, but it was obvious that the greater energy being was sheltering them here, and that it had done something to keep them from being discovered. At least, until now. They didn't want to join with so many of the other species in the great enemy's army and continue the eternal war, and their guardian being had taken pity on them, likely recognizing that they would be eliminated from existence if history played out the same way again. While Max and their volunteer had an unproductive conversation, the Nico and the research team were having much more luck with their feline friend. As they had quickly discovered, the creature could read. So, despite being unsuited to verbal communication, it was a simple matter to make a small data tablet for it to answer their questions while they treated it to the equivalent of a spa day. The cat had been brushed, cleaned, massaged, fed and placed on a custom-made bed to relax while they talked. They keep half of their entire population in military training, while the rest is supposed to be support staff. The support staff are lazy, though. Too much can be done with technology, so they don't really do anything but sit around and waste their lives away. It's gotten to the point that they don't even breed anymore, they're too lazy. All the new kittens to play with come from the soldiers. The one in the other room is just as bad. I came to him the other day with an itchy ear, and he just pushed me off the desk to keep staring at a video on the screen. Nico smiled and gave the cat's head a scratch, which made her purr, then frown. This is an abduction attempt, isn't it? You're trying to get me to willingly stay with you through the use of good food and petting. The cat accused. I won't deny that. We would love it if you stayed with us, but we're not going to force you to stay, and it's not really an abduction if you freely choose to leave with us. We might have to find more of your people, though. Being alone as the only one of your species would get too lonely otherwise, and I'm not sure if we will be able to return here if we leave. Nico agreed. Their guest considered that for a moment, and then nodded and placed a paw on the map. I know where you can find them. Send drones to the building here. It's a shelter for my kind, and they will be happy to go with you instead of being caged. Do your drones have a way to communicate? The team cheered and hugged each other in celebration. They do. They can broadcast audio, so they can talk to them, and then escort the ones that want to leave the city after they cut open the cages. The feline purred in happiness as it learned that the unfortunate among its kin would be getting a better home, full of people who knew the value of a head rub. All right, you should hurry, the soldiers have cleared the area, but they didn't let us out, and there is no food in the cages. Chapter 1133. Great Migration. Nico piloted one of the larger drones through the rubble of the city toward the cat shelter, expecting it to need to be excavated, given the general condition of the city. Not many buildings were undamaged, and even the more durable of them often had collapsed roofs and blown-out windows. It was on the first floor of a 3-floor complex, and the top level had collapsed when the portal was destroyed over the city. There was a lot of rubble in the street, but the entrance wasn't blocked, and Nico could see through the feed that the power was still on inside. The few enemies that they had come across on the way here had all fled at the sight of the killer drones, even if it meant running toward Golden Legion soldiers. There were at least 4 of those watching the drones right now, wondering what they were up to, but none of the city's defenders were willing to make a move that might provoke the robotic crabs. The larger drone swept the entryway clear of debris so that a group of 4 smaller drones could move inside to make the rescue. The kitten cheered as the sensor feed showed the interior of the shop, with its racks of accessories toppled and a few bags of kibble torn open and leaking on the floor. It would take an hour or more to clean up, but the shop itself was intact, and the door was open into the back room, where the cages full of felines could be seen. There, now you see how cruel they are. Not a single bit of food in any of the cages. The kitten pointed out as the drone entered the back room. Nico resisted the urge to mention that it was because the automated feeding timer was still active, and the power was on, but decided to let their new friend have her outrage at the animal shelter's feeding schedule. Come to think of it, there is no food here either. Do your people not eat? The kitten asked. There is a replicator console on the wall. It's touchscreen, so you only need to press the button to get food whenever you want it. Nico replied, as she maneuvered the drone to the middle of the room. Oh, that is an amazing system. Food on demand. Does that mean it's always fresh? The kitten asked, tapping the table beside its tablet so that everyone would pay attention. The team member nearest to the replicator laughed and pointed at the screen. Yes, it's always fresh. What would you like to eat? After analyzing your biology, we would recommend chicken, but we don't know how you like it. How I like it? Yes, raw and warm, chilled and raw, baked, fried, smoked, grilled, possibly with certain seasonings or a sauce. The look of adoration on the kitten's face was enough to melt even the coldest of hearts, and then she returned her attention to the tablet screen. Do you know the process of boiling it in hot oil? It makes the bird crispy outside, and hot and tender inside. 1 fried chicken was ordered, and placed on the table. We call that fried. Sometimes we will cover it in a breading and spices so it can be fried into smaller pieces of crispy goodness, but I'm not sure your species can eat that. The kitten nodded. Putting things on the meat ruins it. While they argued the virtues of fried chicken, Nico addressed the gathered crowd inside the animal shelter. Hello, my furry friends. One of your kinfolk has made it to our vessel, which is parked outside the city, and recommended that we come to free you from your imprisonment. We know that you can understand our language, but we can't hear your thoughts. Once you are free, you will be able to type responses on the screens inside our home to converse with us. If you would like to be released from your cage, please put a paw on the door, and we will be with you shortly. She informed them. Nico heard Max laughing in the other room, and stuck her head out to see what was so funny. The cats are panicking because most of them can't read. He explained. Oh, they're not as smart as this one. Nico asked. That's not it. They're strays. They never learned how to read in the first place, they're illiterate. Nico facepalmed, and looked at the kitten, who seemed utterly unconcerned with the potential issues as she buried her face in a whole fried chicken. Well, we can figure that out later. Once they're here, they will have plenty of time to learn. They could always use one of the others as a translator, and Max knew that Nico already had plans to build an obstacle course and playground for them that ran through a number of the spare rooms. They could set the replicators up in that area with feline-friendly restrictions, and picture menus. That way, even if they couldn't read, it wouldn't be an issue. He did have some worries that an energy being might take offense to them stealing the cats, but it was only a small group from the shelter, they weren't taking them all. All the cats requested to be freed, and they quickly followed Nico's orders to follow the pair of small crabs out of the city toward the ship. That procession of animals behind the drones caught the attention of the Golden Legion, who had no idea what was going on, but suspected that the cats had found a safe hiding spot to retreat to. While the city fought for survival against an enemy the cats had no chance of defeating. If the felines thought that it was safe enough to stay at, then there was a chance that it would be a safe place for their civilians as well. Getting them out of danger was the first priority of the defense forces, but when the cats left the city, the Golden Legion never would have imagined just where they were headed. Chapter 1134. Agreement. 2 hours later, Lieutenant Willis of the Golden Legion's 17th City Guard found himself standing outside a parked Cutter-class space vessel. It was smoothly curved in a style that he didn't recognize from any of his training videos, and it was surrounded by hundreds of the crab robots, as well as dozens of giant humanoid robots. They must have noticed his team by now, but none of them had made any hostile moves, and he had come to the conclusion that they were waiting for him to introduce himself. In a formal setting, it would be proper for the lower rank to introduce themselves to the higher ranked, so perhaps their commander was looking at the situation on an individual level and not taking him as a representative of his people. He had never been trained in politics, he was a law enforcement officer. If they had littered, vandalized buildings or robbed someone, he would have all the answers, but today he was fresh out of ideas, and in way over his head. "What do we do, Lieutenant?" They let the cats in without any problems, and they even greeted them. "Maybe they're not hostile," one of his patrolmen asked. "Do you want to be the one to risk his neck finding out, Constable?" Lieutenant Willis whispered back. Nobody said anything for a few seconds, then one of the Golden Legion guards stood up and began to walk toward the ship. "We won't know unless we try. Just remember that if this works, it was my idea," he reminded the others. The lieutenant chuckled to himself. The man going forward was an aging mall security officer. He'd seen nearly everything at this point in his career, and it appeared that the concept of being torn apart by a species of giant robots was much less frightening to him. When he reached the outer perimeter of giant robots, one of them raised its hand and began to speak. "Access to this area is restricted, please state your name and purpose." The 25-meter-tall robot in front of him announced. "My name is Gregory, head of security at Parkland Shopping Center. I would like to talk to your boss, if they're available." The security guard announced in a firm voice. "Understood. The commanders are both available at this time, please proceed inside." Gregory turned back to his companions, shrugged his shoulders, then walked inside the ship, where Max and Nico were waiting for him, along with one young local man, and countless cats. "So many cats. Send him away, he kicks us out of the mall." One of the cats typed on the tablet set on the table in the middle of the room. "You steal from the food stalls, of course I kick you out of the mall." Gregory complained through the speaker on his golden helmet. "He's a bully," the cat insisted. Max reached down and petted the irate feline's head. "He's not going to kick you out of here, so you can relax. Welcome, representative of the Golden Legion, to Santa Maria, the command cutter for the Terminus Trading Company, a human militant group and manufacturing corporation." Gregory stiffened at the word human. "Did I hear that correctly? You are human, you look like the images, but I heard that you were extinct." Max smiled back at him. "I can assure you that the rumors of our extinction are greatly exaggerated. We were forced to relocate in the past, but the species survived quite well." "That is wonderful news. I had heard that your species was instrumental in allowing our guardians to set up this safe space for us in the time of our ancestors. I know that it has been many millennia since then, but the Golden Legion were taught to honor their past so that it would not repeat in the future." Gregory explained. Max looked over at the younger man who had come to them first, and he nodded eagerly. "Yeah, I heard something about that in school." Gregory shook his head, and clasped his hands behind his back in a military resting pose to stop himself from slapping the idiot. Everything that he had said were basic requirements that every elementary school student should have memorized. They even had pictures of the friendly species up on the walls of every government building, including the mall and the barracks. Max looked back to Gregory. "It's all right, I understand that not everything works out the way that you might have hoped. How about we have a nice conversation over a cup of coffee while your friends sit in the rain outside?" Gregory frowned. "It's not raining." Nico chuckled. "Not water, it isn't. But give it 30 seconds. Gregory assumed that he had misread the weather on their way here, but then 30 seconds later the thunder guns began to fire, and the sound of artillery exploding against the cutter's shielding shook the air. "I must go save my men." The guard insisted. "They're fine. They're inside our shield range. I let you all in at the start to see what you would do. The drones will take care of this attack in the next few minutes, and then it will be quiet again." Nico explained. Max closed the door to keep the sound of artillery from deafening their guests with more sensitive hearing, and the cats returned to crawling all over the ship's crew. If you say so, I will trust your judgment. You clearly lured us here the same as you did the cats, so might I ask if there was some particular purpose, or was it just to learn the things that your first guest forgot? Gregory asked. A bit of both, but it's more important that we start working on some sort of formal arrangement. As you can see, we've ordered our drones not to attack you, and your people haven't attacked us, so we have a good working relationship. It's just our tradition to make sure that everyone understands. Max replied. And the giants outside, the crew all laughed at his question. They're part of our team, and they're not gigantic, the Mecha are. It's a piece of equipment, like a tank or a mobile artillery battery. Nico explained. That's equipment, by the Legion, that is impressive. But I don't have the authority to make a deal, just the balls to be the first one to step across the line. We will have to at least bring in the lieutenant with his good radio for this. Chapter 1135. Legion Officer Max looked at the aging soldier with amusement. You know, in my culture, those who are too cowardly to step forward in times of war are considered unfit to lead others in times of peace. Gregory smiled back at Max and shook his head. Ever since we hid here, it's been a time of peace. We are only today finding out who is a coward when threatened, but wasn't during the easy times. The soldiers of the Golden Legion pride themselves on their courage and honor, but there hasn't been a real chance for them to prove it in generations. Give Lieutenant Willis a chance, he's got some brains, and while he might not be courageous enough to be the first into no man's land, he still led us this far, and he didn't abandon his duties during the fight in the city. The old guard stopped and took in Max's face. That was a test, wasn't it? To see if I thought that he was worthy as a commander, or if you should call someone else to take his place. Nico laughed at the man's shocked comment. Oh, he's pretty good. He caught on way faster than we thought that he would. Yes, he was testing you to see if your lieutenant was worth dealing with or if we should get someone else out here. If you say he's decent, we will give him the chance to be the intermediary. Max nodded in agreement. Go ahead and call your men inside before the sound of artillery shocks them all stupid. From what I can see on the sensors, our mecha teams are about to move out to clear the area. The attack was nearly finished already, and almost all the artillery was outgoing at this point, but from the point of view of the men hidden in the trees, it wouldn't make much difference. A dozen sets of thunder guns would be all that they could hear, and the shockwaves of the projectiles leaving at supersonic speed would be pounding their bodies through the simple armor they were wearing. Max opened the door, and the rest of the team ran inside, then paused to try to understand what they were seeing, as two humans sat on a sofa that was mostly covered in cats, with Gregory facing them from across a table with one irate feline and a data tablet on it. From their point of view, it looked like he was being interrogated by a house pet, while the aliens mediated. Sure, the cats were smart, but they were pets, and these ones were feral, more of a nuisance than anything else. The thought was strange to him. Felines weren't legionaries, they didn't have rights, or sentience. The fact that they could write showed that they had a level of intelligence, but they would inevitably revert to animalistic behavior at the first opportunity. Why these humans would value them so much was beyond him. But, since they did, he would have to respect that fact and work around it to ensure the safety of his people. Duty and honor were foremost for a Golden Legion officer, and it was his duty to keep his team alive, even in a situation as strange as this one. Lieutenant Willis nodded to Gregory, who gestured toward Max and Nico. Lieutenant, these are Commanders Max and Nico of the Terminus Trading Company. As you can see, they are actual humans, pulled here accidentally, and they're willing to help. Well, at least they're willing to help the cats. The rest appears to be up for negotiation. Lieutenant Willis gave the old security guard a disdainful look for his blunt assessment, but didn't say anything as he saw Max's amused smirk and Nico laughing with someone in the next room, who he couldn't see from his position. It's an honor to meet you, Commanders. Let me be blunt if I may. The Golden Legion wishes you no harm, unless you wish to harm us or our home. What do you need from me to make that informal agreement a reality? The lieutenant asked through the speaker on his golden helmet. It gave his voice the same monotone mechanical inflection that Gregory's had, and it made it impossible for the cats to tell them apart. As far as they were concerned, these were all mall security guards who chased them away from food. First, if you could remove your helmet, it would help our feline friends feel more at ease. They can't tell you apart in uniform, and they hold a grudge against security guards who chase them away from food. Max explained. Willis knew that they had only called the cats here, and that his team had simply followed, but he hadn't expected such a level of favoritism toward a common house pet. But he did remove his helmet and stow it under his arm so that the humans could see his face. The Golden Legion looked a fair bit like the humans on the outside. They were bipedal, with similar external appearances, except for the shining bronze skin, which had a metallic luster. They were a fair bit taller than these two humans, at 220 centimeters, but they had heard humans could come in a variety of sizes, from giants all the way to tiny elves like the girl on the couch. Small creatures like that one were considered good luck by his people. It was said that their bodies remained small because all the nutrients went to their brains, so they should be exceedingly smart, and having one in your family was sure to bring wealth and good fortune. Not that he'd seen one in his lifetime, but his grandmother had gone to school with one, and the members of that family were now quite wealthy. There was something off about that tiny woman, though, and looking at her gave him the chills. There was no logical reason for it, but for some reason every cell in his body seemed to scream that she was dangerous, like an embedded genetic memory that contradicted her harmless appearance. Nico stood to gather a stack of papers from the people in the other room and handed them to both Gregory and Willis. These are the proposed details of our agreement. Our people put great value on keeping our agreements, and we are hoping that yours are the same. With this, we agree to do our best to ensure that your people survive this conflict, and agree not to attack them unless we are betrayed. The terms are reciprocal, identical for both parties. Nico explained. Chapter 1136. Agreed. Nico sat back down on the sofa, and pulled an overweight and fluffy cat into her lap, while Max looked up at the lieutenant. We have a sitting room if you would like to contact your people in private. There is a radio there, programmable with your security codes, should your own communications equipment prove insufficient for the task. Max informed them as he rose to his feet. Thank you, Commander. Given the circumstances, this might take some time. More disruptive events have been reported all over our territory, and most of them are still heavily besieged. Only this immediate region is considered somewhat stabilized, and that is partially thanks to your Mecha and your crab allies. Willis replied. They're drones, actually, non-sentient, highly capable robots, controlled by the artificial intelligence here aboard our ship. Max informed him. Lieutenant Willis paused on his way to the private room. Drones can do all that. I must say, human technology is every bit as impressive as I had heard from the history books. Do you use them to limit casualties among your own troops? Or are they precious and difficult to replace? We use them for many different purposes, but there are some enemies that can turn them against us, so we are normally cautious about using them in situations where there are highly tech-adept opponents. Max replied. Wonderful. I will report it back to our leadership team. They were unaware that the crabs were entirely robotic, and had assumed that they were differing species of armored crustaceans with somewhat advanced technology. It will greatly reassure them to know that the crabs are part of the human military contingent. He retreated into the meeting room with the rest of his team, leaving only Gregory outside to stand awkwardly in the middle of the room as the door closed. You might as well take a seat. They will be a while with the explanation of what is going on. Would you like something to eat? Max asked. Gregory took off his helmet and set it on the floor beside one of the plush chairs across from Max. If you can create foods that are suitable for my species, that would be wonderful. The drones analyze the food samples in the ruined buildings of your city. We have samples of a few dishes that are similar, and that our medical scans say your body is not allergic to. Whether it agrees with your palate is another matter entirely, though. Max chuckled. Gregory laughed. I've been eating fast food from the mall for decades, prepared by core school dropouts with no other applicable skills. If I can survive that, I am pretty sure I'll be fine with whatever you come up with. Max brought out what the team thought was a suitable replica of the meals they found in the city, and Gregory began to laugh. I should have remembered that today was Legion Day. The stuffed bird, berry sauce, mashed roots and gravy are a traditional holiday feast. He explained as he tried to stifle his laughter. Well, I'm glad that you didn't have to miss out. If it is edible, we will offer it to the others, so you can all enjoy your holiday feast, despite being away from home. Max replied with a smirk. Gregory delicately sniffed at the plate, then sighed and took a deeper breath before tentatively picking up the fork from among the selection of eating utensils provided. Nobody had thought to record those details when they had the crabs check the food selections for the Golden Legion, so Max hadn't been sure what sort of table manners they adhered to. The first few bites were reluctant, but Gregory's face slowly morphed into a smile as he got through a bite of everything. This is incredible, it's like you stole someone's fresh dinner right out of the oven. Not my mother's obviously, but she's a terrible cook. I must say, your chefs must have been true savants to come up with a replicator program that creates such a rich flavor profile. He commended Max, while Nico preened with pride at the praise. I will be sure that she knows. The replicators are a marvel of human technology, and they're capable of creating food for nearly any species. Even our feline friends have found a dish that they love above all others. Max agreed. The cats, on the other hand, were staring at Gregory's plate with something akin to lust. Max knew that their bodies couldn't properly digest half the things on that plate, but that didn't stop them from wanting it now that he was eating it. You know you can't digest that, why do you even want it? Max asked the cat seated next to his head. The feline hopped over to the tablet on the table and typed up a quick response. They feed us awful kibble at the kennel, so what they're eating has to be better than what we're eating. Max laughed. But you just split a whole fried chicken with the others. His food still looks good, though. Max just shook his head at the stubborn cat, who was staring at Gregory's plate from across the table, and waited to see if the man was going to have any sort of strange reaction to it. The medical system said he wasn't allergic, but it didn't say that he wouldn't get a stomach ache or bad gas from the rich meal. There just wasn't enough data for that. Of course, normally you didn't feed aliens entire replicated meals the moment you met their species, but that just wasn't the Terminus Trading Company way. Creating new dishes for everyone they met was a company tradition, and they hadn't killed anyone yet. Max was just about to create a meal for the rest of the team to eat while they worked when a junior team member came out with a document on one of the silver serving trays from the coffee stand. Commander Max, our leadership has agreed in principle with your proposal without amendment. Here is the signed copy, he announced. Max stood up to take the document, then shook his hand. Good work. Now, let me bring out a celebratory feast for your Legion Day evening meal. Gregory has already verified that it is safe to eat. Chapter 1137. Target acquired. The rest of the Golden Legion team had just started their meal when the layer breach alarm went off on the bridge of the ship, signaling that there was another portal forming somewhere nearby. Gentlemen, I will have to let you wait here for the moment. There is another portal nearby, and the ship's sensors say that we're close enough to help. Max informed their guests. Do you know what's coming or where it will be? Lieutenant Willis asked. I know the location, but not what might come through. Do you want me to display it on the holographic emitter in here, or should I have the crew do it after you finish eating? You might as well display it now. We should report back to our superiors as quickly as possible, since our sensors were damaged during the attack, and the communications channels are flooded with combat reports. Max tapped in the commands to bring up the most important sensor feeds, like the radar and the enemy movement details gathered by the drones, and then excused himself to return to his mecha. Nico was already waiting, and the reports that were coming in were not good. This portal had been an actual attempt by a greater energy being to break through, and the androids on the Koleska region side had closed it with their usual brutal efficiency. The problem was that the being that wanted through hadn't pushed far enough forward when it closed, and he wasn't heavily injured or scattered, but was thrown here instead. The being was enraged, and the one that was damaged and hiding in the planet was terrified. The two were going to go at it very soon, and they obviously hated each other, but the one who was guarding this place was no longer a match for the new arrival. That left it up to Max and Nico to get there in time to intervene and weaken the intruders so that they could be scattered into the wind. It would be the first test of the true purpose of the new Titan-class mecha, but the battle appeared to be taking place over one of the already damaged cities, where there were still millions of survivors and an ongoing battle with multiple alien species. The setting would certainly make the battle more difficult, as they couldn't use the full force of the new weapons without creating a massive nuclear explosion that would cause even more damage than the intruder was likely to. But Max was sure that they could make it work. Suited up and ready to go, Nico reminded him as Max checked the reports a second time to finish his planning. Alright, let's move out. Try to avoid heavy civilian casualties, but make sure that the local Guardian wins this fight. The two mecha raced out of the hangar bay toward the battlefield, where the lingering damage from a second explosion over an already damaged city had left everything in a state of chaos. That was intentional by the newly arrived being. It had realized that they had stumbled upon the secret hiding place of an enemy energy being, so it had opened another portal, hoping that the force on the anomaly side would do whatever they were doing to redirect and damage it. The plan had worked, and here it was, ready to finish off an old nemesis. But it hadn't counted on Max and Nico, and didn't even understand the danger that it was in as they approached. What do we start with? The Thunder Gun's special ammo? Or should we just skip straight to the big guns? Nico asked as they approached their maximum firing range. Start with the specialized disintegrator and let's try it out properly on an energy being. We don't have all the sample data that we need, and I want a chance to optimize it before we have to use it in a more desperate situation. Max replied, got it, main guns online, waiting on your order. The injured energy being was just beginning to rise out of the ground, ready for her final battle against the intruder, and Max could sense the resignation in her mind as she realized that her people's hiding spot was truly lost. Both of them were so focused on each other that they didn't even notice that the Titan-class mecha pair was charging their weapons, and they didn't notice when the attack began. Fire at will, Max ordered, unleashing the modified energy weapon on the intruder. Both beams were unleashed at the same time, and they caught the intruder by surprise. It didn't even have an opportunity to react before its body began to shimmer, and wisps of energy were torn away to fill the air around it. Given a bit of time to stabilize, they would create lesser energy beings, but that wasn't the intended use of this weapon. Optimized complete, Max's system announced in his mind, and suddenly the damage went from flaying unstable energy off to creating a ripple effect through the greater energy being. The effect froze it in place, and the rippling reaction tore apart the cohesion of its energy, dissipating it into nothingness for an instant before the wounded guardian of this place struck. It was impossible for Max to tell what she had done, but the dissipated energy began to funnel into her body, recharging her power and healing the damage that she had taken. Within seconds, she was far more powerful than her opponent had been when it arrived, and Max halted his attack, letting the Guardian finish the job. Nico likewise paused her attacks, and the Guardian's sense of power skyrocketed as the energy of her fallen foe was absorbed. Are we sure that this is a good idea? Nico asked as the Guardian finished the job of assimilating her enemy, leaving no lesser energy beings behind. We will find out in just a few seconds. Max replied with a laugh. The being didn't seem hostile, and it was the guardian of both the Golden Legion and the intelligent felines, so they hadn't done anything to offend it yet. Hopefully, that would be enough to gain one new ally who might be able to tell them more about what was going on in the other layers. Chapter 1138. Foiled attempt. With her power regained, the formerly injured greater energy being regained the ability to recall the fragments that had been split off in the attack, pulling the lesser energy beings from the battlefield, and leaving only the Golden Legion and their enemies. That was both good and bad for the defenders of this place. They had their energy being guardian back again, but they also lost the distraction that had been keeping many of the enemy forces away from their cities. Without those lesser energy beings to slow down the attacks by the wild monsters, aliens and the brutal warriors of the cathedral ships, things were about to turn very bad for the Golden Legion. The greater energy being was more focused on rebuilding the barrier around this place so that nothing else was thrown in than on what was happening on the ground, so Max knew there wouldn't be any help coming from that direction. But on the other hand, if these portals kept opening as the attempts to enter the anomaly region failed, then it wouldn't matter how many of the previous invaders were removed. From their vantage high above the battlefield, Max and Nico could see the strategy that the invaders were going with. They had subtly shifted their lines to isolate the cities from each other, without making it look like the roads between them were a major battlefield. All the Golden Legion enclaves in the region were destroyed by the explosions, and fighting was everywhere, but the warriors of the cathedral ships were beginning to mount an offensive to take one of the cities to the west. They had brought in heavy armored vehicles, advanced hover tanks with the firepower to challenge heavy mecha, as well as wheeled vehicles of all varieties. That would spell the end for the Golden Legion defenders within minutes of the force's arrival, and with their sensors down, there was no way for them to know that the attack was coming. The Golden Legion used to have an air force, but as they hadn't been attacked in so long, they hadn't moved them into bunkers, they simply parked them on the tarmac when they were finished with a flight. That had left the entire force exposed to the blast, and none of it had yet been made mobile. Nico, get us some bomber drones in the air for support at this location, but keep the rest of the force on patrol around the ship in an expanding pattern. I want everything hostile between us and the city dead, Max ordered. I will be sure that the team informs our guests so that they can watch along. They need to report back anyhow, so it's better if we get all the shock out of the way right at the start. Nico agreed. They hadn't had a feed live to the ship when the greater energy being was killed, so the Golden Legion would only have their own limited sensors and rumors to work with, but from here on, they would be giving the guests an interactive battle map, the same sort that their own teams used to create a three-dimensional view out of compiled mecha and drone camera feeds. A flight of 50 bomber drones are on their way. The team on the ship reported as Max plotted targets on the map for them. He started off the engagement with a burst of thunder gun high explosive shells into the lead hover tank, flipping it and shattering its shield, but remarkably, the vehicle was not disabled. It slowly righted itself, and paused, as if the crew inside was stunned. A burst from the light mass drivers, using armor-penetrating rounds, tore the hull apart with a spectacular explosion, and Max moved to evasive mode as the advancing army turned their guns on him. Well, they might not be as fun to fight as Mecha, but they definitely do pack a punch. Nico noted as a shell detonated near Max's shielding, leveling the trees beneath him with the shockwave. Max adjusted the shell type to punch through the shields and fired his thunder guns again, detonating another tank, which freed the light mass drivers to attack the smaller vehicles in the convoy. Anti-aircraft fire exploded all around him as Max did his best to evade the bombardment with a 50-meter-tall mecha. It wasn't actually possible to avoid it all, even the worst of gunners would be able to get a few rounds on a target that large, but his shields were holding strong, even as the air filled with acrid smoke, and the sound of war deafened the infantry from the alien regiments in the distance. "We're sitting ducks up here. I'm going down to say hello," Nico informed him only a few seconds later as the bombardment intensified. It wouldn't be easy to evade fire on the ground, either, but at least they would be able to put enemy vehicles in the line of fire. Max stayed up in the air to give himself the ability to target the longer-range targets, while Nico dove into the hover tanks. As she landed, her battle style changed into a crouched position, cutting her height in half while still allowing her full use of her widespread arms and twin swords. The disintegrator was put away, but the thunder guns were firing at point-blank range, and her light mass drivers hummed a brutal welcome to the vehicles around her. Max circled behind the lines and dropped his altitude, forcing the enemy to target through the trees, which detonated most of their ordnance early, and allowed Max a few seconds to unleash a nuclear chain reaction attack on an alien convoy 30 kilometers away and set new bombing targets for the drones. There were so many explosions and lingering fires now that optical scans would be useless through the miasma of black smoke and flickering flames, but that wasn't hindering the cathedral fleet in the least. They were still making good time toward the city, and even with the losses, they had more than enough forces to take it if the mecha backed off now. The best that Max could do was have the drones target the closest and weakest targets first, to thin the crowd and slow the advance, but the durability of the hover tanks was giving the enemy a fighting chance. Nico had taken dozens of direct hits already, and her shields were getting low on power, but in such close quarters, the damage would only get worse if she retreated. Instead, she increased the pace of her attacks, and kicked the hover tanks at each other to block firing lines, while Max finished his bombardment and moved to the back of the group to draw their attention away and cripple them while they were distracted. A single chain reaction shot from the disintegrator turned nearly every turret his way even before the mushroom cloud had fully filled out or the tanks had managed to stop their backward momentum after they had been thrown back by the blast. Shields were flickering, and Nico hacked wildly at the hulls, aiming for the drive units, while Max fired high explosives into the ground to throw up a wall of dirt that would block most forms of sensors for a few seconds while he rolled to the side to evade the retaliation. Chapter 1139. Pause. With the two Titan-class mecha unleashing their fury in close combat, all pretense that they might be able to win this fight was abandoned, and the warriors began to scatter, looking for a more survivable battlefield and a way into the Golden Legion city. Because Max and Nico were in the first group to arrive, and hostile to the cathedral fleet, all the other forces assumed that they were local to the region. They didn't know why they had been sent to such a hellhole of a world with 50-meter-tall combat robots that could win a gunfight with the average orbital assault craft, but they were not impressed with their commanders when the orders came that the mecha must be eliminated. Some of the forces had realized that the mecha had helped the local greater energy being take out her rival, and that made them far too dangerous to be allowed to live. Nico was laughing to herself as she intercepted the communications and sent out dozens of false reports and commands in return, confusing every force within 100 kilometers, but the process wasn't slowing down her attacks. 3 more of the hover tanks were destroyed in the next 5 seconds, and the remaining forces were all in full retreat, trying desperately to escape from the twin mecha. "Hold back and let's pick another target that's getting too close to the city," Max ordered. The bombers had been sweeping the enemy advance in waves, slowing their progress to a crawl, which had allowed the Golden Legion time to regroup at the remains of the city walls in preparation for the siege. Max had no intentions of getting bogged down in a fight like that, so it was time for them to find a new target. The question was, what one? Every city within sensor range, save for the one that was currently full of crab drones, had the same problem. They were all in danger of being overrun. There were villagers, patrols and smaller running battles everywhere, and no way to tell what was strategically important without more knowledge about the region. There wasn't much hope that the greater energy being would be of any assistance. All of her attention had turned to altering the barrier around this place to keep more new arrivals from entering every time the android fleet bombarded a portal into oblivion. Max could sense her frustration at both sides of that battle. Mostly the cathedral fleet, as they knew what was happening to her home, but also for the humans on the other side, who didn't seem to understand what the word moderation meant. What she didn't understand was that the lack of moderation was the whole point. They were trying to destabilize the region's spatial layers so badly that anything that tried to come to them would be torn apart without their intervention. In the minds of the AI commanders, it was the perfect answer. It wouldn't affect warp travel. Regular portals within the layer were already unusable there, so blocking off portals from other layers completely actually improved security by increasing instability. That sort of logic was completely foreign to her. Destabilizing space even more was not a good thing in her mind, no matter the reason. That line of logic led her to a startling bit of information that Max had never expected to know. While time was fluid in many layers, not constant like it was in his home layer, if you destroyed the boundaries between the layers, it would cause a temporal anomaly. It might move that portion of space forward or back in time, or even freeze it, with a single second there being eons outside the affected area. That was how the rebel gods had hidden themselves. They deliberately created a temporal anomaly, and because time wasn't truly moving there, it became nearly impossible for any other being to affect their hiding spot in a meaningful way. The ancient humans had weapons that would alter time, but those were long gone, and hopefully never to return, in her mind. But nothing else, other than one of the gods who supported the mortal species, could even dream of finding them, much less harming them. Now Max knew how they had hidden themselves after the war had gone into this ceasefire, but the knowledge still didn't do him any good as there was no way for him to get at them. Commanders, the city is stabilized, and the city leadership is requesting a proper meeting with us. From the wording, I think that they want to do a celebratory dinner type thing to thank us for saving their asses with the drones. Which they don't understand aren't living things, by the way. They asked what they eat. The team leader on the cutter reported. Max sensed Nico's reluctance to return, along with a nascent plan to enable food consumption by the drones, so they could pretend that they were actual armored crabs. It wouldn't be difficult to give them a mouth and a storage compartment in the belly if they increased the shell size a little. That sounded like a lot of hassle for a small prank that would only cause misunderstandings later. It was better to just let them know right now that they were robotic. Let them know that we can be ready in a few hours. Did they have a requested location for the meeting? Max asked. They are suggesting a bunker between the city and our location for the meeting. It appears to be unoccupied to our scans, but there is a chance that it is the panic bunker for their dignitaries, so it would be shielded from most of our scans. All right, I had expected them to demand something neutral ground, but a bunker works. Nobody ever wants to fight in a basement. Max agreed. Well, hopefully, because fighting in a basement was a terrible idea. He had fought in underground complexes in the past, and when you only had one way in and out, every location was a death trap for everyone involved. Chapter 1140. Bunker. With the time set, Max prepared a team to go to the bunker with him for the meeting. Bringing 4 Corvette-class Mecha, plus 10 larger crab drones and 50 of the smaller ones should be a sufficient honor guard for the meeting, and they could hold off an enemy attack for long enough that Max and Nico could call their Titan-class Mecha over from the cutter. The Golden Legion was already sending over troops, a combination of power-armored elite infantry and hover vehicles with multiple gunners. The hover bikes, with their forward-facing plasma cannons, looked like they would actually be a lot of fun to ride, and given the advantages that system-enhanced pilots had, they could be truly deadly in the hands of human soldiers. Fortunately, Nico was having the same thoughts, and she was already working on getting the design plans for them from the Golden Legion computer systems, or at least as much as she could with the heavily damaged state of the city. The rest she could get from the vehicles themselves when she got close enough to inspect and analyze them. They had been focusing on drones for combat so much lately that they hadn't put out a fun new personal transport in a long time. Hover bikes with plasma cannons would be huge with the Reavers, the faster, the better, and these ones had great visual appeal with their gold on gold, trimmed with gold, pure bling color scheme. Both Max and Nico changed into new style mobile suits with the adaptive camouflage and upgraded shielding, then equipped them with 2 additional flat space storage units mounted on the upper arms of the suit like they were decorative badges. That gave them more than enough room for emergency supplies, munitions, weapons, spare power cells, and other gear that could come in handy if they were ambushed on their way to from the meeting. The bunker was close enough to the cutter that Max didn't have many problems reading the minds of those inside, and they were all eager to meet the benefactors that had shown up and decided that instead of attacking, they would help the local population save their homes. The Golden Legion were firm believers in honor, and that was the most honorable response that they could have hoped for in the situation. Max sensed their shock when he led the honor guard out of the cutter at a jog. They had been expecting him to posture and bring at least a few of the super heavy mecha with him as guards. But in practical terms, they wouldn't fit in the bunker, and it was still in artillery range. If they were attacked, the first shells would arrive about 3 seconds later, after accounting for projectile travel time on an indirect firing trajectory, and they wouldn't even have to leave their posts around the cutter. The hover bikes were stationed around the entrance to the bunker, with a secondary ring of elite infantry in their gaudy power armor outside that. They spread for Max and his group to enter, and then closed ranks again. Mecha, move to join the inner ring. Crab drones, spread out and secure the area. Max ordered out loud, so that the Golden Legion would know what he was planning. They seemed to be greatly enamored with the crab drones thanks to the efforts in the city, and Nico did her best to hide a giggle as the drones rubbed up against their legs like cats when the soldiers reached down to stroke their shells. The drone programming learned situational awareness, and the core of the program was in the cutter, which was currently flooded with stray cats. It had obviously decided that the issue was a matter of size and not species when it adopted the response for its own use. When they entered the bunker, Max noticed that there was only a small guard force at the top of the elevator, 4 people in each of the 2 rooms, so they could lock down the top floor into zones as a delaying tactic. How long it would last was questionable, but it was better than he had expected. Most of these bunkers were designed to park the vehicles of the VIP team that was going to be in the basement, so they were designed as a large open garage. Greetings, commanders. Will any of the rest of your team be coming inside? The door guard asked. My team will remain topside and guard the perimeter along with your troops. Our sensors link to the mecha back at our vessel, so we can increase the targeting effectiveness of our artillery if we have units on the ground. Max explained. The soldier looked shocked. Your mecha, as I believe you called them, can fire this far. Max nodded. They have variable velocity projectiles, so we can use indirect fire artillery to hit targets over the horizon. It solves the range limitation of high-output energy weapons. The soldier received a message while they were talking and gestured toward the elevator doors. They are ready for you now, commanders. No need to remove your helmets, it is not our custom, and yours still allows us to see your face. He explained. The elevator was a freight elevator, 3 meters by 6 meters in size, and with only Max and Nico inside it felt ridiculously oversized. But there was a welcoming team at the bottom waiting for them, arranged in a double-row formal honor guard to form a hallway from the elevator to the isolated secondary room in the middle of the level. There was a large amount of free space around it, presumably for emergency supplies that were never stocked, and a few side rooms that were marked as canteen, dorms, and maintenance. The central room had a full bunker map on it, and this was just the entry to a much larger bunker complex, designed to house tens of thousands for decades at a time, but it had been decommissioned decades ago and only maintained to minimum standards with no supplies inside. That was a mistake, but the Golden Legion already knew that, and there was no need to remind them that their worst-case scenarios had been wildly optimistic. The central room was armored glass and concrete, and Max could see that there were only about a dozen people inside, while the room was designed for 100. Most were gathered around a desk, but one man in a battered golden power armor suit, complete with fresh laser rifle damage and a shattered visor, was waiting to greet them at the door. Commanders, thank you for coming on such short notice. We intend to restock this as the City 17 command center and government seat, but we do apologize for the Spartan reception party. It was deemed inadvisable to move more than this many at one time. No need to apologize to us. We understand the necessity for precautions during a planetary siege. You may call me Commander Max, and this is Commander Nico. It is a pleasure to meet you, General Airwalker. The general froze in shock. How did you know my name? Chapter 1141. Too formal. Max gestured toward the general's empty seat at the table, and sensed the man's embarrassment when he recalled that they all had nameplates at their seats. That wasn't how Max knew his name, of course, but it was a plausible excuse for the slip. Oh, yes, of course. Please do join us at the table. There are many things that you probably don't know about this place yet because you wouldn't know to ask them, or the common legionnaire wouldn't know to tell you. First and foremost, this place isn't natural. It is not one of the actual layers of space, it is like a bubble, formed in the boundaries between layers. Our protector, the demigod that you met earlier, created this place as a haven for us when she decided it was best that we stop getting involved in the affairs of other species. She hid us here so that we would survive whatever the gods were going to do to the mortal species, and then she decided to keep us here, as it was a better place for us than anywhere else. General Airwalker explained. So, she took on the role of patron deity for your people, and kept you safe through the years? Max asked. Something like that. You see, our Golden Legion once had a god of our own, but he was destroyed by the god of time during the ancient times. Our patron is a fragment of our former deity, so in a way, you could say that she was always protecting us. But we've come to realize that our position here isn't just protected, it's completely isolated. As the war raged on, the boundaries between the layers were damaged, and now it is virtually impossible to leave. I mean, it was nearly impossible to leave before today. Now, I'm not so sure. Whatever the Carnage Warriors did that forced a portal to pass through our home to get to yours caused immense damage to the layer's boundaries. I don't even want to speculate what sort of response your people must have initiated that would forcibly close a portal opened by a greater energy being, much less wound one, and force it back out of your reality. But the fact remains, that whatever tactic they used completely closed off your lair from us, but it seems to have broken the blockade between us and them. Nico barely contained her excitement before responding. So, you're saying that your home will have to take the brunt of the assault that had been meant for us, and the only way home is for us to go through their territory to get far enough away that the damage to the boundaries fades? General Airwalker nodded. As far as we can tell, that is correct. But that's a concern for much later. If the invasion fleet was meant for the eternal battlefield, it will be millions or billions of vessels strong. We don't have that sort of numbers, as you might have guessed. The eternal battlefield is no place for us, not anymore. We can only hope to survive, and at this point, we're thankful to have even one ally. Just one ship from that war-torn region was enough to save a city, and we have called you here to thank you. When they put it that way, it did sound like the formerly glorious Golden Legion was in a bad way. But the Terminus Trading Company was the finest purveyor of violent death in the known universe, and Max was well aware that even a cutter worth of his mecha were enough to challenge most planetary forces. We are glad to help. We share a common enemy, and if they overrun you here, they will be in our home making a nuisance of themselves. Nico informed the general with a polite smile. The phrasing made it sound like it was a better you than me sort of situation, but the Golden Legion officers missed that nuance to her wording, and simply took it as an enemy of my enemy sort of statement. That was fine by Max. He didn't want Nico's enthusiasm for battle to cause a falling out with their allies, and he was about to give her a digital dressing down when she realized that she had misspoken. Not that she was particularly concerned about the fate of the species, but they were allies, and losing your allies was not the sign of good leadership. Max moved toward his seat and noticed that everyone in the room had a speech prepared, all of which heaped profuse thanks upon his people for saving their city. That sounded very long and tedious. By the time they were done, he might actually let Nico tell them directly that they were actually cannon fodder and bait to test the new drone prototypes. How about we skip the formalities for the end of the conflict? I know everyone is grateful today, but you will also be grateful tomorrow, and the day after, because the Cathedral Fleet, or as you called them earlier, the Carnage Warriors, are not going to stop until we've wiped them from the face of the planet. Max announced. The reactions were almost all immediate relief, but a few of them were actually looking forward to being able to give a public speech. The preparation time needed to create it had taken their minds off what had happened to their city, and they weren't ready to go back to thinking about reality yet. They would get over it. General Airwalker took off his helmet and set it on the table, revealing smooth bronze skin and vaguely familiar features. Do all of your people share similar features, or do you have a relative who normally works as a security guard? You look very similar to a man I met earlier today, the first to step forward and see if we would peacefully negotiate with the Golden Legion. Max asked, diverting the prepared speeches. The first to step up, you say? You know, before today, mall security was not viewed in high regard, and I would be proud to claim that such bravery came from my bloodline, but unfortunately, it's a mere coincidence." The general laughed. More of the dignitaries joined him in revealing their faces, all recognizably different, and Max did the same, freeing his head from the confines of the mobile suit's helmet. There was still an energy barrier over him, and likely over the dignitaries as well, but now it felt much more informal, and they were all starting to relax and plan out how they wanted to ask the questions about humanity that were stuck in their minds. They had plenty of questions about where the humans had gone, why their technology had changed so much, why they had chosen cute little crustaceans as their frontline combat units, and so much more. Some of those questions they would never understand the answers to, and some of them simply didn't have a good answer, but Max was looking forward to at least trying to find out a bit more about the Golden Legion while they questioned him about humans. Chapter 1142. Strange Planet. Once the helmets came off, the Golden Legion representatives visibly relaxed, as if there was some formal code that had been keeping them from speaking their minds. There wasn't. Max knew from their thoughts. They had just been trained so hard that the armor meant they represented the honor and dignity of their people, that they were too uptight to be their usual professional selves the first time they had interactions with another species. Gregory the Mall Guard was much more relaxed, possibly because he had far less riding on his decisions than these dignitaries, but it had also made him much easier to talk to. "Perhaps I can start off our meeting. There is a lot that I don't know about your world, and many of the things that I don't know could be vital to the defense and survival of your people. How about you start with a basic rundown of the planet? Size, population, geography and so on," Max suggested. The general began his explanation with the fundamentals. "Yes, of course. This planet is an interesting one, as it was created to match the size of a star, as that was deemed the optimal habitable space required for our species to thrive without having to leave to seek new homes. That might be an advantage with your projectile artillery, but our species hasn't used such weapons in living memory, so I'm not completely familiar with the ballistics of such a weapon. What I can tell you is that gravity is a constant in this realm, as our original deity was one of the gods who had an affinity for that law. That might make it either easier or more difficult for you, but it does make travel on the planet predictable and possible. At this point, the whole planet is populated, with 30% surface oceans, 9% surface freshwater, and our population is at 600 billion. I know that sounds like a lot, but with our communications down, there is no way to know how much of the world has been affected by this disaster. We can't even find out if there is relief coming. The explosions of the portals completely destroyed all of our communications. We had to capture one of your small crabs and have it send the message back to your vessel because we didn't have any other way to contact you, even from the city. One of the others, a man named Luke, who had the title of Procreation Management and Sustainability of Indigenous Species Advisor, cleared his throat and picked up where the general left off. There are 17,000 S-class threat species on this planet, determined by their ability to eat a Golden Legion soldier through his powered armor. Their total populations are carefully managed so that they don't overrun the world or diminish to the point that they can't be used for the training of our men. There is also one other semi-sentient species, but I believe that you have met them already. The Panthera domesticus population has long since been a nuisance, but the guardian being favors them, as she can read their minds. That means we can only carefully control them, mostly through domestication and widespread neutering efforts." The man paused when Nico laughed at his words. "Did I misphrase something? There may be some linguistic differences between our species' common tongues, despite the similarity," he asked. "No, it wasn't a mistranslation. I spoke with them about it, and the feral cat population considers you a war criminal, and has a particular hate for the shelters and the kibble served in them. I just never thought that I would actually meet the person who managed the neutering program in person," she explained. The rest of the dignitaries in the room laughed. "You know, he's the only one of us who has actually had an assassination attempt managed to enter his house before being caught. The little fuzzball just sneaked right in and tried to toss a hair dryer in the bath with him. You all laugh, but I nearly died. The little monster even got it turned on. That's what alerted me that I was under attack. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, their population is an ongoing concern, but they aren't big on voluntary population control, as you might have guessed. They are considered nearly sentient, and they are damnably smart when they want to be. They are found in every part of the world, as are we, and they prefer to live within the smaller towns and farms, where they are less restricted. There are over 1,000 flying carnivorous species, but none of them more than 2 meters in wingspan, none of which are a threat to us, unless they are enraged in a group. It's the monster population that is the issue. The S-class carnivorous beasts will be in a frenzy with all this action, and the smell of blood triggers them to attack. Be mindful of them everywhere that you go, as many of them can bite through standard alloys. The general nodded at each point, verifying that the man hadn't made any mistakes in his assessment. Thank you, Advisor Luke. Those are the fundamentals of the planet's ecology, so I will send you a map of the world to update into your system. It should be more complete than the regular version you might have obtained from the others, if they bothered to pack one before they responded. Then he handed Nico a map. An actual paper map, that was so thick she could barely hold it. Seriously, do you not have a digital version? She asked. The general looked confused. Well, yes, but it's formatted for our computer systems. I will take that version, please. We have an algorithm that is superb at decoding such documents and making them usable on our software. Nico explained. She didn't mention that she was the algorithm, but that would likely only lead to uncomfortable questions that they didn't want to answer before they knew all that they could about the battlefield. Chapter 1143. Render Aid. The map was in the same format as the other digital data that Nico had obtained from their military technology so far, and in only a few seconds, she had a 3D hologram projected above the table. From her wrist device, it showed the entire planet, with all of its geography and cities, as well as the sites of known portal explosions and the ongoing battle sites. That was enough for a basic war room, but Max knew that they needed more. They only made 50 drone bombers, but if he put them at an altitude of 20,000 meters, he could move them into a grid pattern and relay back a relatively complete live map of the region. It wouldn't be perfect, but it should at least show the largest enemy groups, ongoing battles, and the state of any cities nearby. From that height, they could see roughly 500 kilometers with decent sensor precision, so even putting them 100 kilometers apart should give him enough overlapping sensor feeds to get reliable data. Max ordered the bombers into a 7-unit squared grid pattern, 100 kilometers apart, and they quickly moved to get into position. For some that would take half an hour, but it would be worth it once they were ready to go and could relay longer distance communications. What wasn't clear was how many cities would even be able to receive the messages in their current state. The one closest to him was in shambles, and the surging energy had completely destroyed most things electronic, including their military and civilian communications systems. The details on Nico's map began to improve as the drone bombers spread out in all directions, but the news was not good. There were a few cities that weren't in terrible shape, and a few military messages being broadcast from them, but they were from shortwave radios, which had most likely been in storage at the time of the attacks, and had a very limited range compared to the total size of the planet. We can make contact with the cities that are broadcasting on the shortwave radios now. Our drones have the capability, and you can contact them through us. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. One handheld radio. It will broadcast on the same frequency that your other cities are using, so you can inform them of your status here and help coordinate responses better than line-of-sight communications. Nico offered. The dignitaries looked dubious, but when Nico turned the handheld radio on, the signal from the other cities was strong enough to understand, and the device stated that it was broadcasting throughout the drone network. After a quick check with the holographic map to see how large of an area that was, the general began an announcement. Golden Legion, this is General Airwalker from the 17th Command Group. We have a working arrangement with newly arrived human forces, who have set up a radio relay and sensor network. My command seat is destroyed, but civilian casualties have been kept to under 30%, and the city has been upgraded to hostile but stable status. He broadcast. There was a pause where too many communications were relayed at once to make any sense of them, a limitation of single-frequency shortwave radios, and then another clear voice came on the air. General Airwalker, this is General Perseus of the 177th Command Group, it is a relief to hear you. My jet was in the air when the portal opened, and I just returned to the city. The command seat here is intact, but all of our core troops were out on a training exercise with the 16th when the incident started, and we are working with civil security to attempt to retake the city. The voice announced. The general cursed, and Nico spun the map to show the location of the 177, as well as the 16th Command Group. The first was only 2 cities away, and was one of the more intact ones, but it seemed that didn't save it from being at least partially overrun. The 16th was over 1,000 kilometers away, so those troops would not be coming back here, even if they had contact with them. Then another voice came over the radio, sounding ragged and wounded. "This is General Decimus of the 172nd Command Group. The command seat has fallen, but the city has been retaken and secured with the help of the local militia. Civilian casualties exceed 80%. Max looked at the map and realized that each command group was akin to a capital city, with 17 being the regional capital, and the 3-digit numbers being district capitals arranged around it. 80% casualties was not a sustainable state, even if the city itself was relatively intact, which it sounded like the 172nd was not. Max tapped his own communicator to join the conversation. "This is Commander Karis Max of the Terminus Trading Company. I am the leader of the human force who has arrived in your territory. We are offering assistance on a priority basis. Those with ongoing attacks or heavy casualties in cities that have not been lost, please report back in order of situation, so we can begin triage." There was a short pause, as if nobody knew who should speak next. "Is there anyone with casualties in the 70% range who is still holding the city and can communicate?" General Airwalker asked. No response. "How about in the 60s? He tried. 174 is stable, 173 remains destabilized, 179 is currently being evacuated, requesting escort to 172. Max made notes, and saw that 179 and 172 were about 50 kilometers apart. They were along the same river, so water transport would be best, if possible, but if not, he could send a team to help guard the convoy. But millions of refugees wasn't going to be easy to move. General Airwalker seemed to think the same thing, as he demanded an explanation. "General Boer, why are you evacuating the city?" he demanded. 179 is unsustainable. The nuclear reactor has been breached, and the radiation leak is nearing fatal levels. The population is already on the move, and I don't have the forces to stop them. As far as excuses went, that was a pretty fething good one, Max thought. Chapter 1144, Aren't We Kind? I will send drones to your location to guard the road. Inform everyone to keep to the main highway and my forces should be able to protect them from the worst of the dangers. Max informed the general, right before ordering the cutter to create 4 shuttles full of drones, 1 large to 100 smaller ones, to guard the evacuation. The team loaded them in the orbital shuttles designed for 20-person insertion teams, and sent them out within minutes, shocking the Golden Legion forces when they saw the marker for the shuttles appear on the drone's data feed. "How much military force do you have stockpiled in that cutter of yours?" the general asked as the 4 shuttles spread out down the road and prepared to defend the refugees who were fleeing from the nuclear fallout. As soon as the drones were dropped and moving to protect the whole 50 kilometers, the shuttles moved to the stricken city to begin the cleanup effort. High-density materials were optimal for the replicator system, and the shuttles were happy to collect as much of it as they could from the damaged nuclear power station. They weren't equipped with the tools to clean up the whole disaster, but they could at least steal the exposed core and turn it into something less dangerous. Or perhaps more dangerous, depending on how you looked at it, since they turned the core, along with the most highly irradiated parts of the building itself, into more crab drones to scour the city and look for survivors. At first, the dignitaries didn't notice what they were doing, only that the shuttles had dropped the drones and moved to the city, but then lingered there. It was only when someone zoomed in and noticed that the number of green dots representing friendly troops was multiplying that they realized something strange was happening. Were there a large number of soldiers rescued from a bunker somewhere? The general asked as he inspected the data. Not that we have seen reported to us. The shuttles are making more drones to stabilize the situation, and they should be most of the new dots that are appearing. The healthy and uninjured are mostly evacuated already. As far as I know, they didn't even have an opportunity to issue a shelter-in-place order before the incident. Nico explained. So, your shuttles are just making more drone soldiers to assist us with the evacuation. Thank you, the general replied with a genuine smile on his face. They will also help stabilize the region once they are finished with the escort mission. They are still combat capable, so once the survivors are accounted for, we will have them look for the enemy units that diverted when they realized that this battlefield was unsafe. Max added, Aren't they going to be heavily irradiated? The general asked, while the other dignitaries watched the interaction with rapt attention. Of course, but it won't be enough to affect their functions. The computer system is shielded, and their communications equipment can deal with irradiation. They won't be any less reliable, and I'm not particularly bothered if the enemy receives a bit of radiation as they fight. If it's an environmental issue, We can send a shuttle after the battle to clean up any irradiated rubble that is left behind. Max offered. That would be very kind, thank you. We will have enough trouble cleaning up that city without drones hundreds of kilometers away spreading the disaster. Of course, if they sent a shuttle there with a terraforming device, they could decontaminate the drones easily enough, even if the small vessel wouldn't have the power output to do a full terraforming of the city in anything resembling a reasonable timeframe. But that wasn't a priority, and it would be better to save their materials stockpile for more important issues. Max didn't know how the greater energy being would react to him terraforming her planet, or using local materials in their replicator, and he wasn't going to risk angering her when she was making it much easier for him to fight the invaders. Red dots. Someone at the table shouted, causing Nico to change the camera view to a visual one from a bomber overhead. They were hovering, and painted with adaptive camouflage, so the chances that anything would spot them from the surface was quite low, allowing them to remain steady enough to get quality footage of a column of filthy aliens in partial armor that left their distended bellies and hands exposed. As an armor design, it was absolutely terrible, but their culture valued mass consumption, and the distended belly was a sign that they had managed to capture prey and eat well recently. Max mentally recoiled in disgust as he read their minds, but the battle had already begun, and the crabs that the aliens thought would make good eating were busily pelting their shielding with laser rifles. What are those things? One of the Golden Legion dignitaries asked in horror as the bloated creatures charged at the road, firing their projectile rifles and screeching a shrill battle call that the drones recorded as a possible sign of injury until they had time to analyze it. The aliens were quick to learn that the drones were no easy meal, both because they were armed, and because they were highly aggressive and armored. Once the attacking wave reached the crabs, they realized that simply crushing them, as they had intended, was not going to happen. The crabs leapt at them, clasping them tight and attacking their exposed bellies with vicious pointed legs. The fat alien's shielding fell in seconds against the combination of physical attack and the short-range fusion torch that the drones were equipped with as a repair tool. Once the energy barrier was down, they had no chance. They weren't strong enough to dislodge the drones, and the legs tore apart their insides in seconds before the crabs burrowed inside to ensure that no vital organs survived. That was a Nico addition to the programming. If they couldn't identify the target's vitals, they were programmed to mutilate the body until they determined that there was a less than 1% chance of survival. There we go. The first wave of attacks on the convoy are taken care of, and we didn't lose a single drone. Nico informed the dignitaries proudly. The fact that most of them were now covered in drying gore never crossed her mind. Chapter 1145. To save the Golden Legion, the dignitaries watched as the drones fought off the attack on the refugees, then began to relax as they realized that the small drones were capable combatants, as good as most of the alien infantry, and much more durable. How many of those can you have active at once? It would really help cut down on casualties if they could be deployed to more cities. The general asked as he watched the last of the aliens retreat away from the road. We can have a fairly large number, but usually a large group needs to be overseen by a more powerful artificial intelligence and not just one of the more powerful drones. Without that, they get uncoordinated, and their objectives can clash. Max explained. The Golden Legion representatives sighed as they realized that it wouldn't be as easy as they had hoped to spread those drones through the entire zone. There were 10 major seats in the zone, and another 20 smaller cities, all of which were in bad shape after the attacks, and most of which were still under attack. They hadn't known how bad it was until the drones started sending in data for them, but now that they knew, it looked like they didn't have the remaining allies to deal with the invasion. The general carefully considered his next words. You said a fairly large number. Would you be able to provide and control enough of them to guard the 30 cities of the zone? It might not be much in the grand scheme of a planetary invasion, but if we can stabilize even one zone, it will give us somewhere to recover and regroup to push out and start helping the other zones around us. Max turned to Nico, who was more of an expert on the topic, but he was pretty sure that even if they sent 500 to each city, it wouldn't cause issues. That would be especially true when the groups were working independently within the cities and not coordinating in a larger group. Nico pretended to be considering it, as if the suggestion was stretching their capability, and that they hadn't sent tens of thousands of drone fighters into combat without an AI before. But after a few seconds, she reluctantly nodded. As long as they're working in smaller groups, like city defense, it should be fine. If we tried to coordinate them into a larger push, it might become an issue. She informed the room. Of course, the androids were capable of leading them in an organized manner, so they could just send a mecha company with each drone group to work as the tactical squad, but the Golden Legion needed to do some of the saving for themselves. The planet was too large to be sending drones everywhere. But what they could do was to send a few of the delivery shuttles into low orbit and work on re-establishing communications so that the Golden Legion cities could at least communicate again. First, Max wanted to get a better picture of the situation around the planet, but ironically, that wasn't possible until he sent something to orbit so that it could survey the situation. They could use the existing shuttles to head to orbit, but the altitude needed to survey the whole planet would make them useless as a relay for shortwave communications. At least they would be able to see if the whole planet was in this situation, and if it wasn't, they could relay messages to the undamaged portion of the surface about what was going on here, and have the Golden Legion request for assistance from other cities. Now that the drone bombers were working as a high-powered relay station for local communications, and spreading out to cover the whole district, the Golden Legion soldiers were already becoming more coordinated. They were battered and caught off guard by the initial attack, but even though it was their first battle, a lifetime of training was kicking in and getting them into fighting shape. What were you using for communications that they took so much more damage than most of your infrastructure? I know that the power is still on in the city. The shelter that we released the cats from still had power when the drones arrived. Nico asked. Oh, here, I've got one with me. It's trashed, but it might be repairable. One of the men offered. The device he handed over appeared to be like any other high-tech piece of equipment, most of which was still working, but as she inspected it, Nico nodded in understanding. It's a crystalline transmitter, but the crystals are polarized. Give me a second, she muttered as she took a toolkit out of her flat space storage. It was a miniature replicator, something that the Golden Legion didn't have, but Max was reasonably sure that they could come up with a way to make the repairs without it. They did invent the devices after all. Nico repaired the device, and it turned on, then immediately filled the room with a harsh squealing noise of static. Perhaps I didn't fix it right. Nico apologized, then started to tweak the device as she worked. She spent a few minutes on it, then suddenly dropped the device and stood up with an annoyed look on her face. I've got it. The problem isn't with the devices. Yes, they were broken. But the lingering energy in the air from the destroyed portals is creating so much interference that they can't pick up anything but the static. It's like a jamming signal, and it will have shut down all communications on the planet. She explained. Then why do your communicators still work? The general asked, confused. They're using an entirely different technology and range of frequencies. Between that and the noise dampening function, we can still communicate somewhat normally. Our greatest limitation is that the majority of our propulsion systems won't work here, so we're low on both power and mobility. It's lucky for us that we had a functional alternate option to get things working again. Nico informed him. That brought a bit of hope to the room. If the humans could just pull out an alternate technology to get their weapons back online, surely the Golden Legion had some old tech in storage that might work in this emergency, just like the shortwave radios had. Chapter 1146. Strategic movement. The staff of the Golden Legion brought out a simple meal once everyone was seated, some form of meat and root vegetable stew with wine, which seemed to brighten up the mood of the dignitaries. It is a Golden Legion tradition. None eat more luxuriously than our soldiers while there is a battle raging. It reminds us all that we are one legion, and not self-driven individuals. I hope you don't mind the food too much, but we are also celebrating, I suppose. If you can send soldiers to each city to help our troops, it should be enough to stabilize all the command seats in Sector 17 so that we can begin to fortify and prepare to repel future enemy advances. The general announced. Max considered the options for a moment, then began to write up a deployment plan as he ate. The room was quiet, filled with the clinking of silverware and the scratch of stylus on tablet as the military commanders drew potential deployment plans during the meal. They were almost finished when one of the advisors noticed that Nico had barely eaten. No need to stand on formality with us. It's going to be a long meeting, so it's best to get some food in you early. He laughed. Nico smiled and shook her head. I am a full conversion cyborg. I only need enough nutrients to keep my brain functional, the rest of my body is entirely artificial. The advisors were strangely excited about that part for some reason, and it only took Max a second to realize why. An advisor with the title Personnel Recovery and Trauma Mitigation Minister clapped his hands and almost looked like he was going to hug Nico for a second, before catching himself and sitting back down. I don't suppose that your magnificent technology can make medical centers that would be able to do the same for our wounded, would it? We have millions of long-term disabled cases after these attacks, and some from before, who were injured on duty. If you have the ability to create lifelike augmentic limbs, it would be a huge win for our military," he suggested. Nico frowned, but still nodded. "It would take some additional study of your biology, but I can get that from your medical records. I wouldn't recommend full conversion, as it is known to drive the subject insane and many never adapt. However, there are a few options. For those who are paraplegic, we can do a partial conversion. For those missing parts of limbs, an augmentic replacement, possibly even a biological one, might be possible. We can make them for our own species, but I'm not sure how yours will take to them. Or, in the very worst case scenarios, we can strap them into a mecha-type war machine with a full neural link and let them serve the remainder of their lives entombed in a mechanical coffin to take vengeance on their enemies." Max recalled Nico making those in her past life, twisted monstrosities of steel and biomechanics. They were utterly insane, driven mad by the curse of their existence, as the war machine became their body in a neural link they would never be able to break. Berserker infantry the size of Mecha, with no fear of death, and an insane need to make others suffer as they were suffering, made for a deadly combination on the battlefield, but he couldn't see the Golden Legion agreeing to it once they saw what it entailed. Max cleared his throat. "I'm not sure that they're desperate enough for the last option. The Golden Legion honor code prefers to die with dignity than remain suspended in an undying state of constant war." "Right, my fault. But once I study the Golden Legion genome, I'm certain that we can equip the shuttles we send to deliver our troops with a medical bay capable of cybernetic augmentation." Nico agreed. She hadn't given up on the idea, she had just put it to the side so that she could remind them of it again later if things truly did get that desperate. Despite the generally high level of technology, Max had noticed that the medical sciences among the Golden Legion were not all that advanced. It was like they simply didn't care enough to develop them, or had forgotten them in favor of other priorities over the millennia. When you have so many people and no real threats, you only really have to cure illness and disease, which they had nearly eliminated. The repairs of injuries became a much lower priority, as they were much less common and so rarely in the line of duty. For such an honor-driven society, crippling yourself doing something as a hobby or doing something dumb was the peak of embarrassment, so they didn't bother to learn to help people hide their shame. But now that there was a war, and their people had been injured in battle, they were eager to get the fallen martyrs back in the fight. "We will provide you with whatever resources we can in exchange for your assistance. I suspect that as lovely as our home is, you don't intend to stay here indefinitely, so perhaps we can put in a good word with our guardian being to get a portal open to send you to another layer, where you can move to a location where you can return home," the general suggested. "That sounds like a wonderful plan. Thank you, General. We will start on the security teams for your cities here in Sector 17, as well as retrofitting the delivery vehicles as medical bays with staff." Max agreed. It wasn't much to ask, and it was a benefit to everyone. Plus, it would give them an excuse to head to battle to assist their forces and search for answers on their own. Answers like, what is still waiting for them in the other layer of space, which was attacking the anomaly region? Or, how many of the greater energy beings were going to be willing to show their faces after two of their own had been crippled during this attack? Those were the sorts of answers that really mattered to Max. Chapter 1147. Max is no fun. Commander Max, we have incoming. There is a cathedral ship in the atmosphere. The sensors say it is fully loaded and on an intercept course with our location. Yes, confirmed, it has adjusted course to make a suborbital insertion run on our location. The crew of the cutter suddenly announced. I want a full mecha regiment up and running before we get back. Have every smaller vehicle start mass-producing drones and get the shields reinforced. We will be back there in 3 minutes. Max announced. I am sorry to cut the meeting short, General, but there is an incoming enemy vessel, roughly a kilometer long and loaded with troops, headed for my vessel. I believe that the great enemy might have realized that we are here, and they have prioritized our elimination before taking the planet. Max explained as Nico started issuing orders to the troops. How many troops would be in a ship that size? The general asked in a panic as he found the incoming vessel on the sensors. Roughly 100,000 infantry, plus a full regiment of armored vehicles or tanks. Nico replied with a shrug as she impatiently waited for the elevator. All right, we understand. Good luck, commanders. We will send you what we can when we can. The general agreed. We still have 4 shuttles dropping drone teams at your major seats. They will have to spread their efforts to all 30 cities until we're finished with this attack, so hold tight and don't lose hope. Max informed him as he stepped into the elevator. Our mecha are on their way here. I called them already, and they will be waiting outside. The teams that are guarding the bunker will stay in place, and the ship is turning out mecha and drone hybrid forces as fast as the power supply will let us. Nico informed him on the way up. Tell them to make some extra terraforming arrays in the Golden Legion seats and hide them. I want the ability to make more armies from random points around the zone for surprise attacks later. Max informed her with a sly wink. Oh, I like that idea. We can stage armies at random locations, and then send them into attack once the great enemy has everything engaged. But do you think that they will really focus an entire cruiser on our location? That seems like overkill, and they might spread them to the cities. Nico reminded him. Max smiled back at her. Not after we get to them, they won't. How much do you want to wager that we can take out that cruiser before it makes it to the next city? Nico considered the answer for 5 whole seconds as the elevator rose. With our antimatter and warp field technology out of commission, and the limited power output of just the Dyson spheres, I would give us a 70% chance of breaching their shields with the new variable energy weapons before they make the city. Then I would give our shielding on the cutter a 40% chance of surviving the blast of a nuclear chain reaction as the ship detonated. Max frowned as they raced out to their mecha. 40% was too low. He needed to come up with a strategy to lure the ship into higher altitudes, or to create a barrier over the cutter to reduce the damage done. We could lure it to a city and make it look like our ship was mostly abandoned. That would increase the distance between the detonation and our base, which would increase the chances of the shield holding to nearly 100%. Nico suggested. And you think the generals will go for that? Max laughed back at her. That would mean tens of millions of civilian casualties on their part. No sane commander would agree to that tactic. Fine, what is your plan then? Nico asked. We get them to chase us into something close to orbit. Then the blast will be more dispersed, and the shields will hold. Max suggested. And spread the fallout of the explosion over 1 million square kilometers. I know the Golden Legion definitely won't go for that plan. Max sighed. Alright, what options do we have? We have 2 minutes flight until we're in engagement range. Max asked as he powered up the mecha. Max listened to Nico's thoughts as she processed the data that they had at hand and came up with the best conclusion. If we destroy it over the cutter, and open a portal back to its home layer, we should be able to keep the portal open long enough for most of the detonation to pass through. We just need to lure it into place at the right time, and have the portal array charged in advance, since we don't have a warp drive online at the moment. She decided. That's not a bad idea. We can go with that. Now, we just need to make sure that we can actually get through the void shields over a cruiser with only 2 mecha and half our power output. Max laughed. We've got this. The void shields can be mostly bypassed with the new programming, and once you run optimize again, we should be able to shoot through them no problem. Nico stated with full confidence in his system skill. Alright, that's our plan. It's in range to analyze now. I'm beginning the optimize process. Let's get this done and over with before they can drop too many of their troops. Max agreed. You know, we could force a partially opened portal home, and let the android army nuke it. It would clear out the enemy force in the region, and our shields are already optimized to survive that. Nico offered, hopefully. That's definitely not the plan. Open the portal to their lair and let the blast out. We've got enough issues already without making it even harder to get home. Max reminded her. Spoilsport. Chapter 1148. Not fast enough. The moment that they lifted off from the ground, the great enemy had noticed them, and when they got to 50 kilometers away, the optimal firing range for the adaptive energy weapons inside an atmosphere, the cruiser began firing drop pods at the surface in rapid fashion. Hey, don't those look awfully familiar? Max asked as the teardrop-shaped pods hurtled toward the ground. I swear those are cargo drop pods. Or more correctly, are cargo drop pods. I can see the Kepler military stamp on them. Nico agreed. Well, that's a mystery for another day. Make sure that they haven't corrupted a ship full of humans once the pods open, but let's get these shields down. Max growled as his weapons system charged. The ship didn't resemble anything that they had in their arsenal, but that didn't mean that they couldn't have pulled a ship full of humans from some planet and used their gear in the assault. It would be huge news if it were true, as there were no reports of the enemy actually engaging on human-held worlds when they left, but by now it was possible that the fleet that had been near the Alliance had engaged the human forces and obtained either the pods or the design to make them. But in a way, the concerning development was also a good thing. They knew how to fight against a drop insertion, and the gene-modified soldiers of the Cathedral fleet would survive the impact without any issues, as long as the retro thrusters fired before landing. They might not have moved fast enough to stop the enemy, but at least the drop was in an uninhabited area headed toward the cutter, where they could engage the newly arrived troops with relative ease. 5 mecha companies are ready and moving out. Prepared to fire on the enemy ship on your order. Nico confirmed. Do it. Both mecha unleashed all of their thunder guns and the light mass drivers at once, and followed the blast with a burst from the variable frequency disintegrator while the void shields were at their weakest. The void shield flickered, and a brutal explosion began inside the barrier, before being quickly snuffed out. What was that? That's not fair, Nico yelled, forgetting that she kept a live connection to Max at all times. I think the ship has a structural integrity field. It stopped the chain reaction, but we're doing damage. Keep it up, and we should be on pace to take it out over the cutter. Max instructed, altering position for better effects. Nico agreed, while Max targeted the same spot, where the shielding was still weakened by the constant bombardment of hypersonic projectiles. From the ground, a barrage of light mass driver projectiles began to tear apart the drop pods, so Max took a second to check the scanners for signs of human DNA in the wreckage. All the biomass appeared to be alien in origin, but the drop pods were definitely either stolen or made to exactly the human spec, as the scanners identified the components immediately. Max looked down and found the ground littered with rubble and warriors, who had recovered from their unexpectedly brutal landing much faster than expected and were moving to engage the mecha companies which were targeting their drop pods. Then, as suddenly as they had started, the drop pods stopped, and orbital interceptors began to pour from the bay doors of the cruiser. This is your chance, Nico. I will blast the shield open at Section 6, you make sure that at least one of those interceptors goes up in flames. Max ordered. If the structural integrity field kept the whole ship from going up, they would have to work around it, and target the interceptors to set off a bomb inside the bays. Nico laughed as the disintegrator beam hit in the precise location that all 6 of their thunder gun projectiles had, and for an instant the shield flickered out of existence, allowing her disintegrator to target the interceptors still inside the deployment bay, creating a massive nuclear explosion inside the vessel that made the structure groan and the engines power down. The cruiser was in a nosedive, headed straight for the shields of the cutter. But just as Max was about to celebrate his victory, the androids did exactly as he had instructed them to, and mitigated the impact of the destroyed ship with a portal back to its home layer. The cruiser smoothly passed out of the atmosphere and back to its home, chased by a series of projectiles from Nico's weapons, and one last disintegrator beam from Max, targeting the defenseless hull. Close the portal, he ordered as the explosions began to ripple through the cruiser on the other side of the portal. They weren't quite fast enough, but the portal closed naturally after only letting a short upward beam of energy through. It still created a massive mushroom cloud, and a shockwave that knocked both infantry and mecha from their feet, but the damage was very minimal, and the battle only hesitated for a split second. Well, that was not the plan. But a kill is a kill, Nico muttered as the portal closed with the remains of the cruiser on the other side. Look at it this way, we don't have to clean it up later. Now, let's go say hello to the infantry on the ground and see what they can do against our power. Max sensed a sudden danger and rolled to the side just as an artillery shell exploded right where he had been hovering. Scratch that, they managed to get some artillery to the ground, let's take care of that first. As if they were responding to his words, a pair of plasma rounds streaked toward Max's mecha, only narrowly missing as he dodged and rolled the mecha around its axis. They're getting better at that. They might actually hit you soon. Nico laughed as she dive-bombed the tank column. Says the woman who picks fist fights with battle tanks. Chapter 1149. Destabilized Max stood among the ruins of the most recent armored column that had faced off against him and Nico, checking the battle reports and trying to make sense of what he was seeing. The mecha companies were dug into trenches to hold their positions, and the number of casualties among the Cathedral fleet was staggering, hundreds of thousands dead along with nearly a dozen armored regiments. The cutter had sent out 9 replacement mecha companies since the cruiser had been destroyed, and still the number of enemies was not decreasing. That shouldn't be correct, it meant that they had killed 3 times as many as the ship should hold, and they still weren't running low on support. Something was very wrong with this picture, and if they didn't sort it out quickly, the cities wouldn't be able to hold, even with the mecha and drones backing them up. The cutter was reporting another company of mecha sent out to reinforce the defense lines around the ship itself, and Max knew that it was time that he did something more than just killing everything he saw. Nico, we need to find the source of these reinforcements. Check the wrecked vehicles and every hidden terrain feature that we come across for anything out of the ordinary. If I'm right, they have a way to keep bringing their troops in. Max ordered. Do you think that was why they used the drop pods? If they weren't just a transport, but a miniature portal generator, they could keep dumping troops into the battlefield, and we wouldn't think twice about them. It has to be something. We've already killed 3 for every soul that should have fit in that cruiser, and they're still increasing in numbers. I would rather not have to use scorched earth tactics when there are still millions of civilians in the area. Max agreed. The 2 Titan-class mechas split up, hacking and blasting their way through the enemy as they searched for the source of their reinforcements. Max kneeled at a troop transport vehicle that he definitely hadn't seen in the drop from the cruiser, and tore open the top of the ruined vehicle. Nothing suspicious, just a bunch of supplies and a handful of dead soldiers that matched the other dead soldiers scattered around it. All of them were from the same alien species, which reminded Max somewhat of a 6-legged dog. The controls were interesting, intended to be manipulated with the front paws in a glove-like enclosure, and Max made a note of it, but there was no sign of the way that they had gotten here. Next up was a drop pod from the cruiser, which had never opened. Normally, the doors on them were designed to blast open and clear rubble or obstructions from around the pod for easier supply extraction, but this one was still sealed tight, with no signs of life inside. It could be a gun drone or a trap, but Max was willing to take the risk on the off chance that there was something inside that was worth viewing. Carefully, he pulled the door open and stared at the mass of electronics inside. This was definitely not a supply pod, and it looked like it was still active, with a fairly intense power signature, but he couldn't figure out what it was for. So, he carefully linked a data tablet, making sure that there was no connection back to his mecha, just in case it was designed as some form of countermeasure against AI or technology, and began his inspection work. At first, it was just a programmed database, and the data wasn't making much sense, but after only a few minutes of work, Max realized what he had found. It was a replicator pod, to make weapons and gear for the great enemy, using material from the planet, or nearby rubble and corpses. But that wasn't all. It was remotely controlled. Max rapidly altered the settings on his scanners to trace the signal from the pod back to its origin, and found that it was receiving signals from a location only 4 kilometers away, much closer than he had dared to hope for. Normally, such a device would be run from a safe spot on the far side of a planet or in orbit, not within artillery range of the replicator itself. Unless they thought that this was a suitable spot to restock and resupply, even though there were hundreds of mecha on the prowl. It didn't make much sense, but as they had dropped everything in a panic once the 2 Titan-class mecha started firing, there was a good chance that nothing was where it was intended to be, and wherever they were getting reinforcements from, that leadership group was planning to reorganize. Nico, I have found a replicator in a drop pod. It is sending a signal to a nearby location. I have sent you the frequency and encryption codes. See if you can find more and if they're all communicating with the same spot. Max informed her as soon as he finished the analysis. Good find. I think I found something strange as well, vehicles that seem to have taken fresh damage from a collapsing portal, but there hasn't been a new portal here in hours. I have the closest mecha team guarding the site. Nico replied. That was 2 points of information, and another step closer to finding the reinforcements. If they really were using portals to another layer to bring them in, then all Max and Nico had to do was isolate how, and they could send themselves on their way as soon as the situation was stable. Sometimes, it was the small things that really helped the day seem brighter, and Max was in a much better mood as he started to head to the second location. Then he froze, realizing his mistake. There was no way that they would just sit and keep their operations online while he ran at them in a 50-meter-tall mecha for 4 kilometers. The fact that they hadn't shut them down when he reached the pod was already surprising. Nico, I'm sending the command mecha back to the cutter and infiltrating in a mobile suit. I will contact you again once I have additional information. Chapter 1150. Heavy stealth. The mecha ran back to the cutter on autopilot, instructed to tuck itself back into the repair and reloading rack to wait for Max to call it again. The effect on the enemy was instantaneous. They began to move as soon as the mecha was out of visual range, and the communications picked up the moment that it entered the cutter. They must have assumed that he was retreating to sleep and would be out of commission by the time that their movements were noticed because they weren't being subtle, and the drone feed was giving Max a clear picture of their current numbers and movement strategy. There were definitely too many of them, and they were coming from near the signal that he had picked up, but that wasn't the only location. The data analysis from the ship indicated that there were 6 more likely positions in the region where they would have been appearing in larger numbers than would reasonably be expected given their losses. All of them were near locations where something had fallen from the cruiser. Most of them were landers, but a few were large armored vehicle drop points as well. They hadn't been ignored, most of them had been heavily shelled by the Mecha and had stopped releasing troops for a while, but now they were at it again, suggesting that there was a hiding spot or method of entry for them there. It might be a teleportation array, as they used for boarding actions. That could be bringing them from thousands of kilometers away, and if the array was covered by the rubble of a vehicle, it would be nearly impossible to detect from their high-altitude drones. Titan number 2 is returning to the cutter. I have located something strange. Far too many troops have exited a lander. Nico's voice whispered in Max's ear as he crept toward the location of the enemy signal. Let me know how it goes. But don't be afraid to bomb it into oblivion if it offends you. The drones say there are plenty more where that one came from. Max mentally sensed Nico's laughter as she approached her target, and moved into position so he could get a clear view of what was going on without being spotted. There were still random artillery shells landing in the region, some under 100 meters from the camp as the Mecha companies shelled everything that they deemed a threat, but activity at the small cluster of vehicles that Max was watching kept increasing. Then he spotted it, a shimmer in the air, where more troops were appearing. They really had activated a portal on one of the larger vehicles, chassis, and were using it as a command post to both bring in and deploy troops. What he really needed to know was how. The APC couldn't hold enough equipment for a portal generator, it wasn't large enough, so it had to have some sort of homing beacon. Or perhaps, it was the beacon. If the signals that were being sent from the pod were to help locate the portal's opening, then it would only take 3 of them to triangulate a position and get an accurate enough point of convergence to open a portal in relative safety. Max waited in the trees while he tracked the other signals that this location was interacting with back to 4 other hidden vehicles, all of which were disguised to appear to be destroyed. That was good enough for him, and Max prepared to make his move. Artillery, I want all 5 of these locations destroyed in 6 seconds. Max ordered as he prepared to make his move. 3 fast steps forward, and his plasma cannon was in his hands, humming with energy as he overcharged the capacitors to empty the entire energy cell in a single shot. One more step and the warriors had noticed his charge, but it was too late to stop his first shot from passing right through the portal. An explosion tore through the portal as Max slotted a new energy cell into his weapon and the warriors regained their feet. Then the artillery barrage began in the distance, and the portal began to fluctuate wildly, no longer pinned on a specific location by the signals. The air crackled with energy as the closest of the warriors activated the energy barrier over a massive axe, chopping down at Max's smaller body. There was no time to take out a blade, but the suit had them built into each forearm for just this sort of emergency. Tree branches shattered, and laser rifle beams streaked by the pair as Max tackled the warrior to the ground, then swiftly slit his throat with the forearm blade on the mobile suit. Bullets whipped by, and his energy shield flared with power as the counterattack became more organized, forcing Max to roll behind the body of the fallen warrior for cover until he could get the light mass drivers on target to return fire. Max trusted his system's skills to target the mass drivers for him, allowing the rapid-fire screaming of the one exposed weapon to tear through the air while he hefted the corpse of the fallen warrior in front of him as a shield. More explosions racked the area, throwing him backward into the trees, and scorching his shield. It wasn't clear what he had hit, but the explosion had left no survivors on his scanners. Target 1 down, he reported as he got back to his feet. What did you blow up over there? There is fire coming out of the portal at my location, and I haven't even started shooting that way yet. Nico asked. Damned if I know, I was firing blind and letting the system pick the targets. Max replied, while Nico laughed at him. Whatever it is, do it again, these guys are mad, and they're fleeing back into the portal. Great, just what he needed. Warriors from all over the region converging on his position. No, on second thought, that really was what he needed. Mecha Company 7, give me a full bombardment on my beacon. Wide pattern, as we are expecting incoming troops.